I guess we're starting now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 24-hour Digibro Q&A plus gaming live
Welcome,
stream.
motherfuckers.
I am Digibro. This is my brother Victor. You may know him from Digibros or other videos in the past. And this is a celebration for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Something I've been dreaming of for quite some time. It's the big milestone I've been waiting to hit. I get a plaque for it. I've always sort of been in the mindset that 100,000 subscribers is like the first benchmark where YouTube kind of starts taking you a little bit more seriously. Not quite the way they would if you had 1 million, but like, you know, maybe I could get more help from YouTube or more attention or more promotion through the systems that be inside of YouTube.
The powers that be.
It's certainly a pretty number for making other people take you seriously as a YouTuber when you tell them you have 100,000 subscribers. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool number to have. Anyway, I'm going to start answering questions, starting with the first one I got from Tfirth, which is, what is the single most horrible comment you've ever seen, as in the one that got to you the most?
Oh, God.
Does it have to... I guess we're going to go with comments from people I've never heard of, right? Like, it can't be someone I knew. Like, I knew who they were, would you say?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so, like, the most horrible anonymous comment I've ever got. It's tough to say. Like, comments don't usually get to me that much in terms of, like making me feel bad. They make me angry at the person usually, because I get some comments that are just so ignorant, and the ones that bother me are the indignant ones, like the people who like have a problem with me as a person, or they come at me like I did something wrong, like morally, for having an opinion or for saying something. So anytime I get someone who comes in and is like insulting my character for something I said in a video, those are the comments that get to me the most, where I'll be like all day like, that motherfucker, you know. I'm trying to think. There was one recently that pissed me off so bad just the other day. Oh, fuck, what was it? They were mad at me for something, and it was on the budget, why people should stop complaining about budget video, which is one of those that, like, if there weren't good comments on it, I would close comments, because I get stupid comments all the time. And
you close the comments on the first
Sword Art Online?
No, Sonic video.
Really?
The Sonic video. Yeah, there were no comments when I checked it.
Huh, maybe it was just glitching for you, because sometimes it doesn't show any comments for no reason. The only videos I've closed comments on are what is anime and what isn't, the first part of the Sword Art Online Season 2 videos, and the Gurren Lagann versus Kill La Kill one, because I created a Reddit post for it for people to comment on, just so that I could avoid people saying, Gurren Lagann's better than Kill La Kill, because that's the whole point of the video, is to say why that doesn't mean anything. So I closed the comments so people wouldn't say that. Of course, some people still did, but yeah, but YouTube badly needs an option to close new comments, because the way with YouTube, it's all or nothing. You either have comments on, or you have no comments shown on the video. So if I disable comments on an old video, it stops showing all the old comments, which is really annoying, because some old videos, like, people keep repeating the same shit that everyone said. Like on the Sword Art Online Analytical Diatribe video, people always post about how I got the Kirito beater thing wrong, like 2 minutes into the video. And it's like there's like 100 comments saying the same thing, you know? Yes. But someone recently on the why people should stop complaining about budget video, they left a comment to the effect of like, fuck you, budget is, like, of course it matters, you fucking idiot, like all this, there's going on, and I'm like, well, you obviously didn't pay attention to the video, because I never implied that budget doesn't matter, right? And the person responded, what the fuck, Digi, bro. It had bro in quotation marks.
Clearly not
It said,
a true
what the
bro.
fuck, Digi, bro? Look at the fucking title of your video.
Quote unquote.
And I'm
bro.
he said the title of your video literally says budget doesn't matter. That's what he said. And I said the title of my video literally says stop blaming animation quality on budget. It doesn't say budget doesn't matter. It says stop blaming quality on budget because you don't know the whole story. The point of that video was not to say that budget doesn't matter. Budget is the reason that Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works looks so good, and something like generic anime number 3 doesn't look that good is because one has a super high budget and not the other. But the reason that individual moments in those shows don't look good is not because they ran out of budget. It's because they didn't schedule it well and they didn't have people working up to the minute. Like when you see that scene where suddenly everything looks like shit out of nowhere, it's not because they had no budget. It's because they had no time or something went wrong during production, and that's what causes that kind of thing. So that was the point of that video. And a lot of people didn't understand it. So, yeah. So that indignant asshole who called me Digi Bro is the most pissed off I've been recently at a comment.
Nice. I'm over here fucking cheesing at my guy I've created walking through the fog. By the way, this is Stream Cunt. That is his name.
Cunt, is that his name?
He is Stream Cunt.
Oh, Lord.
Because he's the cunt that we made
All
for
right,
the stream.
let's move on to the next question. How's your day been so far? I've been awake for about 2 hours, maybe? Not even that.
Look at that face.
I ate a very large Arby's sandwich just to fill myself. The face is great.
It's pretty awesome.
It's
he
pretty
looks
great.
like Soldat J from Gao Gaigar with his epic nose.
The robot Soldat J?
No, the guy who... Soldat J is the bird guy.
I see. Yeah. My day's been okay. I ate a large Arby's sandwich, and then I started
I didn't make him
streaming.
like super big and buff.
That was your
though.
day, Vic. What have you been up to so
I woke
far?
up and I got lunch with Hope at the Thai place. It was good pad Thai, and now I'm doing this.
Yeah.
I woke up late just like you.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, I
Look at all
recently
these
subscribed to
fuckboys.
you. I might have helped you get to 100K, which is funny considering how I only started watching your videos a few days ago. Yeah, there's always going to be a few people who are like, you know, just subscribe, and it's like,
Yeah.
for everyone else, it's like this, oh my god, you hit 100K, I've been watching
Yeah,
you for
but I
3
mean,
years, and someone's
the-
like,
the
well, I'm the
people
guy
who are-
who just got you there, you know?
The people who are fresh, they're going
Yeah,
right in. They're
welcome.
gonna find out how cool you are.
Yeah, you're going to learn everything about me in
They're
the
gonna be
next
hooked
24
forever.
hours. I hope so.
New extreme fans.
Will the stream be archived? Yes, we are recording this. The stream will probably go out every couple, maybe 3 or 4 hours, because I'll stop the recording just to make sure it's all recording, because I don't want to try to record the entire 24 hours and then render it as one huge fucking file that'll probably crash. So if the stream goes dead for a little while, I mean, I'll announce it when I'm going to do it, but like I'll probably kill the stream a few times just to render files and then bring it back over the course of the night. Does animation count as anime if it's Vietnamese? Asks the Devu. Tough question. I mean, you've all seen my what is
counts
anime
as
and what isn't
animation.
video, which Devu himself edited.
Yes.
So of course he knows it like the back of his hand. I mean, my definition of anime is it's intended for Japanese audiences, made by Japanese people, essentially. I think probably a lot of animation is probably, like, for Japanese shows is probably done in Vietnam, and other Asian countries. I know a lot of Dragon Ball Z is animated in the Philippines, because my friend Ghost Lightning went to the Toei Philippines studio and drew a frame of Dragon Ball Z while he was there. So, for Kai, I guess. So, I would say if it's a show made for Vietnamese television, I would not consider it anime. I would consider it a Vietnamese animation. Because to me, there's just no point to the word anime if it doesn't just mean Japan.
It's literally just like a way for Americans to classify
right.
that something is Japanese.
It's a way for me to
because
say,
in Japan they would refer to everything as anime.
Right. It's just
Like
a way for me to say I like Japanese cartoons. I like anime.
Yes.
You know. I mean, there's plenty of American cartoons I like. I don't consider them anime. I don't consider Steven Universe anime, even though it makes lots of anime references.
Yes.
Like, there's just no real point to considering anything other than Japanese animation to be anime.
Quote unquote anime.
Yeah.
Whatever it means to you.
What do you use to record your PS3? We are using an Elgato game capture. It's probably like $250 or something like that. I got it back when I was working at Target. It was like one of the first things I bought with my own money because originally I intended to become a video game analysis guy. That market got extremely saturated, but my first video was supposed to be a 3-hour video on Mass Effect, which now Noah Caldwell-Gervais has done a 3-hour video on Mass Effect that's similar to what I would have done. Not as good, but similar. But he did go into some pretty good detail. But, like, I got the Elgato game capture for that. And the reason that it looks like ass is that the PS3 has a thing where like, they have a block on HDMI. You can't stream HDMI from a PS3 because they put, like, some kind of lock on it. And so you have to use a component cable that comes with the Elgato, and it only records in like 480i or something like that.
Yeah.
So it looks like
an old
garbage.
game, doesn't matter. Kind of fits the aesthetic of the game.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest game ever. I mean, the art design is fucking phenomenal, but
Yes.
like graphical fidelity is not this game's strong point. It kind of looks like silly putty.
Kind of only in the first area. The later areas still kind of hold up pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say this area holds up the least well.
Yeah.
Like, particularly this
It's probably like the
starting...
first level they designed, you know?
Yeah, it's probably like the proof of concept level,
Yeah.
and then they just didn't really touch it up.
No, examine the corpse.
So yeah, Elgato game capture, and then to run it through to stream, we're using Open Broadcaster, which is a freeware streaming and recording service. It's what we record a lot of stuff on. Elgato has a proprietary program that I use to record game footage for stuff like Digi Bros when we record on like consoles, but it doesn't have a lot of options for streaming. Like, I was able to figure out how to put the webcam video on it, but I couldn't put the chat on there, and it was hard to mix the audio, and it wouldn't let me do mono, because the thing is, when you have a professional microphone like the one I have, it doesn't record in stereo. It records only through the left channel. So
Man, I got wasted.
So when I was using Elgato, the audio from the microphone would only come through the left channel. So we're using this this program because it lets me make it mono.
Yeah. You gotta get a second microphone. Record 2 channels, have stereo audio.
Yeah. Alright.
2chan.
Someone else asked how our days have been. We already answered that. I do expect to eventually get a bunch of repeat questions.
Of course.
But
That's why I was saying you could organize it in some sort of submission system.
Digi bro, that's the wrong brother. Where's the quirky one from the videos? Quirky one.
What, Shade? Is he a
Shade
quirky
or
one?
Victor? I think you're quirkier than Shade.
In real life.
Yeah, I've got 2 brothers. Victor here. Shade. We might see him later if he decides to come up here. Do you still play Terra / did you ever get into the World of Warcraft?
The World of Warcraft.
I never really, or rather, I haven't really played Terra in a long time. Because for me, I basically got to the level cap and then didn't want to do anything else because I played solo, and I wasn't really into the idea of like min-maxing. I hate all the fucking busy work at the end of an MMO because like people do raids, but no one wants you in their raid unless you have good gear, and so you have to go fucking grind for gear, and like keeping track of the numbers and stuff is just beyond my ability to care. Like, for me, the fun of Terra was I ran out and I fucking slapped shit with a big sword, and I was an adorable pink-haired fashionista, as my title was, and that was that. And I, like, after I got to the level cap, I did dailies for like a couple weeks, and I was like, okay, I'm pretty much done. Like, there's nothing really left to do. I've played like little bits here and there since then, like with other classes and stuff like that. But part of the reason I haven't played it in a long time is that it takes up like 30 or 40 gigs to have it on your computer, and I use a lot of space because I have a solid state drive which only has 250 gigs on the hard drive. Everything else is on my like external that's 3 terabytes. And so I have Terra on my external, but if I wanted to play it, I'd have to put it on my computer, and it takes up so much space that I just like can't justify it for something I don't play that often. So that's why I haven't been playing it a lot lately. As for World of Warcraft, we were playing it in like '06, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I lasted a few years with that.
It was whenever the first expansion came out.
I started playing it again with the new expansion, and me and Donsod leveled up all the way to level 60 extremely fast, and then we were going to level 70. I think we got to level 70, and we're on our way through the 80s, and then, like, I just stopped playing. Because I had just had a free trial that he got me when we were playing together.
Burning Crusade was the first one, right? The first expansion?
Yeah.
With the green...
Yeah, we joined in on Burning Crusade.
Yeah, we joined around the Burning Crusade, and I never got past, like, level... I think the highest I ever got was level 18.
Literally, I remember when I first started playing the game, I had only ever played Ragnarok before as an MMO, so I didn't realize that the essential way of leveling up in the game was the quest system.
Right.
And so I would just go out and farm monsters. So I was like level 30 something from farming monsters. And like I just spent hours and hours and hours farming velociraptors in like some area because I didn't realize that you were supposed to be questing.
Very sad.
Very big dipshit.
Yeah. I played when I was playing WoW back in like '06, because the only class I liked, or the only race I liked, was the undead. And it's funny because of playing undead, I was like I was pretty into like zombies and the undead at the time. Yeah. This was right before
it got
zombies got like crazy blown out of proportion. Like Shaun of the Dead was like new. You know, there was no Walking Dead. There was no like I think the Dawn of the Dead remake was like had just come out. So like zombies were just starting to like become a thing again. And like or for the first time rather. And I was playing undead, and I was like really into zombies for just like a brief period of time, and then they got so blown out of proportion that I never wanted to see zombies again.
This became annoying.
But yeah, I would play undead, and I loved the starting area for the undead because I loved the aesthetic of it, and I loved playing those quests. So I played through the whole starting country of the undead, and that gets you up to like level 11, and I would play it while listening to Opeth and fucking Agaloch and Mastodon, like all these cool extreme metal bands that I was into at the time, and it was always like this epic feeling. Especially like Opeth and Undead just went so well together, you know. And I can like vividly remember what that country looks like, because what happened was after I beat the Undead place and went to the next area, I didn't like it anymore because like the two places that you could go were like the plains and the orc area, and like both of them were just kind of lame and didn't have the same aesthetic at all. So I played through that first country, like I would make new undead characters, and I played through there like at least 3 times, and I just would always get sick of it when I tried to level up any further.
Yeah.
But I have friends who are big time WoW players. Our friend Donson was one of those who was able to sell his accounts for like $400.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Best story from that was he sold his WoW account for $400, and the guy who bought it from him got busted like using it for like some kind of monetary thing that was not legal in the game.
Yeah.
So they busted him and they gave the account back to Donson. So he got the $400 from that guy, and he got his account back and was able to sell it again. So he made like $800 total off of his thing. All right, next question. Oh, shit, I lost my place. Okay. Yeah. I haven't, like, someone says they just joined because they saw my analysis of Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Nice.
I'll probably say a lot more about that when I actually finish it. I'm only 28 episodes in. Some people that I follow on Twitter have been doing a group watch of Legend of the Galactic Heroes, where they watch 2 episodes every Sunday, and they just watched episode 28. So I'm probably going to continue the show next weekend and maybe follow it along with the. Why the fuck is the chat now moving on its own? I don't want this. I want to move it myself. Anyway. What's the most emotional scene that you have ever seen in an anime? Emotional in terms of, like...
The feels? Or, like...
Like, yeah, in terms of feels or in terms of, like, them making it emotional. Because, like, Clannad has a bunch of scenes that are, like, overblown emotion. You will cry because we have made it... Manufactured a crying environment. Victor is now texting.
This is about you. It's not about
right.
the game. I can't not text for 24 hours.
Yeah,
so
no.
And a lot of this has been work related.
Shit, was I talking about? Right. A most emotional scene. In terms of scenes that have made me really emotional in the past, the very last scene from Manabi Strait, I had a complete mental breakdown after seeing the first time. But mostly because of what I was going through in life at the time. Because I was depressed and I was going into the 11th grade. And, like, I was trying to do all kinds of stuff. And the way that the ending of Manabi Strait happened just ruined me. Gurren Lagann, last stretch of episodes is really emotional.
So powerful.
Eureka 7's last episode.
Oh my god.
Last 2 episodes,
just
really.
Wreck everything. Really, the scene with the Nemine and the other guys.
Yeah.
One of the most powerful scenes.
The big one. Dominic is his name.
Yeah. Dominique. Dominique
what's
de
something that
Caco.
made me emotional recently?
Ooh.
Shirobako.
Yeah.
The last episode of that has a particular scene that's just like... I guess there's like one in the second to last and one in the last episode. Like scenes that just were... Because they were built up to so perfectly that when you see it, you're like, ah!
Yeah.
So that made me pretty emotional recently.
My favorite scene of that show is just when the director goes into that,
the Shoryu belly scene?
Yeah.
Where he does all the Street Fighter attacks using his belly?
Yes. Just the whole, when he's fucking invading that place to talk to that writer. Yeah. I was just like, this is the coolest fucking thing.
Did you catch that it was all Street Fighter moves
yeah.
that he was using? That was insanity. Okay. I guess I didn't give one most emotional scene, but those are some good examples. Favorite anime opening song? Opening song? Because if it's OP, like song and video, then it would be different from if it's just the song. My favorite OP in general is probably the third Eureka 7 OP.
I had a feeling it was going to be that one.
Yeah, Taiyo no Manaka-e. Because the video is also super emotional. Because it's like, they didn't make it like an OP. It's just a fucking scene. It's a full-on scene that they set this amazing song
It's basically the same as the scene from the show. That
it's similar to... Well, it's sort of like an amalgamation of, like, the episode 26 scene and the episode 50 scene, or like a little bit of both. But yeah, it's a full-on emotional scene with a really emotional song set to it. There's one OP, the opening of F: A Tale of Memories.
Shit.
I love for the context because
frame rate drops are ridiculous.
Like
right
the whole show with F: A Tale of Memories. The opening theme is in English. I mean, yeah, the whole opening theme's in English. Kind of badly sung, but I like it, right?
Yeah.
And then in the last episode, the OP it's a Japanese version of the same song, and then the video is changed in subtle ways that I won't spoil if anyone intends to watch the show, but those subtle changes, when I saw them the first time, made me cry. I cried from an OP because of that. Just the context of it was perfect. But if I had to pick my favorite song from an OP... Fuck. That's really hard.
Yeah.
The opening for... It might be the opening for... Denpa
gonna try
Onna
to kill
to
the
Seishun
tough guy.
Otoko, which is the
Yeah.
Shinsei Kamate-chan song that got me into Shinsei Kamate-chan. Os Uchuji.
Oh, this is so bad. Look at this. Just drops. Frame rate drops. Oh, this is disorienting.
I'd say, yeah, that might have to be my favorite opening song, because it's not my favorite Shinsei Kamate-chan song, but it's like every time I hear it, I love it.
Yeah,
So, and it's one of the
fantastic.
few anime openings that I like really
You never get
listen
sick
to
of
all
it,
the
too.
time. The Lane opening is one that's always been on my iPod. The Berserk opening's always been on my iPod.
Oh my god, perfect.
Tell me why, tell me why, tell
I love the
me
ones
what
that are
you
good
want.
songs without the
Don't know
context
why,
of the
don't know
anime.
why, don't know why
Where it's like the song
you're
from the Gurren Lagann opening, I only like it in the context of being
Yeah, I
Gurren
don't-
Lagann's
I don't
opening.
like it as a song,
Like if I don't
usually.
imagine Gurren Lagann while I listen to it, I don't really care about
Yeah.
it. But something like the Berserk opening, it's its own standalone song.
But the Gurren Lagann endings are both good songs.
Oh
though,
yeah,
right?
fuck yeah.
Alright, I hope that answers the question somewhat. If I get asked that question again, I'll just keep going on about other songs I like. Was it Gilgamesh? I'm guessing you mean in regards to when I got that Skype ad? I don't know, I never answered it. Will you stream more on this Twitch channel in the future? Probably, but probably exactly as infrequently as I do it now. Streaming's hard to organize because my connection is not always good. It's a small miracle that my connection has gotten to be good enough that I can stream now. Lately, I haven't been having the same connection problems I've had in the past. This game looks like fucking shit right now on the TV. The frame rate is just
chugging.
non-existent. I don't even know why it's that bad. It wasn't that bad when I was
I don't really get it.
It might be because of the streaming.
Yeah.
But,
I don't understand how it affects it, but, you know, I'm not a computer guy.
yeah. Shit, I forgot what I was answering. Oh, yeah. Will I stream more?
Woo!
Yes, but not often. And I can't play video games and talk at the same time, which is why Victor's doing
I
it.
feel like we could stream Digibro sometime.
Yeah, but there's no point because we can just record Digi Bros. So, like, there's no real reason to stream it when it's just an extra hassle and the video doesn't come out as good, you know?
True.
Like, this is an event, so that makes it worth it. And I've tried to do, like, streaming stuff where I play, like, just play a game and talk and stuff, but, like, I can't answer the chat and play a game at the same time, so it's just not really, it doesn't work out much. I'm not very good at video games. How much are you waiting for Haruhi Season 3? Fun fact, never finished Season 2. I never watched The Endless Eight. And
they
not...
were going to do Season 3.
I don't think they are.
Yeah.
There's no plan for it. But, like, Haruhi... I was really into the first season when it aired. And then when Season 2 came out, it was like... I think I just hadn't seen Season 1 in, like, a while, and...
I just heard about The Endless Eight, and I didn't want to watch that.
Yeah, well, because, like, I watched the first episode of Season 2 when it came out, and then, like, shortly thereafter, the Endless Eight started, and yeah, I was watching the circus that was the anime community when that was happening, where every single episode of it, people were like, no way this is happening, I can't believe this is real, and it just went on and on for 8 fucking weeks. But I never got around to finishing Season 2. I did watch the Disappearance movie, but I never watched Season 2, so I still intend to someday. I will probably try to watch all of Endless Eight, but I don't promise I'll get through it. Some people swear by the idea that it's a fucking masterpiece.
Of course.
Remember that drunk SAO comment video? Yes, I do. This is probably because I'm only right now at the point in the chat where we were addressing what the worst comment I ever got was. So.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
That far behind?
Oh yeah, I've been staying like at the beginning. Like.
Oh, you're behind it. I thought it was you at the video.
No. I've scrolled up through the.
So you're just going
chat.
through the chat. See, that's what I was saying. Get the question somewhere else because now you can't respond to what they're responding to with the questions. I don't know.
Well, I've got another thing open that's showing me what they're saying now.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
reading it, but I do have it there.
Do your thing, Do your thing.
Yeah, like they haven't even you apparently at the point I'm at in the chat, you haven't even finished the character creation.
Oh
Will you
God.
still make that video on anime from 1991?
Dude, look, my sword is missing.
I certainly hope so. It's been sitting on my,
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck is
Oh,
happening?
hell yeah.
Why is this happening?
I don't know, but I'm very satisfied.
Oh, God.
Sweet.
The 1991 video has been sitting on my fucking desktop all this time. The reasons I haven't edited it has a lot to do with the needing files, because I talk about like 30 shows in there, and most of them I don't have downloaded, and the only place that has these shows is BakaBT, which is a torrent site that has everything, and it's always well seeded. The problem with BakaBT is you have to keep up a seed ratio of like 50% or higher. Jesus, Victor,
It looks like
calm down.
The pose the bikers do in Yoapedo when they win the race and they go, yeah! He's just got this perpetual victory fist going on. Oh my god, I love this. He just needs a fist bump really bad. Just walking around waiting for a fist bump.
That's hilarious.
Someone bro fist me. Come on, bro.
Anyways,
Gonna leave you hanging.
on BakaBT, you have to keep up a good seed ratio, and the problem is that most of those shows that I was trying to download for that video, no one is leeching them. So I can't seed them because no one is leeching the video. And then I tried to download like season 1 of Log Horizon and like just to seed it, and no one would seed from me because my connection was too shitty. So like I can't keep my ratio high enough on BakaBT to download all these fucking shows that I need for this video. And so I just haven't tried. Like, I'm sure I could get around it by using different computers and stuff.
No, my sword turned up.
And doing shit like that. But, like, it's just such a hassle for a video that's weird, and I don't know if it appeals to anyone. Mm-hmm. Like, at this point, people are only going to watch it because they've heard about it for so long that they need to see it.
That's why the frame rate's wrong, because I'm on the fucking, I'm online.
But it's like 30 minutes long and completely unscripted, so yeah, okay. Moving along. I like swords. That's the best fucking comment from that was from the Sword Art Online Part 1 video.
Oh no.
Or, like when I read the comments, one comment was just, I like swords.
Oh, Sword Art Online commenters.
Alright, yeah, can you play this offline?
No, don't sign it. Fuck.
What type of questions are viable? Anything? Yes, anything is viable. What are some of your favorite Western cartoons and why? Rick and Morty is my favorite show right now, like ever, because it's perfect. Every episode is hilarious, and a lot of them are really thought-provoking and interesting. It goes all the way with sci-fi concepts. There's constantly shit happening. It's so dense. Every frame just has so many details.
So dense.
So I'm really into Rick and Morty. Steven Universe is great. Obviously, My Little Pony, I've been a huge fan of because that was my entire channel for like 2 years. Though I don't really like season 5. I know I'm going to get asked about that later, though.
I'm going to quit the game and try to sign out of PSN.
What are some of my other favorite Western cartoons? Stuff that's not airing. Oh, Venture Brothers. Yeah. Metalocalypse was fun. At least, especially in the beginning. So yeah, I guess that's my answer. I'm not super into Western cartoons, but I like some of them. Question. For spring 2015, you listed Show by Rock as one of the anime you were interested in. Thoughts on it? I loved it, and thanks for pointing it out for me. Honestly, I only made it through 3 episodes of that, because maybe 4, because it just didn't seem like it was going anywhere. Like, with the first episode, there was like this huge battle that was pretty cool. And then, like, at the end of the episode, I had no idea where it was going to go. And then the next few episodes were just, like, weird, random shit. That was, like, them fighting other idol groups and, like, all this confusing stuff. And that never brought up the battles again. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on in this show? And I also, like, the way the characters look, like, each one individually is a great character design, but when they're all standing next to each other, it's just too much. Like, there's so much visual fucking shit going on when they're all together. It makes my head hurt to watch. But the main character girl is definitely one of the cutest character designs of all time. Um,
Very clean.
Generic anime number 3 sounds pretty good. I think I'd like to watch it. Who are your favorite YouTubers? Fuck me. Hold on. Let's go to YouTube and open up my subscriptions.
Why did they let me go offline? Dickhole. That's not me. I'm stream cunt.
No, Dickhole's the one I made for testing. Let's go to my subscriptions and see who my favorite YouTubers are. Alright. Adam Johnston of Your Movie Sucks, I'm a big fan of. I love him as... I actually like him more like as a personality than as a video maker sometimes. I think all of his YMS videos are great. I don't always agree with like his overall stance on criticism in films. Yeah. But I like him as a guy. And he seems to like me too. So we're best friends. Tales of Mere Existence is a great channel. I know you like that a lot.
Oh yeah, he's one of my favorites. For a very long time.
Alex Kramer, the brother of Barry Kramer from Game Grumps. Alex Kramer has... Every year he makes a video for Barry's birthday, and they're always the greatest video of all time. I can't wait for Victor to turn 23 so I can send him the first one and sing it to you. I have to learn all the lyrics, and I'll just serenade you in your sleep, and you'll be really annoyed, and you'll hate me forever. It'll be great. Anime Addicts was pretty good. He's unfortunately put his channel on indefinite hiatus, but he made some great Your Movie Sucks style videos about anime. Best Guy Ever, my good friend Nate, formerly of the Two Best Brothers Bitch About Ponies, or I guess he still is of them, but they haven't been making videos because they're out of season. But he has a channel called Best Guy Ever. Everyone should subscribe to it because he's got like a 45-minute Gurren Lagann analysis that's going to come out in the next few days. So you definitely want to be subscribed to Best Guy Ever when his Gurren Lagann analysis comes out. He already has one video about Gurren Lagann that is phenomenal. That's more of a music video. But yeah, he's got a huge analysis coming soon.
Come on, Toshi, come on, Toshi.
CGP Grey is pretty great for like informative videos. Looking for favorites. I don't want to just list everybody I'm subscribed to. Death Grips.
Oh yes,
great YouTubers,
best YouTubers.
Really. I mean, that's where all their music videos come out. Demolition D is probably the best anime YouTuber whose name isn't Digi Bro.
True.
And he's also a pretty cool guy.
Shit.
Let's see. Of course, Endless Jess, the drowning in horseshoes, footwear kayfabe king.
The footwear man.
Who's one of my best friends and also probably my favorite YouTuber ever. If you're not following Endless Jess, you need to be following Endless Jess. He also has a channel called My Japanese Animes that's all about anime.
Yeah.
Which are these really irreverent, crazy, psychotic, hilarious reviews of anime from the perspective of someone who is obviously into anime, but not at all interested in the culture of anime whatsoever. So they're a lot of fun to watch. Ego Raptor, longtime fan of him. The sequelitis videos are what inspired me to start making analysis videos on the internet, as opposed to just blog posts. And I love Game Grumps. I watch it every single day. I have seen almost every episode of Game Grumps ever. So I'm also a huge fan of Dan Avidan. Ninja Sex Party's great.
Dan Avidan.
So yeah, everything to do with the Game Grumps.
Is that his name? Dan Avidan?
Yeah. Danny Sexbang is Dan Avidan. His name isn't
Dan Sexbang?
No. I've ruined your dreams.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And of course, John Tron. Great too. Errant Signal. I haven't liked his videos as much lately because I feel like he kind of exhausted most of the best ideas he had early on. But he was a huge influence on me to start making videos because after I saw Sequelitis, I went, man, I'm not funny and I can't do animation, so maybe I'll never make it as a YouTuber. And then I saw errant signal, and I went, oh, I can do exactly that. Like, that's pretty much just reading an essay and then putting fucking game footage on top of it, so I'm good for that. Every Frame of Painting is a fucking phenomenal analysis channel, probably one of the best analytical channels on YouTube. His body of work is not huge yet, but it's...
all of them are
everything's
really good,
amazing.
so.
Every video he's made is fucking incredible. And will
More
continue to be,
video
I'm
essays.
sure. I know what he's working on right now is a video called Vancouver Never Plays Itself.
I was glad
like,
he introduced me to the word video essay, or the term, and I was like, that is exactly what these videos are.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying video essay. It should be obvious.
I've known that term before.
I didn't know the term until he said it.
Yeah, and you once described Every Frame of Painting as teaching you more than what you've learned in 4 years of film school or something like that.
In one video, he'll teach you more about cinematography.
Right. Because film school doesn't teach you much about cinematography, oddly.
Well, my shitty film school.
Right.
I'm sure there are better film schools that teach you a lot more.
Fine Game Bitches is a fucking hilarious channel that I feel like...
a little redundant, but...
it is redundant, but I always enjoy it. Like,
yeah. I haven't watched them in a while.
I feel like Fine Game Bitches will never get big because, A, it's, like... I think everyone likes it, but you can't admit you like it.
Of course.
Because it's so, like... it's totally chauvinistic.
Yes.
And I mean, like, that's the joke.
I mean, it's ironic, but
at the same time...
it's hard to explain.
It is. It's totally chauvinistic.
Yes.
But it's really hilarious. It's just videos about hot game girls, and they're pretty fucking funny.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to advertise them in the current like climate of
definitely.
like, you know, of like feminism and stuff like that. Really difficult to like. I don't think there's anything wrong with this kind of video existing.
Yeah.
It's just that this is not the climate for it to exist in to get big in, you know. Let's see. Give and Take, another one of my good friends who, I should say Hypocrite, because Give and Take was his name as a pony guy, but now he's doing video game analysis as Hypocrite, and those videos are fantastic.
Pretty good.
Goat Jesus, pretty great analytical anime guy who I'm also friends with. This dude, Grant Bodette, hasn't been active for the last 2 years, but he used to do these analytical videos about My Little Pony's animation that were really in-depth and taught me a lot about like how Flash works and like how they animate Flash shows. So if you're interested in that, definitely check him out. He was around before the whole analysis thing on My Little Pony. Like before it became a thing, he was doing that. Hot Diggity Demon's a fun channel. Hyperbit Heroes pretty good for video game review stuff. Innuendo Studios is pretty great. That's the guy who did the This Is Phil Fish video, and he's since come back and started doing full analysis videos, and they've all been pretty great. I already said John Tron. Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
Oh, hell yeah.
Phenomenal. I mean, it's mostly a TV show, but they upload all their
I mean,
shit
they
to
put
YouTube,
all the
so-
best stuff on YouTube, and then there's web exclusive, so it may as well be a YouTube channel.
Yeah, and every video from Last Week Tonight is always fantastic.
Enlightening shit.
Maddox, huge fan of Maddox.
Classic.
Big fan of the podcast Biggest Problem in the Universe as well. Matthew Matosis, phenomenal fucking YouTube analysis guy, makes huge form videos about games that are all amazing. And someone asked me if I follow Mother's Basement. Yes, I do. He's pretty great. That guy is growing at a rate that I've never seen someone grow before because he found the perfect niche. It's a guy who's analyzing anime OPs. Like super in-depth analysis of anime OPs. Like certain OPs like that have like all this symbolism and like meaning in it that I would never pick up on because I don't pay. In spite of how I'm known for analysis, I'm not very good with symbolism. Like,
you don't understand metaphors?
Like what's his name? Werner Herzog.
Werner Herzog. You're the Werner Herzog of anime.
Yeah, I mean, I get symbolism sometimes, but I don't like pay a lot of attention to it because it's usually like symbolism is just telling you what the plot is already telling you. Like it's just reinforcing what is already in the story. So like it is interesting when this guy breaks down OPs for him to say like this is what this thing in the OP is signifying about the story, and I'm like, okay, that's definitely true. it doesn't teach me anything new about the show, but it's interesting to see how much thought is put into the
Yeah.
OPs. But all of his videos are hugely popular because everyone can relate. He always picks like popular shows and stuff,
Yeah.
you know, and like he's only been around for like 2 months and he's got like 10,000 subscribers. The dude is like popping off big time. Reddit loves him. Movie Bub, I've always been a fan of his videos about movies, not any of his videos about video games. Mr. B-Tongue, possibly the greatest analytical person on YouTube ever. Mr. B-Tongue's videos about gaming are the most fascinating things and probably some of the best written videos ever.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean, full stop. I'm a huge fan of Mr. B-Tongue. I think he has the most rewatchable video, aside from the fact that his audio quality is garbage. Like, I've rewatched like his whole library like a bunch of times because they're just so fascinating. Neil X, a good friend of mine who runs the Elements of Brony series that I don't know if it'll ever reach its epic conclusion, but he's been working on it for 2 fucking years, and they're great videos. Just no one cares anymore. The Nerd Writer has been making some phenomenal videos lately. He has really raised the bar for editing for analysis videos to a place that I'm scared I can't reach. Let's see. PBS Idea Channel I've been watching for a really long time. I think their videos lately have gotten to a point where I never understand what the fuck he's talking about anymore.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, what are you on about? Like, he just made a video on Rick and Morty, and I was just like, "This, you've told me nothing. Like, I don't understand what the fuck."
Yeah,
you're talking
the idea
about.
looked confusing, and I didn't even watch it.
Yeah, it's
About how he's like the perfect scientist or something.
Yeah, it was really weird. Red Letter Media, huge fan of them. Mr. Plinkett reviews are the greatest thing ever. I watch all of Half in the Bag.
From the bag.
Half in the Bag. Fuck movies. Solo Travel Blog is one that I've been a huge fan of lately. Introduced to him by Game Grumps, and that channel never stops being entertaining for me. Super Bunny Hop is one of my favorite channels. I see Super Bunny Hop as the me of video games. Like,
Yeah.
there's no channel that more closely resembles what I do than Super Bunny Hop. I think he does it slightly better than I do because he's more journalistic and he definitely puts more effort into the quality of the video itself. But he's very similar to me, and I really like his channel. Tamashi Hiroka makes very fun Pokemon videos. The Devu has been making great videos lately, and he edits mine, and he's great. The Needle Drop, the ultimate music review channel, the only one I've ever needed, and I've watched probably thousands of Needle Drop videos because he puts them out every fucking day.
Of course.
And Yahtzee, last but not least. I watch Yahtzee's Let's Plays on his YouTube channel. So that probably took like 20 minutes to answer, but those are my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The chat progressed so far, I can't even get back to where I was anymore.
See,
Wait, can I
I
do
wish
it
I could
over
read
here?
the chat. I want to see what people are saying.
Yeah, I can't go back far enough to see the rest of what people asked.
Set up a box to get the questions.
Well, people can re-ask their questions. You can see on screen whether or not your question was cut off. So
Four question askers here.
Oh shit!
That's all
And
chaos.
oh god, more people are messaging and now they're disappearing off screen. Okay, we're gonna
Son
have to
of
go
a
over
bitch.
here. Oh fuck! I'm like losing questions by the second. Can you do a video on Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? We're going with that as the next question. Oh my god, they're just coming in too fast.
There's some poor
Guys,
guy
stop
who
talking
just
so
knew
much.
his question was next, man, and now he's
Well,
so sad.
I can go all the way back to this question here, and it doesn't seem to be making me lose anything, like on the main screen. But over here, I'm losing stuff constantly,
shit.
and I can't tell which one's further back. Shit. Alright, well, we'll answer the question about Full Metal Alchemist, and I'm just going to start picking questions more randomly instead of doing them in order, because we're going to be here all day anyways.
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist. I actually wrote the first paragraph of a video about it last night. but I couldn't decide if I wanted to keep going with it. I want to cover Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood because two of my biggest videos that still get a lot of views are my One Piece video and my Hunter x Hunter video, because people really like it when you justify the incredible popularity of a long-running shonen manga.
Yes.
And I like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, so I could easily write about it just as well as I did about Hunter x Hunter and One Piece. So, if I write about Fullmetal Alchemist, it will probably be about how Brotherhood is the ultimate anime. Because Brotherhood has everything that anime fans have been asking for forever.
Yeah.
Like, I've spent 15 years reading anime blogs, forums, fucking, like, message boards, reviews, comments, and everything people always say they want from anime is exactly what Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood gives them.
Yeah.
It's like, it's got a... Because people always say, like, they like anime for long-form storytelling. It's 70 episodes long. They like it for adult themes that you can't get in children's cartoons. It's got themes of, like, genocide and war and shit. They like it for great action scenes. It's got great action scenes. They like it for, you know, multi-dimensional characters who have big arcs. Well, it's got a shitload of, you know, simultaneous subplots, big arcs going on. People like... people always complain about anime not having a good ending or having, like, a truncated ending. Yeah. And this one has a 14-episode climax.
Fucking ending.
A 14-episode climax and a full episode's worth of resolution that tells you what happens to every character afterwards. Yep. People always complain about stuff not being faithful to the manga. This one's pretty fucking faithful to the manga. So, yeah, I think Brotherhood is basically everything that everyone wanted.
Look, okay. the dragon can't breathe fire. Okay, there we fucking go. Why wasn't he doing it?
Alright.
When will
Digi shave? I shave all the time, but only the neck. I shave my neck so it doesn't itch, and because my neck beard tends to grow out longer than my regular beard, and that looks awful. Once I figured that out, like a year or two ago, that my beard would look better if I just shaved the neck, then I like having the beard. I don't look right without a beard. Go watch some videos of me without a beard. I look like some, like, 12-year-old or something. Like, like, I look like a weirdo. I don't like it. I don't like how I look without the beard. I think the beard matches my aesthetic better and, like, who I am as a person. So, yeah, I like the beard. What are my thoughts about communism? I don't think I understand communism well enough to give a nuanced reply about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Digi, how large is your big old penis flopping around? Are we gonna do it? I'm having a waking nightmare. I'm seeing colors in the sky. Everyone wants to know about me, but they don't know about my big old penis flopping around. It's 3 big feet of pleasure. Put it in your mouth and put it in your vagina. Everyone's having a real good time when they're hanging around my big floppy penis. Can't quite stroke it very fast. Covering 3 feet of skin with your hands is not very easy. Here's how fast I can jack my whole dick.
Didn't even know the song was so long. Wait, yeah, I did.
That includes the back and forth motion. Let's do it again. Ha ha. That's how fast I can jack my peen. Watching all these watching all these, like, questions disappearing while I'm singing this song. Everyone thinks that they have seen my penis.
What you need is
but they haven't.
You need a third person.
Because if they had,
to be your comment
they'd
secretary.
shit themselves. Everyone today believes in me. They believe in you.
You need someone writing down all the questions that pop up.
Alright, here's a question that I know is going to come up more. Someone asked, when are you going to do more Evangelion analysis?
No.
The thing about Ava is that I deliberately went in with no plan except that I would only release videos on Sundays. And the reason I released videos on Sundays is that if I had kept it up, or if I continue it, then it would eventually a video would come out the day that Ava started in Japan, because it started on like September 18th or something, 1995.
No.
So, or let me look up whatever the Sunday is.
I think it's the 19th.
It's either the 9th or the 16th.
Right.
One of those days is when Ava started airing in Japan in 1995, so I would have had a video come out on the 20th anniversary. I don't know if that'll still happen, but for a long time, I've wanted to do an Ava video, and I was always in the mindset that it had to be, like, huge and cover everything, because, like, why do it if it's not going to be the ultimate Ava analysis? So for a while, I was planning to do this podcast series. And, like, I had already, like, fully planned this and even invited people to do it, but I've since canceled the idea. I was going to do a series of podcasts where I was going to talk about each episode of the show would have its own podcast, and I'd bring on guests like Demolition D or Nino or Goat Jesus and stuff, and talk to them about that particular episode. And then once I had done every episode, I would write a full book on Ava, like just a whole book about it. And the reason I wanted to do it that way is that when I watched Goat Jesus and Demolition D's videos about Evangelion, I learned things that I did not know. Like, Demo's video shows like all the parallels where like the first angel battle that Shinji has is reflected in the way that Misato grabs his head, like at the dinner table, like it's the same shot. Like weird parallels like that I didn't know about. Goat Jesus analyzing the Until You Come to Me short from the Animator Expo about Evangelion, which to me had just been a bunch of pictures that meant nothing. He analyzed that shit, and I was like, I didn't know any of this. I have no idea what you're talking about. So that was why I was like, well, if I'm going to talk Ava, I have to talk to other people about it. And it just was so blown out of proportion in my head that it got to a point where it's like, I'm never going to do this. Like, I'm never going to tackle it because it's too big. So then I thought, well, what if instead I just rewatch Evangelion, and every time I have an idea, I'll make a video out of it. And so I started rewatching it, and just, like, after episode 1, I was like, well, let's do a video about animation cuts. And after episode 2, I was like, let's do a video about the structure of the episode, you know? So there was no, like, concerted plan to watch the, like, to do every episode or anything like that. There was no, like... It was just, whenever I have an idea for a video, let's make it. And then after doing the first 4, like, I like those videos and everyone else likes those videos, but, like, I just wasn't super enthusiastic about doing more at the time. I want to do, like, other stuff. And a big part of it is that, for me, the videos I am the most motivated to do are the ones that only I could do. Like, the videos that no one, like, about stuff no one else is talking about. So, like, when it came to Nanoha, I was like, no one's gonna make a franchise retrospective of Nanoha. It will not happen. Because it's not a great show. But it's interesting, and it has an interesting history that, you know, deserves to be talked about. Don't you have a bunch of, the resin shit?
No.
You
wait,
should.
what?
You should
resin?
have, like...
I thought you were supposed to use some fire bombs.
Yeah, but you should have 3 things that make it fire on your sword. That's what I used to beat him.
Is it the Old Spice? No.
No. Turpentine.
There we go. Yeah. Dope!
Anyway.
Thanks, bro.
Whoa, he healed himself. I didn't know he could do that.
I think it's just if he makes more dudes.
Anyways, yeah. So, I like doing shows that I know nobody else is going to cover. Or, like, that anime... Like, what anime and anime say about anime. Like, that was a concept no one else could possibly have done, because I came up with it, like, out of the ether, because I was rereading a fucking 10-year-old manga and had this idea. And so, like, that's why I was, like, I edited that video super fast and, like, really energetically. And ordinarily I hate editing, but it was just, like, such a fun concept that I really wanted to edit it. So, so with Ava, I feel like I have all the time in the world to cover it, because everyone's talking about it. It's never going to stop being relevant. There's no rush, even though it is, you know, right now it's the 20th anniversary of Ava, so it's a great time to be talking about it. And possibly 4.0 will come out at the end of the year.
You defeated.
But I don't know. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it is taking all my attention. Whereas there's other things I'd like to do that are more me.
Son of a bitch.
All right, here's a question. I tend to think Dot Hack is basically the better SAO, and Yu Yu Hakusho is the better Bleach. What are your opinions relating on those two pairs? Dot Hack is better than SAO, but not by a whole lot, in my opinion. I think Dot Hack is a very boring show that's very badly made. It's a B-Train show, so that's not surprising. B-Train is a fun studio that I have a whole blog dedicated to hating called I Hate B-Train. Although at this point it's more of like a weird love relationship. Because B-Train is a studio that was not necessarily made to make good shows. They were made by this guy, what's his name? Mashimo, Koichi Mashimo, I think is his name. Mashimo Koichi made this studio as a hospital, as he called it, because he had been in the hospital for like after getting in an accident, and he said he wanted to make a studio where they would take like new animators and people whose career wasn't doing that well, I guess, and put them at this studio so they could just like learn and rest and have like a good time making anime. The result of that is the animation quality of their shows is garbage because no one knows what they're doing. And they tend to have stupid stories. And Mashimo Koichi himself directs every show, and the scripts are made by they get drunk and they come up with ideas. They said that they came up with the plot of Mad Lax by everybody got drunk at a meeting and came up with an idea of how the main characters of Mad Lax would be connected.
Course. Did I just fucking log into the fucking PlayStation Network shit again?
Probably.
Fuck my ass.
Bleh. Someone says, Victor, you are so easygoing. So anyways.
What's their name? I feel like it's probably out or something.
It says Weird Owl.
Weird Owl.
So yeah.
Oh shit!
Jesus Christ.
Motherfucker! It's getting mugged right off the bat. Anyway,
yeah, so B-Train's a funny studio, and I think most of their shows are pretty shit. They usually have like Dot Hack Sign is a pretty good first episode, and then like right after that it falls apart. And the opening is great.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, the Dot Hack Sign soundtrack is probably my favorite soundtrack in anime history. I even made a rap song over one of the tracks, the song Open on my SoundCloud, where I rapped over Open My Heart. Very big fan of Yuki Kajiura's soundtrack for that show. But I think Log Horizon's the better SAO and Dot Hack. Log Horizon is the best MMO anime that does and probably ever will exist, because it's all about exploring the concept of the MMO. Like, that's the point of the show. It's not a mystery set inside of an MMO. It's not a death game set inside of an MMO. It's a show about MMORPGs and their worlds and their systems and how people would live inside of a system like that. So I don't think it can be topped as an MMO show. Okay. Okay. Seen any Go Nagai shows? Not a lot. I have a really hard time getting into like 70s and early 80s anime because it oftentimes the pacing is very slow and not a lot happens in each episode. Like with older anime, it tends to be like there's big dramatic memorable moments, but they're like really spread apart, and like the average episode is just about nothing, and they're very repetitive, and I have a hard time making it through those kinds of shows. And Go Nagai, just the universes of his shows, like there's like 100 Mazinger shows that are like all of them have different continuities. You have to figure out which one's in which continuity and what the fuck's going on. I would like to finish Shin Mazinger, like Shin Mazinger Shogeki Z-Hen, the one by Imagawa. You watched all of that, didn't you?
Yeah.
It's pretty great,
it's
right?
Great, yeah.
Whoa! The one Go Nagai thing I have consumed is the Devilman manga, which was fantastic. I love Devilman. It's the best like apocalypse in anime. Okay. Did you send that Pony Frost video to Antoine Fandango? No, I didn't.
Antoine Fandango.
I did not do that. Oh man, I forgot about that Pony Frost song.
Antoine Fandango.
Was made by my friend Jason Mikeska, who will probably be in this chat sometime.
Jason Mikeska.
Let's see. What is the sickest / coolest thing about Kyoto Animation? For me, Kyoto Animation is all about the attention to detail. It's about, like, how much they try to make their worlds feel real and make their characters feel like they really exist in those worlds. So, like, when you watch K-On!, it's a real school. Like, it literally is a real school that it takes place in, that they based all the images on. Their houses look real, everything looks real, and because they exist in a real world, they feel more like real people. And I think you can get away with a fantasy world if it's a more fantasy-like show. Like, for instance, Princess Tutu has an interesting setting where, like, the backgrounds are very sparse and you don't get a lot of details, but it's kind of the point, because it's like a weird fairy tale world where fantasy and reality collide and nothing really makes a lot of sense and anything can happen. But like, I think for shows like K-On!, like slice of life shows, it feels better when the world feels real. And I was making a comparison against Love Live a couple nights ago, because I tried to watch the first 3 episodes of Love Live and I did not enjoy it. A lot of it because it feels so weird and tacky and unreal. And people were telling me, like, that's the point. They're like, oh, well, Love Live is, like, silly. It's just supposed to be, like, a music video type thing. But I don't like that. It doesn't appeal to me as much. And the complaints I was having is, like, there's one scene in episode 2 where the girl's, like, says to the other girl, like, they're talking about, like, trying to have, like, these mini skirts on their idol costumes. And the one girl's like, you know, I'm not wearing that. And she says, oh, well, your thighs aren't that thick, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem. And she says, oh, look who's talking. And the girl pats her legs, like, to test her thickness. And when she does this, in the shot, you can clearly see she has, like, a big thigh gap, right? Like all anime characters do. She has a thigh gap. And then she says, I'm going to go on a diet. And I'm like, girl, you are a pencil. And she's talking about going on a diet. And then there's a part where the girl says, I'm not going to wear any skirt that, like, she says to the girl who's designing the costume, like, I'm not going to wear the skirt unless it goes to my knees. But the school uniform doesn't even go past their fingers, which is, like, in Japanese schools, you cannot, like, typically the regulation length for skirts in any school, even in America, is that it has to go down to the tip of your fingers if your arm was at your side. And I don't expect anime to be realistic about that, but the fact that she literally says, I won't wear a skirt that doesn't go down to my knees, when her normal attire does not go down to her knees, bothers me. And in K-On!, they take care, like, it's not completely consistent, but if you look at most screen caps from K-On!, you can see that the skirts go just past the fingertips of all the characters. Like, it's still probably not as long as it would really be in Japanese schools, but they try to make it feel more real and feel more like a real place, and how the characters would really act. And Hibike Euphonium does it even better, because they have the teacher who gets mad at all the students for not having their skirts long enough. Like, episode 1, the teacher walks in and says, what the fuck is up with your skirt length? And the girls roll down their skirts because they had their skirts too long. And you see it throughout the whole show. The characters are always either rolling up or rolling down their skirts because of the teacher, you know, and that makes it feel more real. It's a real school, a real place. So, yeah. And then also in Love Live, there's a scene where, like, in the 3rd episode, like, they had spent the whole first 3 episodes, like, promoting their idol group at school. And then they go to put on their show in the auditorium, and no one shows up. Like, maybe 2 people show up, and they're all, like, heartbroken and shit and devastated. But then they're like, you know what? We're going to put on this show anyways. And so they put on a show, and it's literally a music video. Like, they're dancing, and it's just an insert song placed in the show. Like, it sounds like it would on the album. But if you watch, like, K-On! or Hibike Euphonium, when they're on stage, it sounds live. Like, they recorded it in an auditorium, or at least they added effects to it to make it sound like that, you know? And, like, I was just thinking, if Kyoto Animation made a scene like this, it would just be, you would just sadly hear their voices reverberating over an empty room with no people in it. Like, you would really have that sinking feeling of how sad this is, that they're performing in front of no one. But it would make you feel like, oh, man, they're so moe. I just want to protect them. I want them to do well in life because they're failing so hard. So yeah, that's what makes Kyoto Animation shows better.
Oh man.
Trying to read this long comment before it disappears. Oh, it went away. I couldn't figure out where it was going anyways, so there it goes. Have you seen the 7 Deadly Sins? I have not.
I have the power.
That's Nanatsu no Taizai. I avoided it because it's an A1 Pictures show.
Oh.
And I just don't have the patience. Who is your favorite musician? My favorite band is either Death Grips or Shinsei Kamate-chan. They're pretty much tied. The first 4 Shinsei Kamate-chan albums are all phenomenal. They're the ones who did the Denpa Onato Seishun Otoko opening. And I love them. And then Death Grips have put out like 5 or 6 albums that are all fantastic now. And those are my 2 favorite musicians, I guess. Yeah, I'm now reading parts from when I was describing all of my favorite YouTubers for like 15 minutes.
Good lord.
How do you spell Grand Beautet's name? It's Grant Beaudet. Grant Beaudet. Like
Beaudet.
French, like French beau. Like a Beau, something like that. I don't know. YouTube will probably autocorrect you if you can't figure it out.
Yep.
Someone's asking, do you not interact with the anime community much? It seems like your videos exist in a separate space from the rest of the anime YouTubers. That is definitely the case. And the reason is that I come from anime blogging. And so, I never knew about anime YouTubers until I started doing it. Like, I didn't look into it at all. I come from anime forums back in the day where, like, the first forum I was really into was Otaku Boards back in, like, 2003. And I was on there for years, and then I was on the Mega Tokyo forums in the anime section for a long time. And when I was on the Mega Tokyo forums, a lot of the people there had anime blogs, and so I just copied them and made an anime blog because they were mostly making them through WordPress.
Press them words.
So I made a WordPress blog, and I knew a bunch of other anime bloggers who I became friends with, like Ghost Lightning and Otosan and like a bunch of other people who I knew. And they 2D Kaleidoscope, bunch of people with anime blogs, and so I was in like a certain corner of the anime blogging community where like there's a lot of anime blogs out there, like hundreds, but the ones I talked to are mostly like the people who wrote more analytically and wrote like essay stuff, like because a lot of anime blogs were episodic reviews, and I was never into that. I was never into any channel that's any YouTuber or reviewer or anything who's just about like sharing whether they think a show's good or not. Because most people's opinion, I don't care about what they think is good, you know.
Yeah.
I am occasionally known to make videos that are just about justifying a show, but like rather than try to explain why I think it's good, like critically, I'd rather explain why I think it resonates with people. Like when I talked about Hunter x Hunter, I wasn't really talking about like the quality of the writing. I was talking about what about it makes people interested in it. And that is something I think people need to look into. Like that's what I would consider a review, like a good review, is not someone explaining like, well, this episode was paced well and this episode had good writing and this character was developed well. Like that stuff is like whether or not that matters is really dependent on the individual. What I'd rather get to the heart is like, why do people care about this? Like, I'm sure that good writing can be a part of why people care about it, but there's probably a deeper, more human reason that's more worthwhile to me. Hold on, I'm like storing this next long comment in my head before I finish this comment. Right, I was answering about whether or not I'm in the anime community. I completely lost track of what the question was. um, so I was in with those anime bloggers who are more analytical, and like that scene sort of started dying down. Like a lot of the blogs that I was friends with either closed or they just moved to Twitter and stopped doing anime blogging and stuff like that. And in 2012, I started covering My Little Pony, and then pretty much completely lost contact with the anime sphere because none of them were watching Pony, none of them cared, and so I completely got a whole new audience, a whole new set of friends with Pony, and rode that for like 2 years. And so when I came back to anime, I was still following a lot of those anime bloggers on Twitter and stuff, but I didn't really get back into like a community, and I didn't know about the anime YouTubers. So, and whenever I would search anime YouTubers, I would get like stuff like Misty Cronexia, who I'm not really interested in his videos. A lot of anime reviewers that I don't really care for. The only guy I found eventually who I was like really into was Demolition D, and then I met everyone who I've met now is basically because of Nino, because Nino found me and got into contact with me, and he knows like every anime YouTuber. He's friends with everybody. He's a member of Podtaku and all this shit. And he got in contact with me and was like, yo man, we should become best pals. Here's all the people I know. Let's all talk together. And so he introduced me to Goat Jesus' channel, and so I became friends with him. He probably introduced me to Ocelot. I don't remember how I found Ocelot. No, Ocelot I think maybe just showed me a video or someone sent me one. Like one of his Haruhi video like was sent to me on Twitter, and I found him and I started talking to him. And then like Nino has a habit of just throwing everyone he knows into a Skype call. So like I got contact info from like Demolition D and a few other people from that. So I've talked to a lot of the anime YouTubers now, like mostly this year, because of Nino. But I've never really seen myself as part of an anime YouTubing community. I do see myself still as part of that anime blogging community a little bit, which is why I still post all my stuff on an anime blog. I still have the text versions up, especially because, like, I know not a lot of people read the text versions of my videos, but I know that Ghost Lightning does, and he's, like, one of my old good friends who have, been friends with for a long time, who was very influential to me. I often refer to him as my mentor, and I know he usually just reads the text version, so I definitely want to have them for people like him. The best anime of 2015 so far is indeed Shirobako. So yeah, the only, like, I do see the anime community sort of from the outside, like, because I go on my anime list, and I've always been following, like, the way things are rated on my anime list interests me a lot, and like what stuff becomes people's favorites, and like I pay a lot of attention to like who's watching what through there. And I follow the R anime subreddit, even though I've been banned from there for like over a year.
Why?
But because I posted 2 of my own videos in a row, and you're not supposed to do that. And
that's kind of lame.
The reason they haven't let me back, because I didn't know about this, but apparently Reddit all around has a 1 in 10 rule where you can post one of your own things for every 10 other things you post. Because the point of Reddit is that it's supposed to be link sharing.
Yeah.
And you're mostly supposed to be sharing other people's links, because otherwise it looks like you're advertising yourself. So I shared 2 of my own...
I am advertising myself.
Right. Well, I shared 2 of my own links in a row on our anime and got banned. And people keep asking the moderators to unban me, and the reason that they haven't is because when they go to my page, everything that I've posted is about me, because the only board I post on is our Digi Bro, which is my own subreddit, because I can't post on our anime. Like, they're always like, oh, well, he doesn't post anything except his own content. It's like, because the only subreddit I follow is the one I'm banned from. So, yeah. And yes, Shirobako is the best anime of 2015. Someone else asked something about Don Bluth. I didn't get the full grasp of the question, though. Seen any Go Nagai shows came up again. I already answered it. Who is the hot stud next to you, and can I have his number?
No.
Full stop, no. It's Victor, my brother. I feel like I somehow got some questions back, because some of these are repeating. Maybe they just asked me more than once. Have I read Teppu? Never heard of it. Someone says you definitely look better without a beard. Trust me, I disagree. A lot of people tell me both. Like, that's the thing. Like, I think everyone thinks that everyone shares their opinion about this, But, like, I get exactly as many keep the beard as I do shave the beard.
For me, it was always guys want you to keep the beard.
That's what I
girls want
thought
you to
at
shave the
first.
beard.
I thought at first that it was just guys who like the beard. But there's been girls who tell me they like the beard, too. I've talked to some girls who say that they're... I mean, obviously, girls... There must be a lot of girls who like beards because a lot of guys have beards who have girlfriends, you know, like...
Girls just deal with it, man.
Like, most college hipsters have beards and most of them get laid. But I talked to at least, like, one girl who definitely confirmed that she thought the beard was cooler than without the beard. Yeah. And I was like, all right.
That's enough for me.
That's enough for me to be sure.
One confirmation.
Yes. One cute girl said it, therefore it's true.
I mean, you look more distinguished with a beard.
I just think I look way more me. I look more like myself. My hair doesn't necessarily have to be this long, but I think when my hair's a little bit long, it looks right, and the beard. And the most... Here, I'm going to just... I thought about putting this up on screen earlier, but I'm going to now. And hopefully this won't crash anything.
Haha. Way to jinx that.
We're going to put up this picture of me that is what I think the highlight of what I've ever looked like.
It's going to be you in the pajamas on the couch?
Yes.
Of course.
Here we go. This photo of me is, in my opinion, the greatest aesthetic I've ever had. Because this is just the epitome of my life. So my parents... Lame my ass. Look at me.
I'm cool drinking out of my straw on Christmas.
Okay. So, to break down this photo completely... And I'm completely blocking out your gameplay, but
Oh, of course.
You can kind of see you in the corner there. To break down what's going on here. So, my dad bought me this robe and slippers like 2 Christmases ago because he wants me to be the dude from The Big Lebowski. Like, he literally wants me to be the dude.
My son's gonna be a lazy bum. He's gonna do it right.
Yeah. So he wants me to be the dude, and then he bought me these silk pajamas the next Christmas. And so I was like, oh my god, I look the most comfortable ever. And I had, this is the point where my beard was at its longest. I'm going to make this nice and big. Or actually, it might not even be as long as it is now. It's fairly long beard. Got the long hair going on. And I'm drinking a White Russian, like the dude would, out of a straw cup. And I'm doing the Oscar Wilde pose, man. I look like fucking Oscar Wilde.
Looking pretty wild.
And Oscar Wilde is one of my heroes. I'm like a straight Oscar Wilde. It's great. So, yeah. That image alone is why I keep the beard. Because, to me, that is the best I've ever looked. The most me I've ever looked, at least.
You identify as that guy.
Yeah, I identify as that guy. That's why it's been my avatar on Facebook ever since ever since that picture was taken. Alright. Next question.
Truly the avatar.
Oh, hey, Gaming Badger's in here. Gaming Badger's the moderator. Okay, let's look for another question. What are your thoughts on Madoka Rebellion? I made a whole video about Madoka where I talked about Rebellion, so go watch my Madoka video. Already answered who's my favorite musician. Do you like Dragon Ball Z?
Dragon Balls. Do you like Dragon Balls?
That's a really complicated question for me. I think I like Dragon Ball Z as a piece of culture.
Yes, I would say I love the idea of it.
Yeah, because, like... God, I got, like, something in my nose.
Ew,
I can't stop, like,
gross.
trying... I don't want to, like, full-on pick my nose on camera.
Nasty.
But there's something in there.
Go to the bathroom. Don't blow it onto the floor. You made it worse. Oh, gross.
Am I visible doing
I have to
that?
experience this next to me.
I hope they can't see my shame.
Oh, I hope they can see everything. See the monster that you are!
Don't look at my shame!
Oh, God, I really want to get out of this room now. I feel gross.
Shut
I
up.
just feel really gross.
Okay, Dragon Ball Z. Growing up, I was totally not into Dragon Ball Z.
Yes.
Because I think Dragon Ball Z is most appreciated by people like a year or two older than me. If not up to 4 years older than me. Like, people who were, like, just a little older than I was in the 90s when it was coming out. Because Dragon Ball Z was getting big, like, in the time right around before Pokemon got big. And I was really into Pokemon and I didn't understand DBZ. Partly because I wasn't there from the beginning. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't really understand the plot for a lot of it. Like, I would see it all the time and I just didn't know what was going on. I just wasn't into the big burly dudes. Because, like, I was a scrawny little fucking nerdy kid and I really liked characters that I could relate to. Like, and I understand that most people feel the opposite. Most people want characters that they can look up to. But when I was a kid, I thought I was amazing. Yeah. So I liked characters that reminded me of myself.
That's the explanation. Like, that's why you're like Dexter from Dexter's Lab or some shit.
Yeah. Well, I didn't relate to Dexter because he was annoying. But
I did.
No.
As a boy genius.
No, I never really cared for Dexter that much because even though he's supposed to be a boy genius, he's usually the idiot in the situations.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, he usually he ends up, everything goes wrong for him.
You're more of Seto Kaiba.
God, my nose is just gross.
You're freaking me out.
Yeah, I did love Seto Kaiba. That's a little later in life. Characters like Artemis Fowl, who was like a 12-year-old boy genius who always was like a badass, you know. I was really into the Blue Ranger from Power Rangers because he wore glasses and I wore glasses, you know, like that kind of thing. Like just characters that reminded me of myself in little ways.
You would have
been
the
ones I related
so
to.
into Kirito.
Oh, I would have fucking loved Kirito. Oh my god.
Right.
If I had seen Sword Art Online had come out when I was 14, it would have been far and away my favorite show.
Yes.
Like, far and away. Because I watched all of Dot Hacksign just because it was about video games.
Yes.
I watched all of Rurouni Kenshin because it was about swords.
We would have been all about Sword Art Online.
And I loved Seita Sojiro, the kid who was
I would have been
like
in
the
Sword Art Online
genius
just because
swordsmith.
of the swords. Like,
yeah,
literally the
alone.
swords were
Oh
all
my
I
God.
needed.
I mean, that was why we liked it when it came out.
Yeah.
Because with the first 2 episodes, we were like, this is the show we wanted when we were kids, you know?
Yes.
And then, like 3 episodes later, it was like, oh, never mind. It's boring as shit. But, yeah. Fuck, what was I talking about? Shit. Right, Dragon Ball Z. Growing up, wasn't into it because I didn't relate to the characters and stuff, and I didn't have that desire to become a big, strong dude like a lot of people did. But, like...
Big old man.
I knew a lot of people who were into DBZ. Like, my cousin Boyd, who I'm still good friends with, was a huge DBZ fan. I knew some people at school and around, like, the neighborhood who knew it. So, eventually, through osmosis, I learned everything about DBZ. Like, I learned the whole plot. And it was funny, too, because I had at least 1 or 2 friends who had, like, read in magazines, like, what happens in the show in Japan. Because, like, it was years behind in the U.S. Like, we didn't get to the end of the Boo Saga until, like, 2000 or something. And the anime ended in 1995 in Japan. So, like, there were a bunch of people I knew who had read, like, the spoilers for what happens later. And so I knew, like, the whole plot of DBZ by the time it was over. But, I was never super into it, but like now I have a lot of nostalgia for it, and because I understand the plot so well, I can still like grasp what people are talking about when they talk about DBZ.
Yeah.
And the idea of like watching the character grow through his whole life is really interesting.
Yeah.
Where like you start off with him as a kid, and then you eventually get to him like, you know, with his child and his other child and his grandchild eventually, and like you really follow Goku through everything. There's a great video by Jesse Wood called The Accidental Profundity of Dragon Ball Z that you should check out, because it's about this very thing. Like how it ended up being profound because of the cultural impact it had and the way that the story played out. So that's why I like Dragon Ball Z as a culture product. And like when I saw Dragon Ball Xenoverse, when they were playing it on Game Grumps, like, I got excited about DBZ in a way I had never been before, because I was just like...
I felt that way when they were playing when our friends were playing that game.
Yeah, I was just like, whoa! It's a Dragon Ball Z game where you can make your own Dragon Ball Z! And, like, it was just, like, so mind-blowing to me that, like, even though as a kid I wouldn't have been super into it, like, just thinking about how excited my cousin Boyd would have been, like, for him to come over with that game when we were, like, 13 and be all fucking jizzed about making his own DBZ character, like, just thinking about that makes it great to me. And
Here comes the real grind of Demon Souls when I died and I have to do all that shit again.
Yeah. I especially would love to watch all of original Dragon Ball, because that show is a lot of fun, and I watched the first episode like a few months ago, and like The audio quality is fucking garbage in that, but like visually the aesthetic is awesome. Like I love the aesthetic of Dragon Ball. Everything's like purple and pink. Like it's all like mountains and forests that have like weird purple and pink colors, and it's really cool. So wouldn't mind watching that someday, but it's like 180 episodes. Someone asked Berserk manga or anime.
Here we go.
To which someone else replied, but yeah, of course, Berserk, you gotta read the manga. You can't... The anime's not bad, but you have to read the manga. Because it's like 3 times longer, and it fills in a lot of gaps in the story. Even like, a lot of people, you know, don't like the stuff after the... Like, some people prefer the stuff after the Golden Age. Those are rare people. Some people don't like anything after Golden Age. Our friend Brando was like, I would have been okay with it just ending with everybody dying. Like, that was a fine place for me. But, like, I think even...
Because he would rather have an ending than have it never end.
Right. Even with the Golden Age, I would say the manga is better because you don't get all of Guts' backstory in the anime. Yeah. Like, what happened to him for, like, the first... Like, there's, like a volume and a half of content of Guts' like, early life missing from the anime. Also, Skeleton Knight never appears. There's a couple battles that are cut out, but those might be for the better because they weren't that great. But the manga's all around the best version. The anime's animation looks like garbage anyways. The soundtrack's incredible. So my recommendation is you look up the Berserk soundtrack, and you listen to it while you read the manga, and then if you're really into it, watch the anime later.
God, you disgusting fuck. Alright. Get fucked up by dogs.
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and blow my nose real quick. I'll be back. You, hold
Gross
the conversation.
Bitch. Who wants to watch me get trashed by dogs? Because that's what's going on. This is Demon Souls. You like how the first time you come through, the dogs aren't on alert. You can just kind of walk right in and kill some guys first. But no, now the dogs want to maul me. I got this guy on my ass. This game is just the worst. I didn't unlock the shortcut, so here we go. Go all the way back. Tried a billion times to pick this game back up, but it's just like... After you die the first time, your motivation goes down exponentially. Shit! Fuck my ass! Yep. How's the chat doing? Death group 10 out of 10. There's old stuff. Oh, I'm someone's husband. Okay. Nah, it's gonna let that one go. Conrad's blowing his nose in the bathroom was horrifying. I'll probably have nightmares about this moment. Look at that, look at the rock just knocked me all the way back. I will get killed by every possible stupid obstacle that I got by perfectly before. There were 2 wolves last time. Now there's 3 again. Did I kill them fast?
This is just one of those things where my nose is just stuck. It's just clogged. At some point, I'll have to eat some spicy ass food or something and like, just fucking run the whole thing. Have you watched Diabolic Lovers? No, I haven't. I know Lou Talks Anime was watching it after some like bet or something. That was his subscriber special. It's funny. He was like, "Yeah, I reached like 1,000 or 2,000 subs or whatever, and I agreed I was gonna watch this terrible anime." And I was like, "Good luck, buddy." I don't want to punish myself for my own
not do that.
celebration.
Let's do a different area.
Which is worse, SAO or School Days? I didn't ever finish School Days, but I think School Days is more interesting as like a...
Damn.
Like, it's more... Like, even though it's like terrible and like morally reprehensible of a show and just like stupid, I think it's such an interesting thing that happened. Have you heard of School Days? Do you know what happens?
I've heard of it, I think.
Everyone
dies or something.
Well, it's a show where the main character fucks like every girl at his school.
Jesus.
And eventually one of them murders and his girlfriend, and then takes their heads and goes out on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Which is a nice spoiler, but
nice boat.
It's an old show. You should know this stuff by now. And I knew it was going to happen before the show was over because like School Days, the visual novel that it was based on, had like 42 endings, but the 3 that were the most infamous ones were the ones where everyone kills each other. So so people were like, well, it could end that way, and that would be hilarious because like, you know, what if a visual novel chose one of the bad endings?
Yeah.
And they did, and it was glorious. And everyone knew it was going to happen at the last episode because the episode did not get broadcast on TV because there was a murder that happened like a week beforehand.
Shit. That's why Nice Boat happened.
Yeah,
right?
and so they had to air like a bunch of what they broadcasted was just a bunch of like peaceful images of Tokyo Bay, and there's like a boat sailing through the ocean, and like on Nico Nico Doga, which is like the Japanese YouTube, if you've ever seen those videos where comments are scrolling across the screen, that's Nico Nico Doga, where if you leave a comment on a video, it scrolls across the screen at the timestamp where you left it. So on Doga, when the boat was scrolling down the screen, everyone typed nice boat. And so there's like a million comments that say nice boat going across the screen. And then it just so happened that the ending of School Days also involves a boat. So it became the nice boat ending.
Yes. Now there's a song about it.
Oh, yeah.
There's lots of memes.
Yeah, it's a huge meme, or it was a huge meme at least. But yeah, I think School Days is an interesting cultural product show, like something that's worth looking into and studying. There's been some great analytical writing about it. Go to Ghost Lightning's blog and type School Days into the search bar, and there's 2 posts that he did on it that are pretty interesting. But Sword Art Online is more of just a garbage show that sucks.
Yes.
Let's see here. What do we have?
Queef. I went to a different place.
All right, yeah. Here's one I know I'm going to get a lot of. If season 3 comes out, will you tear it apart? There's been a lot of debate with myself about how I'm going to handle Sword Art Online going forward, because I obviously don't enjoy watching the show. Like, it is horrible, and I hate watching it, but I love that I am known as the Sword Art Online hatred guy. Like, it's fun to be that guy.
Yes.
And I can go on forever about it. So like, I've wanted to do like, because I've never covered the Mother's Rosario arc, which me and Victor tried to watch one time. We only made it through 2 episodes, so I still haven't finished it yet.
I've seen it all.
And I haven't decided if I'm going to do a video on it, and if so, what kind of video I want to do, because part of me wants to do a video, like, in defense of it, like, trying to explain why people would like it. Like it's not good, but here's why some people think it's good, kind of thing. And then make a video tearing it apart for being horrible. But, like, but I haven't decided yet if I want to do that.
The black and white video.
And if they make a Sword Art Online Season 3, I will definitely be more inclined to do more content about it. I also, if you haven't seen it already, on Reddit, I've been doing a large-scale rewrite of Sword Art Online, where I've just been rewriting the entire show.
Yes.
I've put it on hold for a little while. It may eventually become a video project in the future, but the nature of the project will be very large. I have a detailed plan, and there might be a Kickstarter involved. So, I have
it's gonna be good, guys.
A friend of mine that I'm gonna collaborate with on it. I'll just whisper it.
You already told me this. What are you whispering this in my ear?
Oh, never mind. I
What the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't think I talked about it at all.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. Victor knows already. Last night?
Now you just frustrated my ear.
I'm sorry. I want to open this window because it's getting dark in here. Can you go open the blinds over there?
You go do it.
Because I don't want to.
Sitting in a chair.
Yeah, but I had to go around you and...
I'm like under
Thirsty?
fire and shit, man. Bah!
Well, when you're not under fire, do that, please. Are you into Symphogear? Well, I tried to watch it the other night. I made it through 3 episodes and I couldn't take it anymore. Symphogear is like a fun, weird show that's fun to laugh at, but then like I just didn't. It never got to a point where I started caring in the first 3 episodes. Like the first episode was so wacky and I was so drunk that I was like, yeah, this is great. And it felt like listening to an Initial D mega mix, like, because it was just so much energy and excitement and crazy shit happening. But then, like, by episode 3, they were like really into like the plot, and like there was like exposition dumping and stuff about shit that I just did not care about, and I was like, I'm bored now. I don't care anymore. I can't see watching a whole season. And it's ugly as sin. Season 1 in particular is just the ugliest show. I don't like the character designs. I don't like the color design. I don't like any of the design. The design is just crazy and awful. I mean, like, it's fun in like the, wow, this looks like shit, but it's hilarious way. But like, the animation quality of season 1 is so bad that I just can't even like sit through it. How did you get onto MangaPod? Lou invited me. Lou follows me on Twitter, and he was just like, hey, do you want to come on MangaPod? And I was like, yes, that sounds like fun. Like, I looked into it, and it looked cool. It was like a fairly big show. I'd never really heard of Erin before, but she seems really cool, and she follows me now, too. And then I knew who Dodger was. I don't think I knew Dodger was on the show at first when I agreed to do it, but like I've heard of Dodger, and I was like, oh wow, I'm like gonna be on here with like a major person, so that's cool. And I had a good time. I was scared going into it because I reread the first 3 volumes of Genshiken, and I was slightly scared that they wouldn't like it because I just like. I was like, well, if you don't like necessarily appreciate these jokes or characters, or if you think they're kind of assholes, like I could see not liking any of the characters, like because they're all kind of dicks, and the guy characters in particular say a lot of like chauvinistic stuff that's like kind of meant to be like that's a tongue in cheek. But I was like, man, you could easily hate all these characters if you were not into it. But everyone loved it. Who was on the show? We all had a great time talking about it, so I was glad. And they invited me to come on again, especially if they read more Genshiken, because everyone seemed to want to continue it. Let's see. Who's your favorite K-On! Character and why? It's really a tie between Yui and Ritsu. I love both of them so much, and I love them together. Like, I think Yui and Ritsu are both at their best when they're together, and they're just like goofing off, making funny voices, being these like, you know, double bokeh performance. Like neither one of them is the straight man. They're both kind of
Goofy
idiots.
as fuck.
But what I love about K-On! Is that the characters are like pretty self-aware about like their own personalities. Like
Fucking dog.
Like Yui is never. Well, I guess sometimes she is like she can say stuff where she doesn't realize she's being an idiot, but she usually realizes when people have noticed that she'll say something dumb and everyone will be like, "Oh," and she'll be like, "Did I say something dumb? Like I didn't realize," you know, like there's a lot of moments where she's openly manipulative, and those are my favorites. When she tries to get people to do stuff for her by using like different voices and stuff, and she'll try to manipulate people, and Ritsu does the same thing, and when they do it together, it's the best. So yeah, Yui and Ritsu. Ryu and Ken, my favorite K-On! characters. Yeah. As for my waifu in K-On!, it depends on some factors. Ui would be my waifu if it weren't for the fact that she'll never love anyone but Yui. Because I think Ui is the perfect waifu.
She is wonderful.
She'll do anything.
She's my favorite.
She'll take care of you. She's perfect. I'm always looking for, my waifu always has to be a woman who will take care of me.
Of course.
And if I can't have Ui because she's too gay for her sister, I pick Nodoka. because she's got a good head on her shoulders and she's very responsible. None of the main 5 are marriageable.
Yeah. Ui is perfect. Perfect character.
What's your opinion on all the parallels between MLP Season 5 premiere and Neon Genesis Evangelion? I don't think there's parallels. There's just, like, references. Like, the Lance of Longinus is there.
Oh
That's
my
the
God.
only, like... I guess
Fucking
there's, like,
dogs.
a collective consciousness. Kind of. Yeah, it could be anything.
That sounds ridiculous.
Do you agree with me that Clannad sucks? Yeah, I don't like Clannad. I saw like 5 episodes of After Story and I thought it was better. I know I didn't really get into like the really emotional stuff, but like just in general it was just better made and stuff, but I just don't care about it. Like nothing that happens in Clannad matters to me. And Clannad also has one of my favorite cases of just hilariously what the fuck am I watching things that I've ever seen in anime, which is in the second arc, the Kotomi, I think is her name, arc. Victor, you're gonna love this. The main character, Tomoyo, is supposed to be like... See, here's the thing about Clannad, and a lot of people have brought this up when talking about like what's wrong with the show. Tomoyo is the main character, and he's supposed to be like a juvenile delinquent, because like he has daddy issues basically. Like I think his mom died, and his dad's just kind of like a distant sort of. I don't remember if he's an alcoholic, but he's just not really all there, right? And so Tomoyo's all pissed off at his dad, and he's always running off and not wanting to be at home. But like even though they say he's a juvenile delinquent, he never really acts like a delinquent. Like he doesn't really do anything delinquenty. He mostly just is really helpful, makes friends with all these girls, and helps them with all their issues. And you never really get like the feeling of like what he is supposed to be. Like it never feels like he is what they say he is, And but in the second arc, this girl Kotomi is like, I think she like walled herself up in a room or something like that. I don't remember exactly why this happened, but Tomoyo starts taking care of her garden outside her house. And there's like a span of like a few weeks or maybe even a few months where all he does is work on her garden.
Jesus
and
Christ.
The way this is presented in the show is just like a whole episode of these scenes of him like looking really solemn, working on a garden, and having all these deep thoughts while like this deep emotional music plays.
Awesome.
And it is the corniest, worst fucking shit I've ever seen. It's like, it's super boring.
Oh, that sounds great.
It's hilarious.
Garden Chronicles.
Because it's awful. Like, it's just all these scenes of him, like, garden. Like, you can tell that it's supposed to be, like, deep or meaningful, but it's not. It's just goofy and dumb. Victor's losing
I had a plan. I was gonna throw this whole thing. The dogs would get attracted to it. I'd just whack him or throw knives at him or
Why
something.
didn't you
and I
just
just
haul
go,
ass out of there?
I couldn't haul ass. It kept making me roll.
Yeah. So that scene's hilarious. And that to me is like the epitome of like what's wrong with Clannad is like it has a lot of these moments where it's like trying to be deep and it just isn't. Like you're watching this guy garden and it's fucking boring and like none of the shit he's thinking about is like interesting at all. It's just like what the fuck is this shit? Like I don't care. So that's more or less how I feel about Clannad. I guess. Alright. That's the life sexy. Shabba-da-doo.
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 Hope's ringtone for me on her phone is the
I think
Shabba-da.
I think I might be at the part of the comments where I was singing the penis song.
I see.
Because everyone's saying like instantly pregnant. Hey hot stuff. I'd get nervous talking to that hot stud.
Jesus Christ.
That or they're talking about you. Someone says I look like Aaron from Game Grumps.
Of course.
I don't.
Because you do.
I do.
Kind of.
Aaron doesn't have this kind of beard at all.
Yeah, but sometimes you do.
I don't know. I don't think my face is like his. I don't think anything's like him. Never mind. I don't look like Aaron. That's retarded.
You aren't so buff.
He is pretty buff. Apparently. He said that he's really buff underneath a layer of fat.
Yes.
But like other than that, he's like really buff.
It looks like he's stocky under his
Well, he works out a lot.
Yeah.
Like he's a lifter, so any good lesser known games you think should have more attention? The two that I've made videos for, Chantilly's and Gianna Sisters Twisted Dreams, made videos about both those games because I really love them. No one else really cares about them, so nobody cared about those videos. But yeah, like it's funny with stuff that's lesser known. Like the best way to promote stuff that's not well known is to couple it with things that are well known. Like make a top 10 video and then have like a couple things that everyone knows about and then some shit no one's heard of.
So
because
many wolves.
if you make a video about a show no one or like a thing,
There's too many wolves. There's too many wolves.
Why stop taking that path?
I want to get the item that's at the end of the thing. I don't know what's down there. I have no idea.
Know. I don't think it's.
But there's a
worth
lot of wolves.
I think you should give up. Maybe go to fucking some other stage.
Oh my god.
Everything past 1-1 is hard as fuck in this game.
Yeah, I know.
I've never made it through a whole second area in this game. I think the ideal way to do it is just to grind for a little while and
yeah, I mean,
buff up your sword or something.
Came here, but I'll just not go kill the wolves. It's the simple way to solve this.
Well, what was I answering a question about? Someone's asking me if I read any more Borges. Not a lot more, but I just got an audiobook of his stuff. What the fuck was I answering a question about?
I don't know. Answer another question.
Let's see if I can find it in the video. No, it's already
shit.
gone. Shit. No, wait. No, it's not. That's the Clinad Sucks question. Where am I? Oh, lesser known games. Right. If you try to make a video about something that no one cares about, no one will watch the video because they don't care about it. You have to make them care before they'll watch the video.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate, weird...
Oh! Fuck.
Oh, they were Never mind. It wasn't the Dick song. It was me showing my picture on screen.
I see.
When I had the picture of me in the robe.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot I did that. What's your opinions on socks and sandals?
Don't be an asshole.
Never ask me for fashion advice.
Yeah.
Oh, I should probably think. I guess. Are there any other games that are lesser known that I wish had more attention?
I don't know.
If you like JRPGs, play Shadow Hearts Covenant. That game is a really interesting battle system. I don't know. I don't play a lot of video games, so it's hard to say. I wouldn't really know which stuff doesn't have enough attention.
Used to be Demon Souls. That used to be the game.
Which Kara no Kyokai film do you like the best? 7, followed very closely by 5, followed very closely by 1.
Sweet.
I don't think it's professional to insult people. I don't know who I insulted.
What? Is it me? I insult you.
No, I think... I don't know. Are you sitting in your super expensive chair? Yes, I am. This is my $500 chair. It's got lumbar support.
Very clean.
Here, I'm gonna try to show it off as much as I can. Ooh, it's in the light now. Yeah, it's this big fucking chair. The stream is lagging far enough behind that I can't see if I'm visible yet. So I'm like waiting for the stream to catch up with me. So I can. Yeah, okay, you can totally see it. Yeah, this is my chair. The Work Pro 2, I believe it's called. And it's definitely made it a lot easier to sit in a chair all day, which is a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, I can sit in a chair all day and not have back problems. On the other hand, nothing makes me want to get up from my chair now. I don't have to go, oh god, my fucking back, and then get up and leave.
This will allow me to beat that other level.
Someone says Digi's balls were exposed on stream. I doubt that.
Were they?
Do you still keep up with Genshiken, and if so, who's your favorite character from Nidaime? I haven't yet. I only read like the first chapter of Nidaime right when it came out, or something like that.
Oh, these are the wolves. So I could just go around them.
Yeah.
But it's a shortcut if you want to dodge the dragon up there.
Yes, that's the point of the tunnels, is that they're a shortcut to dodge the dragon. Anyway, I never kept up with Nidaime because it had been too long since I had read the first part, so I wanted to reread it before I continued. And I only just started rereading it from MangaPod, so I might get there before too long.
What's the point of a shortcut that's harder than
I really want to know, someone can answer this, and I'll probably read it in an hour. I would like to know what people's problem is with Nidaime, because I've read a lot of comments of people saying that they don't like it as much, or that they don't like it at all. And I'm assuming there must be something wrong with it, or like some reason that so many people don't like it, besides the fact that it's mostly girls. Because I'm just really curious, and no one ever explains why. Because you think My Little Pony is stagnating, what would you do to improve it? What I would have done, I've told this story a few times before, but I'll tell it again for the sake of this podcast. My Little Pony should have had each character complete their arc in either season 3 should have been 26 episodes, or this should have happened in season 4. Every character should have completed their arc, and then the main 6 should have just gone on with their ambitions, gone their separate ways, kept in contact, but gone their separate ways, started doing their own thing, and the Cutie Mark Crusaders should have become the main characters. What should have happened, and this is what I think is wrong with My Little Pony now, is that every character had a clear goal that they were trying to get to. With the exception of Twilight, who was just trying to improve at magic, but she became a princess. And personally, I think her becoming a princess was a great way to end her arc eventually. I don't know if it should have happened when it did, but I think that it makes enough sense for her character, and that what's happening with her now is the only interesting thing happening in the show, is like exploring her as a princess. But Rainbow Dash wanted to become a Wonderbolt. Rarity wanted to run a fucking whatever in Canterlot or Manhattan, a boutique. Everyone had that thing they were going for, and the problem with My Little Pony is that in season 4 they finished each character's arc without finishing the arc. Rarity had her big moment where she was given the credit she deserves. She was going to make it. She was going to have a boutique in Manhattan, but she gives it up. She gives it to someone else. Why? Because the show had to keep going, and she had to be there with the main 6. Rainbow Dash has several run-ins with the Wonderbolts, several chances where she proves her worth to them, but she can't join because the show has to go on, and she'll never be able to join the Wonderbolts. So each character completed their arc in seasons 3 and 4, but they didn't get to move on. And that's the problem, because now they're all still around doing the shit they've always been doing, and none of them are moving forward. And that was the whole, that was what we all wanted. As a watcher of the show, you were watching Rainbow Dash's arc with the hopes that one day you'd get to see her join the Wonderbolts, or one day you'd get to see Rarity have her own boutique, and you'll never get it, because they're trying to make this show go on for another 5 years, is how long they've said that it's gonna last. So what would have been ideal to me would be each character achieves their dream, and then there's a scene in episode, somewhere in season 3, I think it was when they had the whole episode where the Apple family reunion, where Apple Bloom says that Babseed went back to Manhattan, and 2 new members joined the Cutie Mark Crusaders. She said that there's a 3-person cell in Manhattan of the Cutie Mark Crusaders. And I was like, okay, sweet. So there's 6 of them total. So in season 5 or whatever, we can have that be the new main characters. Have the main characters graduate to do their dreams, and have the Cutie Mark Crusaders rise as the new main characters. Have them all get their cutie marks, and then have them all start their own adventure in being the main characters. And it would have been a great way to continue the series for another fucking 5 years because you had whole new characters. But it didn't happen, and now Babseed has her cutie mark, so that can never happen now. And yeah, and I just think season 5 is just treading water. It's just like, I don't care about the characters anymore because they all completed their arcs. There's nothing left for them to do except to just be around, and have like these random incidental stories. You know, the only character still making progress is Twilight. And, yeah, that's why I think season 5 stagnated. And the storylines they've come up with for the season have been incredibly stupid. A lot of them, so...
Alright.
Yeah. This one's for Victor, too. What's your favorite summer movie this year?
This year?
Yes.
I feel like I haven't seen anything.
You saw Straight Outta Compton.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anything.
Me and Hope are gonna try to go watch Ant-Man.
What was the last movie we saw together? Mad Max.
That was great.
That wasn't summer, but
And fucking Jurassic World was the shit.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah. It was stupid as hell. It was exactly what you expect it to be.
Right.
And it did like a perfect job of like jumping the shark and being ridiculous and stupid.
I'll be amazed if
it was a lot of fun.
I'll be amazed if anything tops Mad Max for my film of the year. I want to see The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Because it's a Guy Ritchie movie, and I love Guy Ritchie movies, and I've heard it's good.
Yeah.
What do you think of the FLCL remake? What FLCL remake? I've not heard of this. I don't believe that's a
bullshit,
thing.
obviously.
That does not sound like a thing that is real.
Fuck. Too many archers.
Okay. Can you think of any asexual characters in anime?
Not off the top of my head.
Every harem protect.
Yeah,
Yeah, not off the top of my head. I feel like I've seen them.
yeah.
Was there an asexual character? Was Yasu asexual in Nana? I feel like he might have been. The bald guy from Nana might have been. I don't remember.
Hope
Someone
probably know.
Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was in love with Nana. I don't remember. I feel like I've definitely seen it before. Ray is my waifu. Who is yours? Waifu's a difficult question because I have to ask myself, like, what's the context? Are we really saying that I'm, like, marrying this character, or is it more that I have, like, a deep affection for them? Because, like, I love Tsunemori Akane from Psycho-Pass to death. I think she's super adorable. I love her personality. I don't really think we'd make a good couple, though. So, like, I wouldn't see myself, like, dating her. I just kind of admire her from afar. I love characters. I've always been into girls who likes... Oh, you know who my waifu is? Is the fucking wife from I Can't Understand What My Husband Is Saying.
Yeah.
She is the absolute perfect woman, like, for me. Like, everything I want out of a relationship is what they have, which is why I love that show, because, like, it's sometimes literally painful for me to watch because it's so totally what I wish my life was. Kaoru is, like, she's this short, blonde girl, kind of busty, smokes, drinks, talks a lot of trash, feisty in bed, very deadpan, go with the flow attitude, very rarely, like, they're both just very, like, sedentary characters. Like, they just kind of are, like, whatever, you know, they're just
Chill
around.
ass bros.
Yeah, very chill. You know, she's along for the ride for all the dumb bullshit of the main character. Or not main character, she's really the main character, but she's down for all her husband's dumb bullshit. And they really love each other. And it's perfect. It's everything I've wanted in my life. What's your opinion about chicken grease? Gross.
Answer that question.
Why don't you have a fuck my ass counter on screen? Isn't Luffy asexual? I don't know if that's like a canon thing.
Yeah, he's just very focused.
Yeah. Someone said Krona and Soul Eater. You're thinking androgynous, not asexual. I've made this mistake before. I described in I think it was my voice actors whose characters all look the same video. I said that he plays a lot of asexual looking characters when I meant androgynous looking characters.
Yeah.
I definitely made that mistake once.
Not the same thing.
What's your favorite anime that you know is bad but still love? Garzy's Wing. Garzy's Wing is... I love it because it's so bad. And I own a Laserdisc of it.
Yep. Fuck.
Could you please finish watching Monster? It's really worth your time. Maybe. It's 70 fucking episodes long, though. You know what I'm actually holding off for with Monster? Is that Guillermo del Toro is supposed to be making an HBO adaptation of it.
Oh my god.
And so,
Wonderful.
if that happens, which, I mean, Guillermo del Toro...
No, he fell on me!
Guillermo del Toro's list of unfinished projects is probably bigger than his list of finished projects. But,
Boom!
all right, you actually made progress.
I
I'm
beat
impressed.
the Tower Knight.
So I don't know if it'll actually happen, but if that happens, I'll definitely like watch the show and or read the manga in preparation for it. Will you finish either Penguin Drum or Yuri Kuma or the Sailor Moon timeline video? I'd like to do all of those eventually. Thoughts on the upcoming Star Wars? I hope it's not shit.
I'm excited for it. It looks fun.
Well, you're not that familiar with the original trilogy. I watched it pretty recently. I really enjoyed the original trilogy. It's not like one of my favorite movies or anything, but I did enjoy them a lot. The prequels are garbage, so I hope the new one's good. I remember like when the new Star Trek movie came out, initially I really liked it. I had never really seen much Star Trek before, but like I liked it as a sci-fi action movie. But like I've rewatched parts of it like on TV and just been like, this is just, it's so like try hard, like try so hard to be like, edgy, cool, energetic, everyone's moving all the time, and it's like, oh Jesus, calm down. Fucking take a chill pill. Yeah, I just answered that question basically about liking a show that's objectively bad or lacking. I don't think it's possible for a show to be objectively bad, but like Garzy's Wing is a nightmare. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Can we get more Spice and Wolf analysis? I don't really know if there's much to like analyze in Spice and Wolf. I'd have to watch it because I've only seen season 1 and I've only seen it like 6 years ago, so I could be wrong about this. But I never really took it as like a show that I'd find a lot to say about other than just like what's cool about it. A lot of the shows that I talk about in my like 10 must watch anime you can watch right now videos is usually shows that I haven't covered and don't see myself covering soon, because it's usually shows that like I've seen years ago and I remember being great, but like I'm not confident I'd be able to write like a whole analysis of it. Just usually that's the case. Have you seen the SAO Abridged series? People ask me this fucking constantly. The answer is no. I did watch like a bunch. I think I watched like the whole first episode actually, like way back, and it was all right. I mean, it was kind of funny. I'm not really into like the whole Abridged series things aside from the Yu-Gi-Oh one because I've been watching it for like 8 years. But rank all the Deer Hunter albums, including Act 4. Well, they only make one like once a year, but rank all the Deer Hunter albums, including Act 4. Let's see. I'm gonna say Act 2, then Act 3, then Act 1, then the Color Spectrum EPs, then then like Act 4 and the Color Spectrum EPs. I've only heard Act 4 like twice, so I don't really want to rank it yet. But and then Migrant. Migrant is just boring and I don't like it. Act 4 leaked yesterday. I've heard it twice. I like it. It's the first time in a long time that a new release has come out from an old favorite of mine that wasn't a huge disappointment, because Coheed's become a huge disappointment.
Yeah.
They just put a new single that's garbage. Silver Sun Pickups has become a huge disappointment. Oh, fuck. I didn't really care for the last Agaloch album. It just wasn't very memorable. Did you ever hear it?
I forgot. Yeah, I listened to it like
in
once.
the
And it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
I listened to it like 2 or 3 times, and I was like, it's just like I feel like I could just listen to any other Agaloch album and be more into it. Didn't like the last 2 Opeth albums. Tool hasn't put out an album in 10 years, but their last one wasn't that good either. Like, most of the bands that I was into as a teenager, like, haven't put out stuff that I liked as much. And then, like, I mean, I haven't been into the Deer Hunter that long, but, like, probably, like, 4 or 5 years. But, like, yeah, they put out Color Spectrum EPs, and I was like, okay, that's all right. And then Migrant, I was like, all right, I need another ACT album, or else this is gonna get old. Manchester Orchestra's last album sucked. They're like one of my favorite. Like their second and third albums are some of my favorite albums, but fucking Cope and Hope were just they're fucking boring. So yeah, like the Deer Hunter putting out an actually good album, I was like, at least someone is finally. Hey, man, can you open this fucking window? Blinds, since you're in a load screen. Do you think an anime that has Don Bluth anime... God damn it, disappeared again. That's the second time that guy asked that, and it keeps disappearing. I think he's trying to ask me, like, if an anime would be cool if it had Don Bluth-style animation. It probably would be. I haven't really watched any Don Bluth movies since I was a kid, so hard for me to comment too in-depth on that. I'll wait till I get that question again to see if there was more to it. I know you love anime, but do you plan to make more manga videos like your Alien 9 one? I would like to. The biggest hardship with manga videos is partly that I don't read a lot of manga because I'm more of an anime guy. Manga tends to not ever be over, and I hate catching up to a manga and then trying to keep up with it because I won't. I will not follow something over time. Like, I'll forget. There's been a bunch of manga that I like caught up to over the years and then just never continued. I read up to like volume 31 of Berserk, which was what it was out at the time. I think it's on 35 or 6 now. I caught up on Bleach in like 2009 and haven't read it since. And anytime I try, I fall behind after like a month or so. So like, yeah, that's why I don't read a lot of manga unless it's like concluded and a classic. Like, I love Akira, I love Nazca of the Valley of the Wind, and I do have a video I planned over a year ago for Nazca that would just be like 5 reasons you need to read Nazca. Reason 1 being it stars 2 of the best Disney princesses of all time. Because they are technically Disney owned. So
True.
Yeah. In my opinion, the best Disney princesses are Nazca and Kushana. But, and because it's much better than the movie, so it deserves to be recommended. But, the other problem with, doing manga videos is editing them, because it's really weird to try to put manga in a video. Like, when you have, like, a manga page just edited onto a video, it looks really inorganic. You can never figure out, like, should I leave enough for it to be readable? Like, should I leave it on screen for a while? Or I'm talking over it, so it's distracting to have text and stuff like that. I think the way I'll do it in the future, if I do it again, is the way I did it in the Ghost in the Shell video, where I just literally filmed myself reading through it, because I actually think that looked a lot better because it was more organic. Like, you could just see like the page and like the texture of how the print looked on the page, as opposed to just like a garishly thrown on image on a video. There will be a lot of talking about manga in my part 3 of my Nanoha video that Devu is finishing up editing right now. But like, if I do that Nazca video, it'll probably all be camera footage of the manga. Okay. What is your opinion about Glass? Fuck Glass. Everybody go watch Jesse Wood, Endless Jess's Fuck Glass video. That's my opinion about Glass. Favorite Gainax girl?
Yoko?
Misato?
Well, Nia.
Nia or Misato?
Difficult.
So I used to... FLCL's girls are all great. I know everybody loves Nina Mori from FLCL, and I did too when I was younger. But I think Mamimi is the most interesting character in FLCL. Mm-hmm. But I don't know that I necessarily like her so much as I'm interested in her. I think Misato is the one I like feel the most towards, like relatability and like her just being fucking cool and rad. Nia is the most adorable for sure. I love her whole personality and aesthetic. Nadia is hot, but I don't really like her personality that much. The girl from Karekano, I can't remember her name, but she's a fucking phenomenal character.
Mm-hmm.
Gynax girls. Does Kill La Kill count as Gynax girls? Because Satsuki and Nui and Mako and Ryuko are all fantastic.
No.
What's your opinion about hentai?
Cursed bridge.
It's great. There's no better, nothing possibly better.
Hentai.
Oh man, opinion about Nichijou. I think it's really good. I have not finished it yet, but I think it's really good. I think it does visual. In fact, all kinds of I think it's one of the best comedy anime ever made, and it's really interesting how like each segment has like different techniques used and stuff like that. I'd love to do a video about like some of the jokes in Nichijou, and Nino has talked about doing this too because he's a huge Nichijou fan. I want to do some videos about what am I trying to explain?
Nothing.
Comedy. I want to do some videos about comedy because there's a great post by a blogger called Omoe Kane who I follow. He was talking about how he was like triggered because someone called Shirobako a dramedy.
Yeah.
And he was like, Shirobako, like, it has funny scenes, and it has scenes that are definitely made to be like comedic, but like, it's not a comedy. It's just a straight up drama that just shows how life can be funny. You know, like, it's never really, aside from like the Shoryu belly scene, like it rarely like just tries to be a comedic scene. It's more like the comedy comes through laughing at how fucking crazy life can be, you know?
Yeah.
And he was saying, you know, comedy is more of like a specific thing that really has to be crafted, and like, you know, you craft a joke, you craft a comedic scenario. And I think Nichijou is a great show for exploring that, where like every scene is a crafted joke scene. And so like I think it would be great to break down like some scenes from Nichijou and like say what they do and stuff like that. But I don't know if I have the chops to do it. Like I'm not that great when it comes to comedy and like explaining it. And I also think people hate explaining the joke. I think explaining the joke is great. I really want to make a series called Explaining the Joke. I did one on the Digibro After Dark channel for the Kimmy Sparkle thing, which some of you may remember. But thoughts on the dating sim Love Plus as a cultural whatever it said before it disappeared. I never played Love Plus, but I do think it's amazing that a guy got married to the girl from Love Plus. Did you know about that?
Yeah.
A guy married his DS a few years ago. I have never played Gurumin, but I do want to. That's the one with the drill girl, right? I think. Yeah, that was. I think it's on Steam, and I did want to play it for Cool Girl Games because it looks awesome. It totally looks like my kind of game. Where did you get your hairstyle? I don't have a hairstyle. It's just...
Found it at Walmart.
Yeah, found it at Walmart. My hair just grows this way. Whenever I go to the hair fucking salon, I always tell them, like, just cut it and do something with it. Like, don't you know what looks good? And they're always just, like, confused. They're always like, what do you mean? And I'm like, just make it look good. Like, how do you... Is that not, like, what your job is? Aren't you supposed to have, like, a creative idea in your head about what hair you want things to look like? Isn't that why you got this job? I guess I just have too high expectations.
Be an artist!
Oh, hey, Trevor is here, and apparently he's a mod. I forgot I made him a mod, like, years ago. Yeah, that's awesome.
You sent me a Snapchat earlier.
He said, oh, God, Conrad, I'm a mod. I'm so happy.
Jesus.
That's great. What's your opinion on the anime/manga Gate? I dropped the first episode 15 minutes in. I think Tolentino's coming up the stairs. Hey!
Brandon
Toledo!
Toledo! Been a fresh
What's
minute.
happening?
I'm playing Demon Souls on the live stream.
Here, hold on. Let me try to get you in the camera.
Oh shit! Oh
Alright,
shit!
good.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Fuck this game!
Hold on. I have to
This
check
game's so
the...
hard.
Burger Records.
There we are. You're in there.
Burger Records.
This has nothing to do with anything. Alright, here we go.
Yeah, we're all three here. Sweet. People, I've told people you were coming. We're streaming with about 300 viewers, and they were all like, "Yeah, Tolentino!" I needed you here because Victor has to leave soon to go to a meeting.
He would.
And so we're gonna have you play video games
I don't want
on the
to.
stream.
I don't want to go. It's a mandatory meeting.
I
at
don't
the
want to
10
go to the dentist.
Oh god.
Brandon, do you have Street Fighter with you by
I
chance?
do have Street Fighter. with
Awesome.
me.
I want to show off your amazing Street Fighter skills to the world.
Oh man, I've been playing online on Steam, and I have a win streak going,
Nice.
Awesome.
and I feel pretty good.
Alright, you're
Hope you have
probably
a good
not that
connection.
audible right now, so you'll just have to be quiet until Victor leaves while I read. I'm answering questions as a
It's,
Q&A.
yeah, it's just
Yeah,
been Q&A the whole time. I've just been playing aimlessly.
Okay. Are you gonna do at the end of the year another set of videos outlining your favorites of the past year? I'm undecided about how I'm gonna handle that. I thought last year when I did the top 20 of 2014, doing 20 videos ended up feeling kind of excessive because a lot of the shows I didn't like necessarily have that much to say about. And I wouldn't mind doing it like a YMS video, except that I can't upload anything longer than 15 minutes on my channel right now. So maybe, and I also haven't been keeping up with 2015 shows. I think the only shows this year I've finished, not even shows, Shirobako and Kofuku Graffiti. That's like it. I don't think I've finished anything else. Did you finish like any shows this year besides Shirobako? Like Yoapeta season 2 you finished, right?
No, I didn't even watch the last episode.
Wow.
There's like one episode left. I didn't watch it.
Did you finish anything? What have you like?
I mean, I finished Shirobako.
I know you're caught up on Food Wars. I'll probably finish that.
Yeah.
I'll definitely try to. I mean, I'll try to finish everything that I'm interested in by the end of the year. But like, I really have not been keeping up with any of the. Because like, it's hard for me to get excited when like a season comes out. Oh, I finished Hibike Euphonium. Like when a season starts and like only one or two shows is really interesting, and then like I just kind of lose interest in. Yeah, it's really hard for me to keep up with current shows. It always has been. I've never been good at it.
No.
With 2014, I made a really concerted effort to finish everything from 2014.
This game is
Why are
such
you
a
going to
bitch.
Valley of Defilement? It's like one of the hardest.
Because the enemies are easy. It's just they overwhelm you.
Do 4-1. That one's fun. Or the
that
one
one's
with the
that
rolling
one's
skeletons.
like a difficult one, like strength wise.
Right.
It's a hard game.
Oh wait, here's the question again.
Once you get
Do you
past
think an
the
anime
first
that has
level.
Don Bluth / Emblemation-esque character and environment animation style, fluidly frame rate, and generic character art from the early 2000s would still look stunning? Would it even be possible? Why or why not? Ooh, that is an interesting question. I think it would. I think there's some stuff from the early 2000s that survived okay. Escryed still looks really good, like stylistically, I think. And that's got a very, like, early 2000s anime aesthetic.
Scred.
I guess it's not as bad as, like, I mean, if you're talking, like, the aesthetic of shows like Mahoraba or something where, like, everything's really garishly colored, I just think they wouldn't color it that way. Like, I think the reason that the colors were so bad in those early 2000s shows is that they didn't understand digital animation, and, like, that design sense they just made everything look better. Like, it's like the same...
You know, me and Marcus got issues on the same day. By mistake.
I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to explain.
They're so
Yeah, I guess the answer is yes. I think anything would look great if you gave it fucking Don Bluth level animation. But I think if you did that, you'd probably have the sense of color design to make it look good. I don't remember what question I was answering before that, but I really wanted to catch up to that question before it fucking disappeared again. What was I talking about before that?
I don't know.
Well,
Shrakabaka.
maybe they'll ask again.
Oh god.
Shit.
Kekai Sensen Final Ep when? Apparently never. Have you played any Rants games? I tried to play the first one time, and I got through the first dialogue sequence, and then I saw the world map, and I said, nope, that is way more than I can understand. Sengoku Rants is, for those uninitiated, a series of tactics porn games.
Oh.
It's a series of tactics games where, like, your goal is basically to conquer each prefecture of feudal Japan and then, like, rape their princesses and make them part of your harem.
No.
Hey man, they all it's a funny game.
Oh.
It's like a
hilarious.
But like yeah, it's really popular.
I get jokes.
But I can't. It's too much for me. The density of the fucking mechanics is more than I can handle.
It's like science class.
It is like science class.
Science class.
Okay, an FLCL remaster is what they meant.
Oh, that sounds good. All right.
I guess.
Like a Blu-ray release or something?
I think it says Production IG said they might make an FLCL like remake remaster type thing.
Gross.
I don't know what to think about that.
It's like a Blu-ray.
That's
that'd
super
be cool.
weird. I don't know why you'd do that. The show is fine as it is. And it's such a weird thing to do that to. It's
Because
like,
they're just gonna make the robot CG and then just fuck up everything.
yeah, I feel like FLCL, like, from what I had always understood, it wasn't very popular in Japan. Like, it was bigger in the West than it was in Japan. So it's weird that they would, like,
Well, because they want to market to the West.
remake it now, I guess. Okay, yeah, Yasu did want to bang Nana. Thank you, Urishima. Answering, like I said, someone will answer this in like an hour. And I'm glad you did. Let's see. Who are the best LGBT characters that you have seen in anime? Anything from Hodo Musuko, which is a show about trans characters and some gay characters and lesbian characters. And it's a great show. It's one of my favorites. Tolentino's seen it, weirdly enough, because we watched it, like, we marathoned the whole show one day because we were bored. And it's only 11 episodes long. And I love that show. Ironically, my favorite character, though, is a straight girl, Saori.
Of course.
She's perfect. She's like the perfect character. I fucking love her. But yeah, that show handles like transgender issues very well. A lot, like, because most anime, like, when people talk about like trans characters in anime, it's a confusing argument because, like, I think a lot of anime has like boys who dress like girls, but I don't think a lot of them identify as women.
Yeah.
Like, most of the time it's just a boy dressed like a girl, usually because their family made them or there's some like dumb bullshit reason for it, you know? And like, I don't know if you would consider those like transgender characters, whereas like Hodo Musuko is like about the actual issue of sex and sexuality. Like, that's what the plot is. So and I'm sure there's some manga that tackle issues like that. Like, pretty much any adult subject matter or, like, more nuanced cultural subject matter you can think of, there's a manga about it that will never receive an anime adaptation.
They're like books.
Yeah, manga are more like books. Like, they actually are not just, like, made to be widest common denominator. Is the Evangelion manga good? I'm not sure. I haven't read it, but I've heard it's really good, and I've heard it's really interesting. And it was drawn by the guy who did the character designs for Eva, and it took him like 12 years or something to make it. What do you think of Shion from Psycho Pass? She's hot. She doesn't really get to appear much. She's voiced by Miyuki Sawashiro, and she's one of her more like sensual performances, so pretty good. It's the blonde psychologist girl, if you were wondering who that is, from Psycho Pass. I don't know if you remember her.
She's one of the characters.
She's a gay one?
Not. She is. She does sleep with the gay one.
Yeah.
But the blonde girl.
Fuck.
She's not completely gay, because she at the end, she asks, what's his name, if she should have fucked him.
She swings.
What's his name?
Ah!
The main character guy. She asks him if she should have fucked him.
Gender?
Yes, Kaoru is the wife from Danaganani. That's who I was talking about. Not Kaworu from Eva.
Kill me, please.
There's a joke about that.
God damn it. fucking Crescent Moongrass.
There's a
Why
joke
do
in
I use
Danaganani about how she shares
Fuck.
a name with Kaoru.
Why did I want to play this game?
Will you try? Will you try Guild Wars 2 now that it's free to play? I thought it was free to
No.
play for a
It's always-
long time,
Yeah. Well,
if not from the
nah.
beginning.
It's just
I think it went free to play around the same time Terra did, right?
no, it's always been free if you buy it the one time.
Oh yeah.
Like there's no monthly subscription.
Well, I don't really like the aesthetic of that game.
It's
That's
fucking
why I never
ancient.
played it.
Make it Guild Wars 3.
Fucking ancient.
Nobody
Didn't-
plays that fucking game.
Wasn't Guild Wars 2 at the same time that Terra came out?
Yeah, it's just old now.
I still haven't seen a game that, like, an MMO that made me want to play it more than Terra. Maybe Black Desert, if that ever
Fucking
comes out.
skeletons. Yeah, right. Like
Just play
PSO2.
Black Desert for the character creation.
Yeah, the character creation is obscene in that game. And yeah, PSO2 will never come out stateside, which is depressing, but it's still cool.
I give it
I
10
want like a
more
good
years.
shield.
What's my opinion about Doctor Who? I can't take Doctor Who because of the fact, like, I don't think it's a bad show, and I enjoyed, like, I watched series 1, and then I started watching series 2, and I got sick of it, like, a few episodes in. And the reason is that, like, Doctor Who presents this, like, ongoing narrative, but it's so full of plot holes, and, like, it doesn't take its narrative seriously. So, like, I don't understand how I'm supposed to get, like, emotionally invested in a narrative that openly makes no sense. Like, you know, like, there's clearly, like, issues with the narrative that it doesn't seem to care about, but it keeps, like, presenting these big, epic, emotional scenes and stuff, and I'm just like, I can't buy into it if you're not gonna sell me the whole, like, package, you know? Like, I get that it's, a lot of people like it because it's fun and quirky and stuff, but I think Rick and Morty does it better. Which is kind of like what Rick and Morty's mission statement was like, Dan Harmon said, like, we basically wanted to do, like, a better version of Doctor Who. And so that's what they did. If you had to name a single TV-based anime studio as the best of all time, based on all aspects of the anime they make, which studio would it be? Madhouse. They've just done too much good shit.
Yeah.
Like, look at there's this
And I missed. And I'm gonna die.
there's this picture I posted on Twitter like a week or two ago about like showing everything that every studio made between like 2004 and
God,
2014,
they're so fast.
and Madhouse's output is obscene. Like, not counting movies, because they did a ton of movies. They did this. What the fuck?
Stress.
Are you like?
Snap.
Are you
Stress.
FaceTiming Trevor?
Trevor on the phone right now.
You can
Motherfucker.
You can hear us through Trevor's phone, through Brandon's phone right now.
Oh my
Good
god.
lord. Anyway,
T-Dog!
Madhouse made
I hung up.
all the.
No.
They made all the Satoshi Kon movies. They made all the Mamoru Hosoda movies.
Oh, I did it.
Nice.
So, like, they made a bunch of great movies, but even not counting those, like, in the span of 10 years, they made Tatami Galaxy, Kashern Sins, Hunter x Hunter, name some great Madhouse shows.
I
Why am I drawing a blank on this?
don't know.
They made a million
Too much.
shows. They made Trigun way back in the 90s.
Whoa. Beat it. Ippo.
Yeah, Hajime no Ippo. They made everything. I can't fucking do this. They made like hundreds of shows, and like the majority of them are great. Like, no studio even comes close to the number of great shows that Madhouse has made. Like, Gainax shows have more of that like specific Gainax personality,
Yeah.
but like I mean, they made plenty of bad shows that no one remembers.
Yeah.
But like the sheer fucking quantity of great Madhouse shows just dwarfs everything else. Like, there's no competition. I agree. Garzy's Wing is a fucking masterpiece, Trevor. Have you seen Vikings, Black Sails, or Mad Men? I have not. I never even heard of Vikings or Black Sails.
Is Black Sails the Stars show?
I guess.
I think I've heard about that.
Yeah, apparently Production IG acquired the rights to FLCL for ventures such as anime remake.
Gross.
I mean, it's Production IG. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
But they also have a tendency to fuck up their own franchises.
Yeah.
Ghost in the Shell Arise and Psycho-Pass 2 are not exactly indicative of things I want to see from a fucking studio. Although I don't think To Ubukata will be writing any shows soon because he just got arrested for domestic violence.
Really?
The other day.
Holy shit.
Yes. To Ubukata, the writer of Psycho-Pass 2 and
Wow.
Ghost in the Shell Arise, was arrested for domestic violence for beating his wife.
Holy
apparently.
Jesus.
What a
So,
fucking monster.
what was your
Well,
favorite
fuck
show
you.
that you believe was canceled too early? I don't know about canceled too early, but like shows that never got a continuation. That I think deserved one.
Fucking God.
What's the show that pisses you off the most that there's not more of? Maybe if you had asked me this in like 2008,
Tiger and Bunny, man.
if you had asked me
Want
this in
season
like
2 of that.
2008, it would have been like Gunslinger Girl, because Madhouse made the first season and it was great, and then they made a second season with Artland and it was just garbage and like it didn't reflect the tone of the manga very well, and then they didn't continue it. But I haven't been that into that in the last like 5 years, so. What show am I mad got canceled? I guess I pass on this question. Nothing
Son
makes
of
me
a
mad
bitch.
enough.
Tiger and Bunny, man.
I have not watched Woozer.
Need season 2.
Cheesecake's okay. What do you think makes UFO Table good? That depends on the era, because I like old UFO Table, where they just made weird fucking shows. Like, what was cool about UFO Table is they only made like one show every year or two.
Forgot they existed.
And what, UFO Table?
Yes.
They make all the fucking. They made Fate Stay Night. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Unlimited Blade Works and
Right.
fucking Fate Zero and Karno Kyokan, which is all anybody now knows them for. Like, because UFO Table, when I got into them, was like the most obscure studio.
Yeah.
Like, because they had done like Futakoi Alternative, like Coyote Ragtime Show, Manabi Straight, Ninja Nonsense, as it's called in the U.S., which is 2x2 equals Shinobuden. And like the Tales of Symphonia OVA, and that was it. And all of them were like these really bizarre out there shows that were not like anything else. Like Futakoi Alternative has the weirdest pacing of any show ever, besides maybe Angel Beats. But it's like really heartfelt and fun. Manabi Straight's one of my favorite shows, and just all their shows were really colorful and out there and different. And then they made the Karano Kyokai movies, which I love. And they had this great dark urban aesthetic that was totally different from anything they'd done before. But it also wasn't like anything else being made. Like, it was just this totally different art style. And it was really cool. And then they got contracted to do Fate Zero, and it was like, okay, that's kind of cool. They're still doing, they're doing another Type Moon thing. It still looks really nice, and we know they can do it well, so that's cool. But then they started changing the art of the Type Moon stuff into this weird, noseless, disgusting
Noseless, yes.
look that I can't stand. And it looks more like with the new Fate Stay Night anime and with the newer Karano Kyokai stuff, like they're trying to make it look more like what the character designs looked like in the Fate Stay Night game.
Yeah.
Which are not as attractive as the character designs that came afterwards. Like, the original Fate Stay Night anime looks like garbage because it's Studio Dean, like, at their worst, but the character designs look great. And so they make this new show where, like, the animation is godly, but the character designs are awkward and have no noses and are fucking, like, look like weird fish people, and it sucks.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't get why they're doing that. And they did it to Karano Kyokai, too, with, like, the specials that came out over time. And I'm just like, oh, you've completely ruined it. You ruined the way it looks, and I can't stand it. So, yeah. I mean, their animation quality is still crazy, and they're the best at digital digital post processing in the business besides
Looks like a
Kyoto
bird
Animation.
person. Shit.
But you know,
Shit.
A lot of people-
Shit.
I'm just watching. I just know it's coming, so I'm just watching you. You got him. You got him. Anyways, people always talk about, and Nino keeps bringing this up because he's really interested in this kind of stuff. He keeps saying how like UFO Table are the best at digital post-processing, but I think most like Sakuga fans would say Tamako Love Story, the movie, the Tamako Market movie, like did stuff with digital processing that's like next level. So yeah, I don't even know if they live up to that. I think if more people saw Tamako Love Story, they might change their opinion of that. All right, Trevor says, all right, guys, like, comment, subscribe for Trevor X Brandon Friend Fiction.
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
You won.
This is a pretty good question. Can a favorite anime of yours not have anything to really analyze?
No.
Yeah. Ponyo is one of my favorite movies. And, like, I did a commentary on it where, like, I just kind of explain what I like about it and what is good about it, but I wouldn't really call it analysis. Like, that's why I did a commentary instead of an analysis video, because there was really nothing for me to, like... There's no, like, deep theme in that movie that makes me like it, or, like deep writing technique. It's just a whimsical, well-made, fun art piece that I'm really into. What's your opinion about amputating feet?
Everything.
I don't know. What's your opinion on younger anime fans? I think they're dope. I got into anime when I was like 11, so...
Nerd.
Always the most perfectly placed nerd from Brandon.
Yeah, so,
No!
I see younger,
Holy, come from behind.
younger
Oh, shit.
anime fans don't always have the best taste, but it's okay because they have the whole future.
That's
ahead
what
of them.
shitty shows are for younger anime fans.
Yeah. Victor, you might have to do it different. Don't you have to leave now? It's 5:40.
Shit.
Alright, guys, we'll see Victor later. Brandon, you get to graduate to the next chair.
Yay.
No one wants to see me finish this fucking game. It's gonna take forever.
Yeah, make sure you quit game properly. So we'll get back to Demon Souls after Victor gets back. We're gonna switch to
How long is
Street
your
Fighter
meeting?
now.
What?
How long is your meeting?
It said 6 to 8, but I doubt it's gonna be that fucking long.
Yeah, okay.
It's like an official, like, business 10-center meeting.
I'm just gonna
Like-
quit.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of changes to their company and shit that they have to explain or something. Some bullshit.
Ew, that sounds like business stuff.
Yeah.
What is your opinion about God?
Adult things.
How do I answer my opinion about God?
He's a cool dude.
Hold on, let me find this quote.
He does things with his hands. He works.
I'm
Oh
gonna
my
find this
God.
quote that I like about God. Damn it, where the fuck is this line? I can't find this fucking quote. There's this great quote about the idea that, like, truth with a capital T is a lot like God. There's not much you can say about it because, like, truth isn't relative to anything. You can have, like, things that are relative to truth candidates, but I can't remember the fucking quote. It's a great quote. It's in a Milo song. Go look it up. I don't remember who says the original quote, but it is in a Milo song. What's your opinion about transhumanism? I think it's fucking rad, and I can't wait for the transhumanist future. I want to escape this fleshy temple and move on to a computerized body. How about you?
I feel like I would like to stay human a bit, you know?
Like, just do you think you get like the enhancements though, like computers in the eyes and shit like that?
Because I'm 100% me, man.
So
God
you're
made me this way.
So you're gonna be Togusa? Are you gonna be the Togusa in the sci-fi future? Do you know Togusa from Ghost in the Shell? He's the like the one character who doesn't have any cyber implants.
Yeah. We doing online?
Are you gonna go through all the? You can if you want. I don't know how
like
good the
practice.
connection is, especially because I'm doing this.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's all up to you. I know you. You can keep yourself entertained with this game for an eternity.
I can.
And I kind of want the audience to see your insane guy skills. Hold on, let me change the game we're playing to Super Street. Ultra Street Fighter.
Ultra Street Fighter 10 Arcade Edition 2016 Bernie Madoff Edition.
All right. What was I answering a question about? Was I still on God, or did I leave that? I don't remember.
No, you're talking about Ghost in the Shell.
Oh yeah, transhumanism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be a brain in a computer. I don't want to be immortal. I want to be immortal. I want to live forever and have time to watch every anime ever. Talk about how awesome Gintama is. Gintama's awesome. I love it. It's the best. Someone says he's playing on pad. No.
Oh yeah, I play pad, man. I'm a pad warrior.
Do people not like that? I thought everyone played pad in like
Nope.
2D fighting games.
Most people play fight stick, but I can.
Well,
I play
I mean,
pad.
you don't have a fight stick on you, so.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But you don't. You prefer pad to fight stick overall.
Yeah, but I can play both.
Right. He has a nice fight stick at home.
I'm gonna go online.
But yeah, I am very interested in transhumanism. I would very much like to advance into it. I think I'd have to ease into it slowly. Like, I wouldn't just fucking put my brain in a jar, you know? I'd like to go through the cyborgization process and the cyber brain and everything. And I also feel like for most of my lifetime, it'll probably be too expensive. So it's possible that by the time I could put my brain in a jar, I'd be old enough that I'd be like, put my fucking brain in that jar because I'm gonna die in 10 years anyway.
Oh my god, the connection. No.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
That's fine.
Impress everybody with your ability to do like the last challenges and shit like that.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Do you think you'll be able to pull it off like within less than 20 tries?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I practice them every day before I go online. I like run through them.
I see.
I was on this one.
So you do all of them every day?
Yep.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Gotta do the fundamentals, man. There's a great video about by this dude called Thorin, spelled with 3 O's. I mean, his name's Thorin, but it's spelled with 3 O's on YouTube.
This is the competitive.
Yeah, he does videos about competitive gaming, but it's all like first-person shooters and MOBAs, and like most of his videos are too advanced for me to comprehend. But he had a great video about the fundamentals. How he was like, you know, people have to understand that you have to never stop practicing the basics. Like, it's just like any other sport or anything like that. You know, you always have to keep repeating the most basic shit because that's the most important shit. You know, the flashy, intense stuff is like just the gloss, the sprinkles on the cake, if you will. I think I answered the transhumanism question well enough, probably. So let's move on. Did you continue watching Charlotte or did you drop it? I intend to continue it. I just haven't yet because.
Nice. Charlotte.
If you had to name a single TV-based anime studio, I already answered that. I don't believe you, guy who said Gate gets really good after the first episode. I just straight up don't believe you. It just doesn't seem like my kind of show at all. Is the crazy stream delay intentional?
Oh no.
If you're talking about the chat versus this, like, it's not stream delay. I've scrolled up the chat. Like, I am currently, like, at the very top of what is visible in the chat. It's not a stream delay. There's only, like, a minute of delay, if that, between what we're saying and what's appearing on screen.
This is, like, the hardest challenge. I gotta
Unless
focus.
that's the crazy stream delay you're talking about. Opinion on Hellsing. I'd like to finish it eventually. I had the first 2 volumes of the manga way back when I was like 13, and I wasn't that into it. And then I had the first 2 volumes of the anime, and I wasn't that into that, and I sold it all. I think I'd like it more now, but I could never find good scans when I tried to read it online. So I'd like to eventually try to finish both the manga and Hellsing Ultimate. Have you watched any other WWE event besides Royal Rumble 2015? And if not, will you? I had a lot of fun watching it with Jesse and all that, but like, the thing about wrestling is that the people who, like, the person who got me into wrestling is Jesse, who constantly complains about wrestling. Like, it's all about how it's hell, how it's the worst thing ever, and like all the problems with it. And like, I feel like I want to get into wrestling when it becomes less of a toxic environment, if that ever happens. Like, if it ever actually gets to a point where people enjoy it again. Or if everyone gets, because everyone's talking about how New Japan Pro Wrestling is like awesome, and like people are always saying it's the best, and like the only reason anybody watches the WWE is because it's an institution and everybody watches it. But like when the shift finally happens, where people finally start really caring about New Japan Pro, I might start watching that.
He wasn't in the corner enough. There we go.
Let's see. Do you like Squid Girl? I like it more conceptually than I do actually enjoy watching it. I watched like 5 episodes and I thought it was okay. It didn't make me laugh enough to keep watching it. Yeah.
No.
Have you ever played Sayano Uta? I did. I enjoyed it. It's the only visual novel I've ever finished because it was only like 4 hours long, if that. I did enjoy it. I know there's things wrong with it, and I don't completely buy into the idea that like the idea is that it's like, oh, it uses sex as like horror, and I'm like,
What is this?
It's also porn. Sayano Uta. It was like the visual novel by Urobuchi Gen, the guy who wrote Madoka and Psychopaths, because he was originally a porn writer, like a porn game writer. And he wrote like horror stories that were like had a psychosexual edge. And Sayano Uta is very lolly, and like he said something to the effect of like that sex could also be terrifying, and there are scenes like that in there, but it's also gratifying. It's also porn. Like, it's totally a lolly porn thing. Like, you know, people who like lollies like the game.
Oh my god. There you go.
But I thought it was pretty good. Will you ever do a certain magical index? I might. I've got the first volume of the light novel sitting right behind me on the floor. I've read 5 pages.
At the
floor. So maybe.
Yeah.
What did you first think of Kekai Sensen? I have a video about what I first thought about Kekai Sensen. Actually, I mentioned it in 2 videos, so go check those out. I haven't really continued it since then. Do you think toilet paper should go over or under? Over. Always over. Because you can just get it. You don't have to fucking go back there. That's stupid. And then what happens when you go under is you always end up rolling out more than you take. Because when you try to tear it, then it fucking just rolls the whole thing out. It's stupid. What do you think? Do you go over or under?
I do this combo. Got it.
So with toilet paper, you gotta go over. You can easily select the amount you want.
Or you could go like vertical. You can just have it on top of the stall. The little hole.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Customize
vertical's
it.
not bad either.
Oh god, I'm having fun.
Thoughts on Honey Pop? Not interested in playing it at all. How drunk have you ever gotten, and will you get that drunk tonight? No, I
that a
won't get that
challenge?
drunk tonight.
What?
The drunkest I've ever been was on my 21st birthday,
Dashing.
which was not my first time drinking, mind you, but like it was my first time in a bar, and it was right after I was up in Washington D.C. with my mom and Victor and our friend Marcus and one of my mom's friends, and we had just seen a System of a Down concert, and it was after the show, and we went to this bar that's like behind the theater where we saw it, and like someone said rape equals funny, not the best choice of words there. Well, it's the context of the game, but anyways, we go to this bar behind this stadium or wherever where we saw the concert, and like I had this horrible stomach ache, and I was just like dying, and we sat there for like half an hour, and then I was like, all right, fine, I can start drinking. And so we go up to the bar, and I was like, I don't know what to order. I don't know how to like order at a bar. So I was like, you guys just order me stuff. So my mom starts ordering me shots, and I order a couple, and a guy at the bar orders me a couple because he finds out it's my birthday. And I end up drinking a total of 7 double shots, all of different kinds of alcohol. It was like maybe 2 vodka, 2 what is it called? Tequila, a couple of like Jaeger bombs, and something else. So it was like a whole smorgasbord of alcohol. And I remember in the span of the like 20 minutes or so that I was drinking, being really fucked up and walking around the bar and like starting to get rowdy, and then I don't remember anything after that. And for what I've been told, they took a cab to the hotel, and I was just like going nuts the whole time, like yelling and being loud, just being crazy. And they were like joking about trying to pick me up at like a transsexual hooker or something like that was out on the road.
What?
And I was like, no. And then I get to the hotel, and I'm just crying, telling Victor how I don't I was like assuring him that I don't love Shade more than him. Like, I guess I was under the impression that Victor thought I love Shade more. And so I was like, I love you equally. It's okay. I love you just as much as Shade. And, like, I was just crying. And Marcus took some video of this and showed it to me. And I was like, I lasted 5 seconds. I was like, never show me that
Jesus
again.
Christ.
Like, I can't watch that. And I was hungover the entire next day and threw up a bunch, and it was miserable. So I've never gotten that drunk again because I drink very responsibly. I drink exactly until the point that I'm starting to lose control, and then I go, okay, it's time to stop, you know. And then I ride that for a while, and it's fun. Okay.
I'm playing arcade mode. Oh, you can't combo these grapplers. It's so rough. Okay. Oh, I knew you would do that at some point. Okay. I got this.
Yeah, hold on. Let me, if I reduce the size of this window, they might be able to see the more messages below thing. And that will indicate to people that the chat is not lagged. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you see that more
Not
messages below?
lagged.
That's the indication that it's not channel lag. I just have scrolled the chat way back.
Ew.
Yeah. Okay. Any thoughts about Angel's Egg? It was really confusing, and I didn't really understand it. But Demolition D is working on an analysis of it, and I'm looking forward to it. Have you ever built a Gundam, or have you had to stop midway through and just drop it? I think I built at least one model kit before.
Really?
I know I built some Zoids in the past, like when I was a kid. I think I built 1 or 2 Gundam models. Victor's built a shitload of them. So, yeah.
Oh god, I'm getting wrecked. I'm getting wrecked.
What's your opinion about questions? A lot of them are repeats now, because I guess people have just been repeating their question until I answer it. So, like, I keep, like, finding the same question I've answered, like, by the same person a bunch of times, and, the mods are getting mad, or at least Badger is.
Rando Ultra. Oh, what?
Yeah, and
This
Badger
game makes
wanted
no
him to
sense.
warn me. I guess Trevor was trying... Did Trevor call you, or did you call him?
He called me first, and then I called him back.
I think Trevor was trying to call you to warn you that Badger was going to clear the chat at some point. Because I can see where he says, if you're in contact with Brandon now, get him to warn Digi I might clear chat. And Trevor says, all right, and he says, thanks. And I'm like, none of that happened.
Oh god, play on the hardest difficulty. I haven't done this in a while.
And yeah, I am like way behind in the chat, like compared to where it is. I might just scroll all the way to the front and just answer new questions instead of answering old ones now. Especially because I'm sick of reading some of these same questions getting brought up over and over again. Yeah, let's just catch up to now. Sorry, everybody. Repeat your question if I just skipped it.
Oh my god.
Oh, apparently the room is in slow mode now, so you can only send a message every 30 seconds. That's why it's slowed down.
Slow mode.
Oh, now the chat was cleared. Well, that'll work. All right.
Whoa.
There we go. New questions. Okay. I want to make a video about why the Star Wars prequels resonate with me, but I'm afraid I'll be harassed by Plinkett fanatics. I've heard stories. Since you're a part of that fandom, do you know if that would actually happen? It will probably happen. There was one guy who wrote like a novel in response to the Plinkett videos defending them, like defending the movies. And the thing is, it comes down to, I think this is the same thing as like with the Sword Art Online people who like respond to me with their reasons that Sword Art Online resonates with them. The approach you have to take if you want to do this is to not deny what Plinkett's saying. Like if you come at it with the attitude like Plinkett's right, but here's how I feel, then you will be successful and people won't give you too much shit. If you come at it with the attitude that Plinkett's wrong and here's why, people are going to give you shit. People love a good counter argument when it doesn't try to accuse them of being wrong about their own opinions. And I think with stuff like with both Sword Art Online and the Star Wars prequels, when people like that stuff, it has more to do with like personal justifications that make sense to them, that don't necessarily make sense to everybody. So I think it would be possible to do it. You just have to approach it right. Approach it from the angle of like, I'm inviting you to my opinion, not I'm pushing my opinion on you. What do you think about Free? I watched the first 3 episodes of season 1, and the impression I had was just that it was not aimed at me, because I was like, this is clearly made for girls. It's clearly meant to be like the girl moe show. Like, it's not used to getting the shit kicked out of you like that.
No. Not against computers. I don't play computers.
Yeah, it felt like the moe show for girls, and like just wasn't really made for me. But I've heard good things about season 2, so I might try to watch the whole thing. I mean, I didn't like K-On! That much when I first watched it when it was coming out. Like, I just thought it was any other moe show. Like, I enjoyed it, but I didn't think it was anything special. So if Free is anything like that, where it gets better and you sort of appreciate it more over time, I might check it out. And because I generally respect Kyoto Animation and their shows, though it's not from my favorite KyoAni director or anything. Thoughts on the Rebuild films? I haven't seen them in a long time. If you want to see my thoughts on 2.0 from back when it came out, I wrote really huge posts about it back then. Just search Evangelion 2.22 on my blog, and you'll find the post I wrote. It should be called like "You Cannot Understand My Perspective," so here's a diatribe on it. It's like 5,000 words, so the equivalent of what would be like a 20-minute video from me. It's not that well written because it's old and all my old writing sucks, but I think those opinions are really interesting. I don't know how I would feel now if I rewatched them, but I do think those posts are interesting for the time and place that they were made, or at least that post. How much do you love Steven Universe? It's pretty good. We have a whole, I'm not going to get too into it. We have a whole discussion about it on the latest Digi Bros recording that I haven't edited yet, where we talk about how I think Steven Universe is a 9 out of 10 and Victor thinks it's a 10 out of 10, and we have a whole argument about why. It's really stupid. Will you ever do more depression reviews with Zetsubo Sensei? I want to. I was writing a second one where the plot is that Sensei's trying to hang himself in the forest or something, or he's like on the run and he's being chased by Tsunemori Akane from Psychopaths, because I got the Nendoroid of her, and because his Psychopath level's too high, and so she's like trying to arrest him, and he explains like why, like he's trying to get out of it, and he's like explaining the illogic of the situation, and it would have to be some dumb thing. The problem is I never had anything as good as an inane but highly relatable problem like the lettuce thing from the first one. I've never been able to come up with something good enough for the script. So there's like a half-written script about Akane trying to arrest Zetsubo Sensei for having too high of a Psychopath. What's your opinion on Hell Girl as anime and of the portrayals of real-world Japanese sociological issues that in that show's Japanese society? I only ever watched the first episode of Hell Girl and I did not like it. Because I just saw it as like a boring kind of edgy, like anthology horror show. I'm not into horror, and I'm not into anthology shows, so like it really just was like nothing for me. Just overall not my type of show. I don't know if I'll ever watch it, especially because it's long as fuck now. Favorite anime directors? Hiroyuki Imaishi is my number one. The guy who did Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill, and Panty and Stocking, and Dead Leaves, but I haven't seen that. Hideaki Anno is pretty up there for obviously Evangelion and Karekano. Hayao Miyazaki is a great director. Who else would I put up there? These are all like classics, like everybody knows. What's her name? Yamada Naoko. That's my favorite director that nobody else knows about. She's the director of K-On! And Tamako Market. And I think her shows, in terms of directing, stand out from everything else by Kyoto Animation. Like, you can really tell her shows and her style. And I want to do a video about, like, the hallmarks of her style and, like, what sets her apart. Because I think her shows are really interesting and cool. And nobody talks about her as a director. So that'll be my answer for that. What are your favorite doujinshi? I'm not gonna answer that one. Especially, I don't have any particular favorites. It would be like a list of 100 equally favored doujinshi. Why are you doing such a horrible job running this? Am I? Devu? Am I doing a horrible job? I feel like this has been going great, in my opinion. This has been exactly what I hoped it would be. I've been getting lots of questions. I've been answering them in a timely fashion. This stream is set to go for 24 hours, so that's why I'm answering these at such great length. Like, there's no restriction on time for this. Like, people are going to get bored and leave, and I'm going to get new questions.
When did you start this?
3 p.m.? So, 3 hours ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
3 hours and running.
Yeah.
With the time, it's just...
Yeah.
It keeps going.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what you're talking about, Devu. You'd have to expand on that. Why did you stop watching Death Note, and what's your opinion on it? Because I watched 12 episodes while it was airing, and that was all that was out, and I never continued it. I think it's a fun show. I would like to finish it eventually. And I read a lot more of the manga. I read like 10 volumes out of the 13 that there are. And I was pretty into it back then, but I don't know. It's not really like my kind of show that I would get like super deep into, but I do think it's fun and well written. Favorite anime that you know is bad but still love? Garzy's Wing. I already talked about it. What's my opinion on Metal Gear? I haven't played any of them. I've watched a lot of great analysis of Metal Gear games from Super Bunny Hop and Matthew Matosis, but I've never actually played one of them. And I've watched my friends play Snake Eater like 1,000,000 times.
Oh, God.
But only like the first 2 levels. My friend Brando will come over and just like start up a new Snake Eater game and then just play like 2 hours of it and stop. And he's done it like so many times. Thoughts on the Boogie Pop light novels? Oh man, maybe you knew this already, but that light novel raised me. The first Boogie Pop and Others, the first book of Boogie Pop, I read it in like 2005, and it was my favorite book for like 5 years. And when I wanted to be a fiction author, like everything I did was like a rip-off of Boogie Pop. Like I ripped off the structure, the style, the tone, like everything about it. It was just, it spoke to me perfectly, and I thought it was like the perfect book, and I really loved it. And it's one of those that when you read it more than once, you pick up more things and it gets better. So like I was just super duper into it. The other 3 books they released were good, but I never got into them the same way I did the first book. And the anime is just okay. Really has little to do with the story. And the live-action movie was kind of terrible, but I really love that first book. I'd love it if they would continue releasing... What?
I'm just running this card, so...
Is that a Kappa thing? Do they talk about the car destruction?
No, it's just a bonus stage. That's not...
Is the Ava manga good? I already answered that. buddy.
Answer it again. Repeat questions.
Give and Take says,
the
bitch, you
answers."
fucking destroyed my question. Well, you'll have to ask it again. Is your sword unbelievably dull? Oh my god. I'm being chased by a real army. Even dinosaurs are here, and they use bows and arrows. My sword is unbelievably dull. What are your thoughts on Elfen Lied? I'm pretty sure it's really dumb. I watched it in like 2007 when I was like 16, and I thought it was like okay back then. Because like at that time it was like the edgiest thing I had seen, and I was like, whoa, deep and edgy, and like pretty sure if I watched it now it would just be a laugh. Gatchaman crowds, you like? I've liked what I've seen. I've seen like 6 or 7 episodes, and I really enjoyed them. What did you think when Snob hanged up right after calling you a pleb? He didn't. That was just the ending of the recording. And I told him that has to be the... I don't think he was going to make that the ending, but I told him he had to. I kept talking to Snob after that, and like... He pretty much like... came... Like, he got like more humble after we stopped recording, and was sort of saying that like... To him, the point of the anime sphere is that he wants it to be more of like jabbing and stuff. Like he enjoys the idea of it as like a competitive sort of friendly poking at each other and making fun of each other. I just think that he doesn't do it well, and it's boring to me. He still sends me random shit on Skype, just like trying to start shit, I guess. Like, and I'm just like, dude, I don't care. Like, I don't know why you keep doing this. So yeah.
Oh my god.
Are you a fan of most magical girls or only some? Also, can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Autistic
Happy
Miku.
birthday.
Autistic Miku. I like most magical girl shows. I wouldn't say that there's any... I've never like finished a magical girl show except for like the more short adult ones, because they're all so fucking long, and but I love the aesthetic of them so much that I usually, like, even if I'm not really into it, I never mark them as dropped. It's always on hold to me. Like, I'll watch 1 or 2 episodes and be like, okay, I'll get back to this in 5 years. But, like, they're never dropped. Have you watched any of Himoto Umaru-chan? Yeah, I talked about that in my season video. Go to Digi Does Anime and watch the Weebing Out with Digi and Nino. It's got all my opinions of all the currently airing shows, and I haven't continued any of them since then, so those are still my opinions of the currently airing shows. And that goes for everybody asking about current shows. Can you arrange for all 100k of us to jump at the same time and try to destroy the Earth, or at least annoy a seismologist? We'd have to gather in a place, and I'd have to play... Killing, or is it Killing in the Name of the song that has "Fuck You, I Won't Do What You Tell Me"?
Yeah.
Do you know that there was an earthquake caused by a performance of that song once?
And like a legit earthquake?
Yeah, like a 1.0 Richter scale earthquake.
Oh my god.
Because it was in the UK in the early 90s, and they were playing Killing in the Name of at a concert, and people were going so apeshit during the "Fuck You, I Won't Do What You Tell Me" part that it caused a 1.0 earth shake. If you will.
Earthshake.
I don't know if that qualifies as a quake, but yeah.
Oh my god.
They shook the earth. You should check out Live A Live. I think I looked into that and it didn't seem like my kind of thing, but I don't know. Favorite anime fight games?
Oh, Persona.
Persona 4 Arena is a lot of fun. This dude is a competitive level player of Persona 4 Arena.
Oh
Jesus, you barely edged that one out.
The guy does really bad against grapplers. Because
Yeah.
most of his special moves are punishable.
T-Hawk's just a fucking pain in the like, as a computer in general. He sucks to fight. So yeah, I guess Persona 4 Arena. Me and Brandon are really looking forward to Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax, which unfortunately doesn't come out till October. But like, I'm super hyped for it. Digibro and Don-sama, I guess. What are your favorite hentai tags? Mine are Lolicon, Syscon, and Forced. I know you love Lolly's Digi. That is way too much information of a question. Both you've given too much information, and it would be too much information for me to give. And this is not Don-san. This is Brandon Tolentino. He's frequent guest on Digibros.
Frequent human.
Frequent human. What are some shows you wish you had been more mature when you first saw them? I don't know if it matters that I wasn't mature the first time, as long as I watch them now and I can appreciate them. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, I was completely bored with when I watched it when I was younger. Like, I just didn't give a fuck about anything in the show, and now I love it. I think there was another thing I watched like the other day or something that was like that. Where, what are you laughing about? Frequently Human?
No, Trevor is calling me Don Son now.
Yeah, there's something I watched recently that I was like, this is something that I was not interested in at all when I was a kid, and then now I love it. Some stuff even like more recent, like Jinryu wa Suitai Shimashita, or like Humanity Has Declined. When the first episode of that came out, I watched it and I was just not interested at all. I was like, I don't care about this at all. And then I watched it recently and it was a real joy. I loved it. So yeah, I guess I don't really regret my first viewings as long as I get a second viewing. Choose one. Welcome to the NHK. Novel, manga, or anime? Novel, because the novel's the most real and hard-hitting and artistic, I think. The manga, I never read much of the manga. The anime's great, but like, yeah. Devu says, for an in-house editing team, would you rather have 3 clones of Demolition or 5 clones of me? I have to go with 5 clones of you, Devu, because what's great about your editing is that you understand what I'm going for so well. Like, because with Demo's editing, as I understand it, he does it like procedurally. Like he edits like along the way while coming up with what the video is going to be. And I think that's what him and YMS both do. Like, they sort of write around the situations. Demo's videos are largely unscripted, from what I understand. Like, he just turns on a microphone, records some shit, and then makes it part of the video. And I think he might even do that in chunks, like, not all at once. But he's said before that his videos barely have a script, unless it's like an in-depth analysis. In which case, like with the Evangelion videos, it's more like my videos. So I just think it's the fact that he doesn't really do the video essay style that makes his videos the way they are. And he loves editing, and like that's where the main part of the creation process is for him. Where I hate editing, and I'd rather record an audio essay and then send it to somebody and have them make it interesting. So I think you're more in tune with that, and you love my writing. Demo wouldn't necessarily want to edit for someone else's writing. I don't think he'd do that at all. Whereas you, as you put it once, all of the enthusiasm in my script is injected directly into you, I think is what you said. Or like you absorb all of the the excitement for the subject matter. Did you get turned on by the girl in Berserk who masturbated to burning corpses? No. Weird question. Hey, it's Chi-Chi. If you could only go to one fast food chain, what would it be?
What would it be?
Fast food? Maybe Cookout, because it's cheap and they have a good variety.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Cookout, I don't know how widespread Cookout is, but it's a fast food thing we have here. I never remember to go there because it's on the other side of town from where I usually drive, but they have a really good variety and it's really inexpensive.
Computers, why do you do this to me?
And yeah, I guess I'd have to say Cookout because it's like one of the only fast food places that doesn't make me want to fucking die after eating there. What are some of your favorite anime openings, as in the very first scene, usually before the OP or title card, as in a cold open? Ooh, a first episode cold open. Let's see. Whenever I think of this, the first one that comes to mind is the beginning of Heartcatch Precure, because it caught me so off guard. Heartcatch Precure starts off with like this incredibly kick-ass fight scene between 2 magical girls, and the first time I saw it, I was just like, whoa, what the fuck, this is awesome! But I wouldn't consider that the best opening scene. This might be cheating because it's like half the episode, but the first half of the first episode of Kotoura-san, which is a 2013 like high school comedy show that starts off with this unbelievably dramatic like backstory of the main character girl, like how she grew up with psychic powers and it ruined her life because nobody trusts her and all this shit. And it's like this 10-minute backstory of the character before anything else happens, and it's just really well done, like surprisingly well done for the kind of scene that it is. And that was probably the most like shockingly good start of a show I can think of, at least the most in recent memory. I don't know if that counts because it's kind of long to be considered a cold open, but
oh my god, I think, saw how I won that match. I felt good.
I think the opening theme does play after that whole opening sequence. So, have you seen any naked people? Yes, quite a number of them. What's your opinion on Haikyuu and the large fan base surrounding it? I think it's a good show. It wasn't really my thing, so I didn't keep watching it. I think I watched 10 episodes. It stays in like, when it comes to sports shows, I prefer like Baby Steps, where it's like, it's more about the time in between the matches, and when the matches do happen, they're like 2 episodes long. Haikyuu is like, each match is an entire fucking arc, and I just stopped caring at some point in the middle of that. It's very repetitive, where like, they'll explain exactly what's going to happen, and then it'll happen, and then they'll explain it again. And I kind of lost interest in Haikyuu when the first episode made it so obvious that the 2 main guys were going to end up being like, one's the setter and one's the hitter for each other. And then like they spend 2 episodes realizing that, and I'm like, I thought that was the point of the show. How are you going to like have a whole realization about that? But anyway, I think it's a good show. It's really well done, extremely well animated, just not really my type of thing. Have you ever made up your own fictional universe? Yes. I won't get too into detail about that at this very moment, but if someone asks me about it later, I'll get into it, because I just am not in the mood.
You're not in the mood?
Not right now. It would take a long time, and I'm trying to see how much I can catch up. You know what? I'm already way behind, so fuck it. This is just how it's gonna be. It's gonna have to be always I'm like an hour behind the chat, because like...
God, that's so rough.
I mean, it only really bothers them. It doesn't bother me. It's just funny. Because it leads to people repeating their questions and shit. But ever since they put it in slow mode, it hasn't been moving fast enough to be like a problem. I don't think I'm going to lose questions again. What's your opinion on Black Butler? I watched the first episode and I didn't like it. And then I watched the first episode of season 2 and it was fucking hilarious. You ever seen any of Black Butler?
No, I've like seen clips though.
Have you seen that clip where he's like...
ninja blades will make you...
Have you seen the clip where he's like running along the walls setting a table in midair? There's like a table floating in the middle of the room. He's like running across the walls, throwing plates onto it. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? That was pretty magical. Oh, by the way, these scenes in this game that we're watching right now, I believe were animated by Studio 4C. They did not do a good job. These cutscenes suck ass. Let's see, where am I? Okay. Question. Favorite literary work you like to read, and are you familiar with Friedrich Nietzsche and the Eternal Return? Favorite literary work is House of Leaves. I am familiar with Friedrich Nietzsche, though I've never really deep dived his stuff. I don't know what the Eternal Return is. I don't know Nietzsche well enough to have like a strong opinion about him. Why do you keep asking if the Evangelion manga is good? I answered that like an hour ago.
But how good is it? Tell us more.
Why did you stop watching G-Reco? Because it was currently airing, and I drop everything while it's currently airing, but the reason I haven't gotten back to it is because it's an absolute madness clusterfuck. I'm scared of the idea of even understanding it. What do you think about Honey and Clover? It's really, really good. I never saw season 2, weirdly enough, but I loved the first season. Highly recommend it to everybody. Okay. I already got this question. Best Gunslinger Girl, I'm partial to Trielle.
Answer all
I believe her
the
name's
questions.
Triella. And she is the best Gunslinger Girl. So, you already answered your own question. To both of you or just Digi, if you were gay, which male member of the host club from Uran High School Host Club would you most want to date and why? I don't think you've seen Uran High School Host Club, have you?
No, I have.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Well, which member would you most like to date if you were gay?
Can I get 2? Can I get the twins?
Oh, you want both the twins? You fucking would want both the twins. Life in chaos. You're basically like one of them. I feel like if you had a twin, those would be you.
I feel like me and Trevor made the comparison to both of them before as us.
I would... Trevor's seen Uran as well?
Yeah, we all have.
I'm really surprised you've all seen Uran. I mean, I guess it's popular, but, like, just never thought of it as your type of show. I would pick probably Honey Senpai, because he's adorable. Yeah. I like to think that these two comments were in response. This guy says SAO is utter shit, and the next guy said I noticed. I like to think that was a deliberate response. Did you just do the character's pose? I hope this like the video and game video are synced well enough that like made sense. I guess I'll find out in a minute when the stream lag is caught up. Yep, you did it. It's only like a second off. Great. Did you know that Madhouse animated Lilo and Stitch in various Marvel animations? Yes, I did. They made like 100 episodes of Lilo and Stitch the anime. Because apparently Masao Maruyama, the president of Madhouse, his favorite movie is Lilo and Stitch, and that's why he did that. Trevor says, I challenge you and Brandon to play Biofreaks.
Ugh. Oh my god.
I don't think we'd last very long.
My heart.
Yo,
I forgot that was here for a second. I was like, I felt good. Oh my god.
Yo, Digi, tits or ass? I gotta go with tits all day. Tits are definitely my obsession. Yo, Digi, are you excited for MGS5? Not really, because I haven't played the other ones. I'm excited for the great analysis I'm gonna get out of it. I'm sure that everyone's gonna make, because there's probably gonna be like 8 hours worth of videos from every YouTuber I follow about it. So that'll be fun. Is Michiko and Hachin good? I'm like 5 episodes in and I don't know where it's going. You're in the same boat as me, buddy. I've seen like 8. I never understood where it was going or whether it was good. When you go back to pick up a show you previously dropped, do you start from the beginning again, or do you pick up where you dropped it? I always start from the beginning if it's been more than like 6 months, like, because I need to remember what the fuck's going on. How many people do you think will be here in 12 hours? I don't know. I truly have no idea. I imagine that people will cycle in and out because, like, the idea of doing this for 24 hours is that it would account for every time zone. Everyone has a chance to get in. What's in your plastic jugs? Do you mean this?
No, it means your chest.
Pure silicone. This is diet green tea from Wawa. It's all I drink. I want to watch Sturban Universe. I agree. I do too. Do you know who Sturban is? Sturban is Death Gun. That's like a major plot twist. The powers that be are to pimp a butterfly. I have to go with the powers that be. To Pimp a Butterfly is more than I can handle as like an album. Like, I appreciate it a lot, but I can't really listen to it. I guess I don't really like the songs. A few of them I like. I like I particularly like For Free, the interlude. That one's amazing. I thought you said on Pub Crawl that you didn't like Steven Universe, or was that Anthony? That was Anthony. I love Steven Universe. What would you say are the major differences between Western and Eastern animation other than just the audience, and what are some of the intrinsic reasons for those? I'd say the intrinsic reasons are different influences, and the reason that Western animation is starting to look more like anime is that anime is becoming influential to a new generation. I think the people who made Steven Universe are part of a generation that grew up with anime being on Cartoon Network, and that's why they make so many references to Dragon Ball Z and shit. So that's the biggest difference. It's that it's just meant something different to both cultures. Most Japanese anime comes from manga, and manga has always been like a widely accepted cultural facet of Japan. Like, everybody reads manga. Not everybody watches anime, but most anime comes from manga, and manga has always appealed to a broad audience, and so anime has the ability to appeal to a broad audience. Whereas in America, cartoons have pretty much just always been for kids, and the stuff that breaks the mold is more recent. And most of the stuff made for adults is usually comedy shows, not a lot of, like, running dramas. And I understand why, because, like, there's just not, like... Adults in America don't have the mindset for it. Like, my dad cannot watch animation because he doesn't see it as something, like, that he can relate to. Like, he explained to me that, like live action TV is closer to nonfiction for him, whereas, like, even though it's completely fictional, like, he can buy into the characters in a way that he can't do with animation. Which from my perspective doesn't make any sense, but I grew up with cartoons that were a little bit more deep and meaningful, and as generations like mine come up, cartoons will keep getting more deep and more meaningful, and more people will have been influenced by them and have grown up with them and be able to handle them. So I think it'll change the way that anime becomes in the future. I don't know why I lost my place here.
Oh no.
Will you do a Rick and Morty podcast? Maybe when the season's over. Get my friends in there. Everyone I know watches it, so I have plenty of options for co-hosts. Would you consider reading Pandora Hearts and uploading your opinion on that series now that it's completed with 104 chapters? I don't know. Is it good? I've heard a lot of varying opinions about Pandora Hearts. I remember liking the aesthetic of the anime when it first started, but I don't know. It doesn't really seem like my kind of thing, but who knows? Do you enjoy any works by Kiyohiko Azuma, who did Yotsuba and Azumanga Daioh? Yeah, I enjoy Yotsuba and Azumanga Daioh. They're both fun. Haven't read them since high school, but they were good. Gurren Lagann or Gunbuster? Gurren Lagann, for sure. Do you prefer lettuce or spinach on your sandwich? Spinach. Is a pretzel pub chicken from Wendy's still your favorite sandwich? I don't know. I haven't had one in fucking 3 years since they discontinued it, so it's hard to say. I don't think it would be anymore because I don't really eat a lot of fast food anymore. I now mostly go to restaurants because I'm willing to spend more to eat better food. So maybe not. Will you analyze the Ito anime projects? I don't know what those are. Is that the Studio Kara shorts? Clarify for me and I'll answer then in like an hour. Favorite live action TV show?
Yours is Lost, remember?
Lost? That's fucking Jesse Wood's favorite show. He's fucking obsessed with Lost. He thinks it's the greatest show ever.
Oh my god, that was sick.
I don't really watch live action TV. I guess right now nothing is running that I'm watching. So if it's current, then nothing. And there's nothing in the past that I'd really say is like favorite show tier. That's a live action show. So nothing. I don't have one.
I don't know how to fight Hugo as DiCaprio. This is upsetting. This is very upsetting.
Yes, this live stream will be recorded somewhere. That's why it's okay for us to run it like this.
Recorded by the guy that does the high school graduation videos.
Favorite Sentai shows? The only one I've really seen any of is Samurai Sentai Shinkenger, and it was pretty cool. I didn't finish it, but I got 22 episodes in, and it's still on my hard drive. What's your t-shirt size and when's your birthday? I want to make you a present. My t-shirt size is anywhere between large and extra large. I'll accept either of those. Large is a little tight on me. If I start losing weight, then I'll be fine with large. But I've been gaining weight, so it's more like extra large.
That's like the inverse of...
And yeah, my birthday was like at the start of the month. Let's see. Which anime would benefit the most from a what-if version like you do with SAO? I don't know. SAO is the only one I've ever been inspired to do that with, and only because someone like asked me. Well, you asked me actually. The guy who's asking this question is Orca XXX. I don't know. I'd have to be like put into a position to do it. Maybe you know what? Zanko no Terror, because that show was awful, but I feel like it could have been good if they just rethought it. So maybe that. What are your thoughts on Code Geass? Haven't seen it since 2007, and I never finished season 2, but it was fun. Will there be a VOD? I don't know what that is.
Recorded video of this.
Oh, yes. Can someone link the Reddit post where he is rewriting SAO? He mentioned it earlier. I'm assuming I will see that link at some point. I've been here for 2 hours. I'll be gone in 2 hours, and I'll be back at 2 a.m. because why not? All right. ETA on Hunter x Hunter's next season? Never. Because the manga's only like 10 chapters past that, and it's been on hiatus for like a year and a half. So, never. Do you watch the Drunken Peasant podcast? Never heard of it.
Drunken Peasant?
Yeah, never heard of it. I think I'm at the part where I was talking about, like, asking Devu what's wrong with how we're running it. What is, for you, good manga art? Do you dwell on the storytelling part in terms of paneling? For example, panel transition, placement, and flow, or are you more focusing on the overall artistry, be it the concept art in terms of placement, be it the design of characters, backgrounds, etc., or do you think that both are needed to make a successful, visually presentable story? Definitely think both are necessary. I do focus actually a lot on the paneling and stuff. Look up, is that you, moatiliata.wordpress.com. If you can't spell that, Google might help you. But I ran a very short-lived manga blog, and I had a series called Manga Pages where I was focusing on the way that people, like, the way that art is structured. And a great manga case study for, like, how you can go wrong with, like, having great artwork is this manga series called Stray Little Devil that I have all 5 volumes of. And it's like a fantasy comedy manga that takes place in this incredibly lush and detailed world where, like, every frame of it is insanely detailed. But they released it in these really small volumes for some reason. And the pacing of the story is really breezy. It's like the dialogue's very funny and quirky and chipper and fast, and like it feels like you're supposed to read it fast, but the artwork is so crazy detailed that you really have to like dwell on each image, and so it's really visually confusing, and it kind of ruins the whole pacing of it for me. So yeah, I wrote a post about that on that blog I just mentioned. Is that you, Moatiliata, which is a line from a Mars Volta song. And I want to do more. I actually do want to do some videos about that, but I never figured out how to do manga in video form, as I talked about earlier. What's your favorite thing about YouTube analysis? That I can basically talk about whatever I want. The only reason I've never tried to get like a journalistic job, because I feel like I could. I think I'm a good enough writer that I could be a journalist, but I don't want to be beholden to anybody else's standard. Like, once upon a time, way back, I sent a message to Anime News Network's, like, leader, and I told him, I think you should let me write reviews for you because your reviewers are all biased against moe shows, is basically what I accused him of. And I said, you should hire someone who likes those kind of shows. And so he was kind of, like, offended and, like, pissed off at me, but he was like, why don't you send me an example of your writing? So I sent him a post I wrote about the first 3 episodes of Chubra, because that was airing at the time. And it was not well written, and I don't blame him for, like, slamming me, but, like, what he had said, and this pissed me off so badly, because in the email he had sent me before, he said that all of his writers have their own style, and they're allowed to write their own way, and, like, you know, their biases are included and everything. But then, when he read my post, one of his criticisms was that I used the word I a lot. Like, I referred to myself in first person. And he said, you clearly haven't read any other ANN reviews to get a sense of the style. And I'm like, you just said that all of your writers have their own style, and you're telling me that I'm not writing in the ANN style. So, like, that kind of stuff really put me off to, like, the idea of, like, writing for a publication that has its own style, and, like, I have to really, like, do what they want me to do, or talk about shows I don't want to talk about, you know, like, focus on stuff that's popular. I don't have to do any of that. I can write about what I'm interested in and the way I'm interested in it, and it's really important to me that my videos all feel like they're all reflective of the subject matter, you know? Like, I don't want to have a template for my videos. I don't want there to be any, like, this is how I do all of my videos. I want it to reflect the nature of the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, yeah.
The Vu said what he means is that the questions keep getting lost. I don't think it's a big deal. People can repost their questions. It doesn't bother me. I just skip past them. We were losing questions before, but it doesn't seem to be happening now. I think I've been keeping up perfectly fine. Unless suddenly we start losing them all because it's caught up more than I realize. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. The idea behind this live stream is that in 24 hours I will never run out of questions to answer. So even if I lose some, like it doesn't matter as long as I'm answering a question. If I suddenly have no new questions, then it'll be a problem. What's the one game that you're like, bruh, I fucking need to play this, but then anytime you have the chance, you think, nah, this isn't the right time for it, or do you just forget about it whenever you have the chance to get it? Every game I own is that. I have not beaten almost any... Look at that. There's like a shelf of like, what would you say, 50 games over there? I've probably beaten like 5 of them.
Oh my god, that's 5?
Maybe 10 at the most. Like, there's no way I've beaten most of those. I never finish games. What are your favorite video games? Are you switching games right now? What are you playing?
Super Puzzle Fighter.
I see. What are my favorite video games? Ocarina of Time.
You might want to switch the game title.
Terra Online. Oh yeah. What's it? Super Puzzle Fighter?
Yeah, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Ah, the sound effects in this game just feel good.
You should actually turn down the TV like a spot. Also, is it supposed to look like that?
Yeah.
Anyway, shit, I lost the chat. Hold on.
Oh,
There we go. Okay, favorite video games. Yeah, Terra Online, Ocarina of Time. I feel like I had a list of these recently. Fuck it. I hate video games.
No! You monster.
Thoughts on No Game No Life and the Irregular at Magic High School light novel series, not the anime. I haven't read them. I thought about buying No Game No Life, but it's $14 and I just can't bring myself to pay $14 for a volume of No Game No Life. Light novels are too expensive now. I want to do a video about this, but I have to read all the ones I have first. What are your thoughts on House of Leaves? It's amazing. It's the best book ever. I love it. It's perfect. Everyone should read it. Go read House of Leaves. It'll blow your fucking mind to shit, and it'll rock your balls.
I like the words. It's got lots of words.
You read House of Leaves, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty
It
good.
was great. I read the whole thing while listening to Spiderland by Slint, because I had just discovered it,
Oh god.
and that's all I listened to for like a week while I read that book. Are you aware that you do not need an account to download content from BakaBT, and that you can just... Google the series name, blah blah blah. Yes, I know all of that. They still will bust you for like I don't think I had an account when I've been IP banned from them like twice before for not having a good seed ratio without even having an account. So I'm pretty sure they can track it anyways. Let's see. Opinion about Boku no Pico. Do you love it or hate it? I've never seen all of it. I've only seen like a couple scenes. And my impression was, why the fuck is this so well animated? It's like one of the best looking hentai OVAs ever. What do you think about Roller Coaster Tycoon, and how do you feel about Devu's opinion on RTC3? I've never played any of them. Tycoon games are not my type of game.
Really? You haven't played any Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Nope. The only thing... I watched a friend play a little bit of it once when I was a kid, but like I didn't have a... We never had a powerful enough PC to play PC games. I didn't play any PC games until WoW, and that was the only one we could play at the time because we had a Mac. Like, Victor had bought a Mac, and WoW was the only fucking Mac available game.
Oh my god.
So, like, I only really got into PC gaming and, like, Steam and shit, like, maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so any classic PC game, I've never played it. We just never had to, like, we just didn't understand how to use computers and to, like, do shit like that. I mean, I knew how to use the internet, but, like...
I just picture, like, Vic with a hammer just, like, smashing a computer.
The concept of, like, installing was, like, weird to me. I didn't get it. It was always stressful, too. How much time do you spend watching anime per week? Really depends on the week. There's some weeks I don't watch any anime because I'm working on something else or going somewhere or doing something. Some weeks I watch all of Hunter x Hunter in a week, and it's like, what would that be, like 50 hours or something? Some shit like
give
that.
or take.
Which is amazing that almost everybody marathons that show. Like, most people who watch Hunter x Hunter watch it in, like, the span of a week because it's just so addicting and easy to watch. But that's crazy.
This game is so relaxing. This game.
Thoughts on the currently airing Monmusu? Again, go to my video weebing out with Digi and Nino about all the current shows. Have you seen Makaku City Actors, and do you know the stuff about behind it, Kagero Project with the song stuff? I know about that stuff. I did some videos about Makaku City Actors last year on Digi Does Anime, back when I was doing episodic blogging. So check those out. I never finished it, though. What do you think of Kino's Journey? I really liked it back when I saw it a long time ago. I don't know how I'd feel about it today. I think it's somewhat overrated, but it is a good show. What do you think about the Zenko no Terror ending? It's shit. If you haven't seen my Zenko no Terror review, it's because I hid it. It's unlisted on my channel, but it's in my anime analysis playlist. You can go watch that if you want my opinion of the show. I just think it's a badly written video that makes a lot of assumptions about the audience that were not good. But it does give you my opinion about Zenko no Terror. I hated that show pretty much after episode 3. My fucking vision's starting to go.
Nice. That's how you know you're in for the long haul, man.
Why I know play games and talk Digi? Because A, I have to read the chat to answer the questions, and B, I can't play video games and talk at the same time.
Yeah, we need to get some sort of like lackey or something here.
Yeah, we did that before in my live streams like years ago.
We got Josh. You know his turtle died today? A moment of silence for Josh's turtle. It's very sad.
I didn't know we had a turtle. I've noticed you say unbelievably a lot. Is it because of that quote? I don't think so. I think it's just something I say a lot. At least I don't say inconceivable or something.
Why don't you say inconceivable?
Did you ever... I don't know. It would be great. I don't think you know what it means. Have you ever gone through a period of your life where you were super edgy? Yeah.
Yeah, remember that edgelord.
I guess I was... I don't know if I was ever, like, super edgy, but, like... I'd say back when I was, like, an emotional, like, young teenager, I was pretty edgy. I don't think I was ever, like, pure edge, but, you know... I had an everything you say to me era of my life. So I guess that's when he asked that question, the first thought in my head was, everything you say to me gets me one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break.
Who's the... Mike Shinoda. Some kid in my art class said that his favorite artist was Mike Shinoda for his spray paint art. And I was just like...
For his spray paint art?
Yeah.
Why? Is he good? Like,
I don't know. But he was just like, yeah, he's the rapper for Linkin Park. He's my favorite. He's like some kid in trip pants with like...
Oh.
It's crazy.
Trip pants in college?
Yeah, and he's got like...
Ooh.
A Macklemore haircut, but like...
Trip pants in college in 2015.
Yeah, man.
How old is he?
I assume college age. So...
Alright.
He rocks it, man. He owns it. I believe in that kid. That kid for president.
Have you ever danced and sung along with the intro of Lucky Star? Side note, the intro kicks ass. I don't know the dance very well. You can watch me do it at the start of that Lucky Star video I did. That's the most of the dance I've ever done. And I'm pretty sure I had to do like 7 takes of that to get it right. To get it as right as I did. Some of these questions, like, I answer it and then I scroll down and someone else has already answered it. I'm like, oh, well, okay. What are some of your favorite live-action movies, and who are some of your favorite directors?
Would you say Speed Racer is one?
Speed Racer is definitely my favorite live-action movie.
That still, like, blows my mind to a certain degree.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. Not recently.
What did you think of it?
Well, as a kid, I was just like, this is a thing.
You gotta see it again. It's really fucking good.
That's exactly what you said to me during
the last time you were asked. Yeah, Speed Racer is probably my favorite live action movie right now. Although it's partly because I haven't watched a lot of the stuff I used to like. Like, because through my teen years, I was really into Quentin Tarantino. Pulp Fiction was my favorite for a while, but I haven't seen that in a really long time. I was really into like The Dark Knight and Inception when each of those came out, but I haven't seen those in forever. I love like Ridley Scott movies like Blade Runner and Kingdom of Heaven, though I've still never seen Alien.
Kingdom of Heaven is so good.
Yeah, Kingdom of Heaven, super underrated movie because the theatrical cut is fucking worthless. If you ever watch that movie, watch the director's cut. It's like 45 minutes longer, and like half the plot was cut out of the fucking theatrical cut. Not unlike Blade Runner and other shit like that. That dude has no luck with theatrical cuts of his movies, man. But yeah, so I love Blade Runner. I love those movies. Quentin Tarantino is probably my favorite director. Wes Anderson is up there. Like recent movies I loved pretty much. I watched like all of Wes Anderson's movies last year with Victor, and I loved most of them. With Moonrise Kingdom being my favorite, followed by the Darjeeling Limited and the Royal Tenenbaums tied.
Royal Tenenbaums.
Royal Tenenbaums is heart-wrenching. Fuck, I feel like there's another one I'm forgetting about. Oh, the dude who did Shaun of the Dead and...
Simon Pegg.
No,
that's the
that's
actor.
the actor.
Edgar Wright.
Edgar Wright, yeah. All of his movies are great. I'm looking at my DVD collection to help me out here.
Yeah.
Obscure Japanese film Electric Dragon 80,000 Volts.
This is like cheating.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy, which again I haven't seen in a long time. Back in like '08, I was really into The Fountain. I have no idea how I'd feel about it now, but I
love that movie.
Really into that movie.
That movie transformed me.
It did for me too. But it was like at that age where like a like really spiritually like enlightening movie like that would be like like the kind of thing I'd watch and be like, oh, I understand life. And now I'm like, all right, I get it. I understand life.
I am Hugh Jackman.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. So
oh god,
rant
I'm alone.
Rant
Help
at the
me.
camera.
Okay, so I guess I'm playing Super Puzzle Fighter 2 because my ring finger hurts from playing Street Fighter, and I can't do my target combos as Guy, and it really pains me to say that because it sounds like some sort of excuse. Oh no!
No, John.
Disconnected. I'm gonna John about Street Fighter because it's different than Smash. I do like Smash.
Oh, were you fighting online?
I was trying to. You can't connect. Smash is pretty interesting now because Mewtwo King might make a comeback because he 6-0'd Leffen. I feel like this is flying over people's heads, but I'm ranting.
We have some fans who know about that shit.
Yeah! He 6-0'd Leffen, and he rubbed the rust off of his hands, and it feels pretty good. It feels good that, like, order is being restored to Smash. I might, like, start watching again. Also, there was a Street Fighter tournament last night, and Grand Finals was interrupted by a controller being disconnected because it's PS4. There was like a controller break and like the person that I wanted to win lost. Snake Eyes.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Alright.
All my rants.
Okay. If Tales of Xillia was adapted into anime by UFO Table, would you watch it? Probably. I don't know. Depends. I don't know if it's good. I don't think UFO Tables, like everything they've made, is necessarily good. God Eater, I watched the first episode and it was totally lame. So,
God
in my opinion.
Oh man, this way.
Digi, fuck, kill, marry, Shiki, Garden of Sinners, Hitagi from Monogatari, and Akane from Psycho-Pass. Shit. Marry Akane. Fuck Hitagi. I guess you can't kill Shiki, so like get killed by Shiki. How about that? Because she would absolutely destroy me.
Nice.
She's like considered one of the most powerful characters in anime, I think, because she has the mystic eyes of death perception.
Very clean.
What's my opinion on Kinoko Nasu works in general? Really, I only really know Kata no Kyokai. I've never played any of the visual novels because they're long, and it involves lots of reading a very esoteric, obtuse art writing style that's not very good. Did something happen to you with that word today?
I saw a post on Facebook that was like explaining the esoteric backgrounds and stuff of the Matrix. It's just like posted,
I feel like that guy doesn't know what that word means.
It was posted by Derek Rasco. It was pretty. I showed Trevor, and it made me laugh a lot.
Okay. Natsu's pretentious as all hell. Yeah, I haven't read him enough to really make a statement about how I feel about his writing, but I haven't really read much. It doesn't seem like I feel like I'd like him more if I was a kid or something. What's your penis size? I already did that joke.
That's a joke?
A couple hours
You
ago.
got like a skit around it?
I sang the Aaron's penis song from Game Grumps. I'm having a waking nightmare.
I thought it was like, your penis is a joke.
No. On your anime list, you only saw half of Bokusatsu Tenshi Dokuro-chan. What did you think about it? It's fucking dumb. Like, I thought that was the point. It's just dumb. Brandon Tortellini. Someone just wrote Brandon Tortellini.
I've been having that for years.
What about the Unail fighting game? What is that?
Unail, Under Night in Birth EXE.
Oh.
I love that game. That game's really amazing. I think it's on the same level as Guilty Gear in my opinion, where it's like really, really advanced to get into.
Yeah, it looks too complicated for me.
You have to manually make your build your meter, and you get it by like charging at the opponent being more offensive. There's like
the fact that the game is called Under Night in Birth is the biggest turnoff for me. That's a really stupid name. Okay, let's see. Fucking mods are just talking back and forth about shit. Trevor and Badger are like bonding over being mods.
Oh my god.
This is such a thing that would happen. Digi, are you still collecting vinyl? If so, how many do you have and what are they? Alright.
Show us your vinyl.
Okay.
That's like the biggest pickup line. Show me your vinyl.
Okay. Alright. Fuck me. Alright. Okay, I'm not going to go into detail about these. Just assume that all of them are highly recommended and some of my favorite albums. Because I bothered to buy them on vinyl. Okay. So for starters, we have Death Grips, The Powers That Be split, which is both Jenny Death and Niggas on the Moon. So, double album. This is my Garzy's Wing Laser disc. It's not in its case because the case is on my wall. That's not a vinyl, but whatever. Sufjan Stevens, The Age of Odds. Oh, and I'm not going to show these because they're on my shelf, but I've got Silver Sun Pickups Carnivis, Anamanaguchi's Endless Fantasy, Hopalong's Painted Shut, Kendrick Lamar's Good Kid Mad City, and Ariel Pink's Pom Pom are all on a shelf over there. You've probably seen them in the background of my videos. Know Now by Clarence Clarity, which is my favorite album of this year so far. Rat King So It Goes, which is my favorite album of last year. Clipping's Clipping album.
Good album.
Manchester Orchestra, Simple Math. Manchester Orchestra, I'm Like a Virgin Losing a Child. And Manchester Orchestra, Mean Everything to Nothing. They were selling them in a 3-pack on their website, so I bought them all. Fuck Off, Get Free, We Pour Light on Everything by the Silver Mount Zion Memorial Orchestra. Tony Molina's Dissed and Dismissed, an 11-minute album on a sweet red... it's not like see-through, so whatever. The Uncluded's Hokey Fright Picture Disc. This is one of my favorite albums. Space Vacation by P-Lander Z. Death Grip's No Love Deep Web. As you can see, it's inside of a sealed case that it came with.
Why is that?
I can't show you the actual album cover because it's a photo of the drummer's dick. Look it up. Or don't.
Look it up with your parents.
Obsidian by Baths.
Bath salts.
Is Survived by Touche Amore. BXI by Boris and Ian Astbury. Flogging Molly's Drunken Lullabies. To the Beat of a Dead Horse by Touche Amore, which I've only listened to like once, but it was cheap and I bought it because it looked cool. Andrew WK's I Get Wet. Death Grips the Money Store. It's got some cartoon titties on it, so I'm not going to show it for too long. And In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3 reissue by Coheed and Cambria. That's my vinyl collection, not including the ones I said I wasn't going to show. So
Nice. You listen to vinyl.
not really. Mostly just buy them.
Nice. You're buying vinyl.
Okay. Alright. Sweet. Awesome.
You don't have any Wu-Tang Clan or Black Alicious?
Nope. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that, whoever.
Do you have any Neutral Milk Hotel?
No, I'm not in Neutral Milk Hotel.
Oh, man.
Oh, I started losing questions because I took too long. I'm just going to scroll down a little bit and start from wherever.
What about the aeroplane? It's over the sea.
In the Aeroplane Over the Sea is the most depressing fucking shit. Here's Give and Take. Congratulations on 100k subscribers. Do you have a new subscriber milestone goal in mind already, or are you just happy to be where you are currently? I do. I have a milestone goal that is this is my minimum for being satisfied with my channel, like in the long run, and that's 450,000 subscribers, because that will be the population of Virginia Beach. I want my channel to have as many subscribers as the population of the city I live in, whether I'm still living here or not by then. Did you like beat the game or something? Like,
Yeah, I beat Arcade Mode with Ken.
I see.
Hadouken!
Yeah, I think it's possible to get there. The anime channel with the most subscribers is Misty Cronexia, and he's got like 650,000 now, which is like 100,000 more than he did 6 months ago. So anime's growing. It's growing on YouTube, and it's growing in general. And yeah, so I'd like to hit 450,000 subs at least, and I could maybe go above that. If I hit 1 million, that'd be beautiful. But I don't think anybody doing anime is gonna hit 1 million anytime soon, except for like, there's this dude who follows me called Alex El Capo, I think, and he's like a Spanish-speaking Mexican dude who is like, I think he does like manga reviews and gaming or something, but like he's got like over 1 million subs. And he subs me, but I can't, like, I've tried to watch his videos, they're all in Spanish, and I'm just like, okay, I guess this dude likes my stuff, though.
You should learn Spanish, man.
Maybe I will. I need to learn Japanese first. If Snob wants the anime community to be fun poking of each other with arguments, why doesn't he go to Reddit, or why does he go to Reddit instead of 4chan? Because 4chan makes fun of you for having a name. He wants people to recognize him. He wants attention, and he wants it to be, you know, people who know each other. But nobody likes him except for his fans.
That's
who
so
are
sad.
weird. It's not sad. He's a fucking dick.
That's good.
The mods are having an argument over like what is considered expensive for food, because Trevor's talking about how we usually will only spend like $7 like when we go out to eat.
I say anywhere from too expensive. I think my price range is like $3 to $20.
Yeah, I'm around like 15 is the most I want to pay for myself. Like, I'd prefer not to go over that.
Some days I don't even eat food, so I can get something better down the line. You know.
Yeah. What's the oldest anime that you'd recommend to someone? It really depends on the individual. I mean, recommendations should always be based on personal, you know, what you're into. If you were trying to study animation and animation history, go all the way back to the 50s. Go to the early Toei stuff and shit like that. If you want to see like what's really influential to other anime today, watch Ashita no Joe, which is from like 1970. In terms of like anime I enjoy that are old, like the oldest anime that I'm like a fan of is the Mobile Suit Gundam film trilogy, which came out in like 1980 to 1981 or something like that. Because the original show is 1979, and I love that film trilogy And I'm not generally into older anime, so that one is probably the one I'd recommend the most easily. And I do recommend it. Do you plan to do any collabs like with Nino or Goat Jesus? P.S. Come on, Digi. What hentai do you like? We're all friends here. Nino and Goat Jesus, I've done some stuff with Nino already. I've done some podcasts with him and stuff. I will probably do stuff with Goat Jesus. I mean, he guests on the pub crawl sometimes. So I've done stuff with him in terms of talking to him. I'm not a big fan of like collab video like review or analysis type things because I think like a big part of the point is that I'm just trying to like make a point quickly and have it be like my concise thought. But I like doing podcasts with people, so I'll probably do some Nino and Go Jesus podcasts. What hentai do I like? If we're just gonna go for anime and like recent-ish, I liked Tayu and what's the other one called? Pisuhame. Both by like the same people and have the same animation and art style, and they're really cool. And they were fun to watch. Thoughts on Yingling beer? That shit sucks. I've got a whole box of it right here. That shit sucks. It's the best cheap beer, I guess, but... Yeah.
What is the best cheap beer?
Yingling, I just said that.
No, no, it's not.
You don't think Yingling's better than, like, PBR and fucking Rolling Rock? Like, that's the price range.
I think Rolling Rock is better than...
Rolling Rock is disgusting.
I like Rolling Rock.
Miller High Life is easiest to chug, I think. Like, in terms of just, like, shotgunning it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. In before Digi drunkenly rants about the socio-political structures of his made-up countries and the plans he has to novelize the world. I haven't started drinking yet.
Oh, there's gonna be drinking?
Maybe later.
Oh, that's crazy.
Do you want to get in on drinking? Is that something you're interested
I could.
in? I had 2 Kir Royales last night. First time I'd ever had one, and it was really good.
Really?
Yeah. Do you know what a Kir Royale is?
No. Please
It's
don't. Please don't go further. I like the mystery.
All right.
I like not knowing.
What is your opinion on jerking off your peenie? Who calls it a peenie? Ugh. What are your thoughts on gay marriage, Digi? It's great. I want to get gay married right now. Ever played Tuhu? If yes, what's your biggest achievement? I think I beat Imperishable Night on easy mode once, and that's about as good as I've done at any Toho game. I've played most of the ones up through 10 Desires, and then haven't played any of the ones since then, but I do like Toho a lot. What's your favorite manga/anime representation of a game, real or original, and why? Log Horizon.
Not Sword Art Online?
No, not at all. Go watch my Log Horizon videos, and that would be why. Any thoughts on Reddit banning lolicons? What do you mean by banning lolicons? I'd have to have more context into that. What do you think about Yahari Orega Seishun Love Comedy wa Machigatteiru? I haven't seen it yet.
It's like 3 of my favorite things though, Sword Art and Online. How can it be bad?
You do like all 3 of those things. Oh, Jesus. Digi, what's your favorite kanji? I hate kanji. Fuck kanji. If it weren't for kanji, I'd be able to read Japanese already. I'd be reading manga every day. Digi, do you browse 4chan still? Yes, every day. I am always on A and Mew. Mew kind of sucks, but A is a lot of fun. I don't really post much.
Nice.
Unless someone makes me so indignantly angry that I respond. Or if someone like mentions one of my favorite obscure things, then I'll respond about it. Thoughts on High School DxD? I haven't seen any of it yet. Have you seen Born? I don't know what that is.
Born, like, spell it?
It's B-O-R-N. I think it's a manga or something. I asked my question hoping you'd give a deeper answer. Like, to me, ass and tits really depends on the scenario. What kind of girl is she? How open is she about sexuality? Shit like that. I mean, it's really always tits for me. Like, I'm not really an ass man. I'm really a tits guy. I could get into detail about what kind of tits I like, but I don't really want to. I've considered forming an alternate identity with which to make videos about erotic anime art, but you won't know it's me unless you figure out it's me, because it won't be hard. But if I do it, it will be on an alternate channel that I don't acknowledge as myself. Favorite mech from a purely design standpoint? Eva Unit 01. I know it's the generic answer, but it's the fucking best.
It's the best.
Yeah, it always wins every contest for a character or a mecha design. Because it looks fucking rad. Let's see. Thoughts on Gunbuster and Diebuster? They're both really cool, and I think if you're a fan of like Gurren Lagann and stuff like that, you should definitely watch those to get some more like historical context on them. But they're both really cool shows. Haven't seen them in a long time, so don't have any deep thoughts. And if I did, I'd make a video about it. What would your favorite avant-garde anime be, as well as your favorite surrealist anime?
Surreal.
My favorite avant-garde and surrealist anime right now is probably Airy Me. It's a 5-minute music video for like some song, and the animation is unfucking fathomably beautiful and emotional and very abstract. I discovered it not too long ago, and it's probably my favorite like pure art house like animation short. So that would be my answer. Airy Me. Search that on YouTube. Do you like Marilyn Manson? Never really listened to him. I know some of his singles, but
Would you like it if Marilyn Manson covered In the Aeroplane Over the Sea?
that would be weird. I think Manson was just like a little bit before my time. And Dad? My dad's here. Hey, Dad. I'm doing
it. Hit 100,000.
Yes.
I came in to give you a super high five.
Awesome.
Right on, right on.
I'm
Great
doing
job.
a 24-hour live stream in
That's what I heard.
celebration.
Where's Victor? I thought he was supposed to be doing it with you.
He had to go to a meeting, but he'll be back. So that's
Uh-huh.
why we've got Brandon substituting.
Hello.
Handshake.
Congratulations. Hello, everybody.
You're not on camera, but
Oh, okay.
make sure you turn off that hallway light, please. That'll drive me insane. Shit, now I lost my place. Right, Marilyn Manson. Yeah, he didn't turn off the hallway light.
Nope. Not at all.
Marilyn Manson was a little before my time.
I like his song about nutrition. If you just look up Clone High, Marilyn Manson.
Oh yeah, that was
That's like my
funny.
favorite thing.
Okay, what's your favorite thing about the Devu? How do you feel about him and his body and mind? That's a weird fucking question. The Devu's great. I like his videos because he tends to talk about things that I would never think about. Like, a lot of the stuff he likes is stuff that no one else will ever talk about. Like, he likes weirder games more. He likes stuff that that like a lot of people like, but most people don't really think about analytically. Because like most people talk about like popular and narrative-driven games. Is that my dinner? Are you bringing that to me? Sweet. Awesome. I have a fucking slave. Thank you, Shade.
That's so...
Shade, say hi to the camera. Get in here.
I must fight your Ken. I have
Almost
to
fight
fight
okay, you did
Ken.
get that Snapchat.
Yeah, I did. I did everyone's
My baby
Snapchat.
brother Shade. Some of you know him.
Yeah.
Some of you
Hope
hate
so.
him.
He was on
He's
the
Shade.
he played Little Big Planet on Digi Bros once. Alright, I gotta get back to answering questions before they all
Yeah,
disappear.
you gotta do that.
Shit. Right, the Devu, yeah. He talks about games that most people wouldn't analyze, and he analyzes them in a lot of depth. And he talks. What? Close the door.
Coming back.
Oh.
He's coming back. He'll be back.
And I think that's interesting. And he also writes pretty well. For someone who I don't know how much experience he has writing, but like he's definitely come out the gate swinging. Like, I don't think he's like he doesn't feel like he has to like dramatically improve his writing, which most people who like are new, who like just start writing to make videos, usually their writing's not that solid until later. But Davu's writing is pretty solid. I guess because he just gets to the point pretty well. The only times I don't like his writing is when he goes on like unnecessary tangents that like I get why he's doing them. Like I get why you'd want to.
Yeah.
Because I like doing it sometimes, but like sometimes I just don't care. Like there's the part in the Roller Coaster Tycoon video where he like goes through his entire history of why he did or didn't purchase Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 for 5 years, and like that was a bit much.
My writing is gaseous, as described by some.
Is the overwhelming majority of anime after 2007 bad? That's a double-edged sword question. The answer is yes, but that doesn't mean that there's not a million great anime that's come out since then. I think the best era of anime has been from 2006 until now, but there's so much more anime being produced that necessarily, yes, there is more bad anime.
Would you like to fight me in Street Fighter?
Yes.
Nice. Very clean.
Gaming Badger is getting really indignant at my friend Skywatcher, who is quoting lyrics from Kendrick Lamar's songs, which Trevor's caught on to. Don't ban Sky. He's a good friend of mine.
Trevor's in there?
You know he is.
Hey, yo, Trevor!
Trevor's a moderator.
He
Because
is,
I
never
forgot
mind.
I made him a mod probably 2 years
During the
ago or
Zelda
something. And yeah, Gaming Badger is starting to become like taking his power too far. This dick ain't a 3. Okay, I'm gonna eat a little bit
Me
of
and
this.
Josh and me and Danson played like a shit ton of matches.
Oh
on
god, this is
Steam.
really hot. Ah. Okay.
Have you been playing?
I guess I won't
like,
eat that
online?
yet. Holy
I
shit.
did like a couple fights.
Oh,
but,
nice.
Like, I won one. Well, I lost all the other ones. The majority of my...
Guys, you can't have conversations in the background of a live stream.
Whatever.
You're like eating.
For like the next 5 seconds.
You were like totally silent. What are they gonna listen to?
I don't know. What do you think of the live action Ghost in the Shell movie coming out in a few years? I can't look forward to it because I'm like, it would be so shocking if it was good. What do you think, Brandon? Live action Ghost in the Shell starring Scarlett Johansson as Motoko.
For the controller. Oh god.
I don't know, man.
Don't expect.
Who's the
much.
screenwriter? Who's the director? Like, if I knew those things, I could like maybe get some
Oh.
expectations.
Both.
but-
I screen wrote and directed it.
That'd be cool.
Do you think the Kenshin anime's Christianity arc ruined the show? I never made it that far. Well, partly because they never aired that on Cartoon Network, but I'm sure that's why it got canceled. I'm sure that's why it stopped airing because nobody liked it. And I mean, the manga didn't run that much longer, and they kind of covered it in the OVAs. But like, yeah, I guess it did probably. I don't think it ruins like what the show had been up to that point. If you lived in the world of Avatar: The Last Airbender / Legend of Korra, what element would you want to bend? Fire, earth, water, air, or would you rather be a non-bending member of society? Earth seems convenient. Right?
Convenient. What's your line of like thinking?
Right, let's see. If I manipulate air, or water, or fire, it's very specific what I can do with it. Like fire, you can burn shit. It's an aggressive element.
With air, you can really control any of them.
Yeah, it's like
Debatably, like what, like how will, like
Well,
okay.
Fire is controlled through oxygen. Water can be lifted by air. as well
You're
as
missing.
rock.
You're not getting to my point. I haven't gotten to my point rather. With Earth, if I want, let's say there's a book on my floor, I could raise the Earth to come to me,
ruin
grab the
linoleum
book,
destroy the roof!
flooring.
and then
The Porgara!
and then I'd put back the Earth where I got it from.
It's like a fucking.
And it would just fall through because the foundation's gone.
It's fine. It's
I
fine.
wouldn't have this room in this world. We're in the Avatar world. Everyone's got dirt floors.
I like this
that,
room.
I guess that works.
Jay, can you turn on the light? It's getting dark in here.
But turn off the one in the hall.
Yeah.
Is it on?
No.
No.
Dad left it on earlier. It's just so fucking bright, and I don't understand why. It's like this orange light that looks like it's like beckoning you to step into it, like some Spielberg shit. Anyway, yeah, I think Earth would be the most convenient for like everyday purposes. If you could earthbend, couldn't you just like stand and have the Earth move you across the ground?
Yeah, you could be the fattest person in the world if
Yeah.
you're an earthbender, and I don't.
Is that how you're thinking about it?
I mean, unless your ability to bend was measured by your actual physical strength, then you'd have to be kind of fit. But I mean, if you could just do it.
My goal isn't being fat; it's being lazy.
What? Fat, lazy.
Hand in hand. Ugh.
Someone asks,
Ugh.
Brandon, you have to answer this one. Someone asks, Inuyasha?
Kagome! God, that's been a while in the making. I have no idea how frequently I browse Netflix, looking for something to like watch.
You're starting a band. What's its name and what's its genre? Its name is Trial of the Golden Witch, and its genre is complete nonsense. Search for it on Bandcamp. It already exists.
Whoa!
We have quite a few albums.
You have a band? Can
Yeah.
I be in it?
Brandon's the guitarist. Sometimes.
Sometimes. I'm like a defunct professor.
Have you read Poon Poon? What did you think of it? I've only read the first chapter so far. It looks interesting, but I feel like it's the kind of thing I have to be like emotionally ready for because I can tell it's gonna be heavy.
I'll give you this Poon Poon.
Help me, Shane. I'm dying inside. Biofreaks.
I'm trying to make my way through all these questions. There's some of them that are just like responding to my answers from before. What are your thoughts on Nanatsu no Taizai? Do you think it's one of the ongoing battle shonens that could be considered well written, like One Piece and Hunter x Hunter? I haven't read it or watched it, so I don't know. A lot of people are just answering Kagome to that guy's Inuyasha at that point in the chat.
That's beautiful.
What's your relationship with Osama bin Boogeyman? Do you mean Bin Laden? Bin Laden was a badass. Bin Laden was a man who liked his grass. Bin Laden, you've been a real friend to me. I don't remember the rest of the line. Look that up. It's from Eric Andre's show. Have you watched Gangsta? Check out that video I mentioned about my current season impressions. Digi and weaving out with Digi and Nino. We talked for like 10 minutes about Gangsta, and I haven't watched it since then. Sub versus dub? Subs all the way. Because dubs are usually terrible. And as I've said before, the logic for me with dubs is that even when it's a good dub, or an okay dub, the side characters always sound like shit. Like, even if it's a show where the main characters sound pretty good, the side characters always are corny and awful. And there's never been a dub I've heard where, like, everyone sounded great. The only things I watch dubbed are Garzy's Wing and the Ghibli movies. And I watch the Ghibli movies dubbed because the subbed version's usually not that much better. And I'd rather just be able to see all the art in its full beauty, glory.
Oh.
What are you doing right now?
I'm gonna fight Shade.
Oh, I see.
Hey, I finally know how
But
to
it's
do
still
a
Puzzle Fighter, or is it Super Street Fighter?
Street Fighter.
Okay, we'll switch to the thing.
This is so fun. I want to fight your Ken so bad. I need to fight Void Sakura too, because he switched from Ibuki to Sakura.
Okay. Favorite anime studio? As I mentioned before, probably Madhouse, and just because they've done so much good shit that it's impossible not to consider them like my favorite. Was Anno secretly using Ava to make a criticism of otaku culture? I don't think so. People have said that about a lot of different shows, and I never really think it's true unless it's blatant. Like, A lot of people said that about like the sky crawlers. I don't think it's about otaku culture specifically. I think that's a part of it. I think it's more about youth culture and media consumption culture in general. I mean, fucking Hideaki Anno is an otaku, so like he's not gonna be the guy to fucking try to make otaku like to try to criticize them. He is one. I mean, he might be self-critical, and it could be considered critical of otaku in that way, but do you still smoke? If so, favorite brand? Trevor already answered that, so his answer's fine. How do people usually find out when they react when they find out K-on's your favorite anime? Usually very shocked. I still get lots of comments to the effect of, I can't believe someone as analytically minded as you is into K-on, but like, I think it's great. Badger, is this sped up again? I feel like the chat's speeding up again. If so, put it back in slow mode, because it's starting to fucking charge. Is there any yaoi anime or game that you enjoy? None that I've seen, unfortunately. Why is Komoe Sensei so perfect? Because she's tiny and pink, and she smokes and she drinks, and she's like 40 years old, but she says desu, and she's adorable, and she's unmarried at 40, and it's hilarious. She's a Christmas cake girl, as they call them. I think that's what they call them. The girls who have to buy they go out, they don't have anyone to buy a Christmas cake for, so they go and buy one for themselves because it's half price after Christmas. And they eat cake alone on Christmas because they're old women who haven't been married. Thoughts on Rick and Morty season 2 so far? It's amazing.
It's pretty good.
As soon as I read that, I got that Chaos song from episode 3 stuck in my head
Oh
again.
my god. No, every so often Josh sends me a text that says "Get Swifty."
Get swifty! Gotta get swifty.
I also
yeah.
the fifth person
Get
that I got my win streak on
swifty.
online unranked on Steam. Their name was Get Swifty on Steam. I was like, I have to fight this guy.
Shit on the floor. Gotta get swifty in here. I'm Mr. Bulldogs. Have I ever gotten feedback from Japanese anime fans? Not really. I think I've gotten like 1 or 2 comments in Japanese, but I don't really think they were necessarily Japanese fans. Never like at length. But I will, you know what, I'll save, because I'm trying to catch up with the chat again, I'll save the rest of that for a minute. Actually, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. What do I think of Tri-Ace? I want to get into their games. Again, I don't play a lot of video games, so it's hard, but I generally am interested in Tri-Ace's games. They're the people who made the Star Ocean games and other things like it. Yeah, let's just skip forward some so I don't keep like reading questions as they're leaving the screen.
Till the end of time.
Oh, here's a question for you, Brendan. Why do you play as Guy?
It's got like every character in Street Fighter has a certain rhythm to them, and I think like Guy was the most natural for me. And after learning Street Fighter and how to like play the basic fundamentals, like Guy just like fit. I used to play Yang in Super, and then I picked up Guy after that. It's just like a natural progression of like character.
How are you treating questions you already answered? Can I just ask anything? Yes, ask anything. I'll probably skip it if I've already answered it, or say that I already answered it. All of this is being recorded, so you'll eventually get your answer when it goes up on YouTube if you feel like searching through. Do you watch The Daily Show? Yeah, I've always watched it like when it's on. I'm not really a big TV guy. And it's not on YouTube as far as I know. But yeah. Which anime do you like more? Serial Experiments Lane or Haibane Renmei? Gotta be Lane. Renmei's good, but I don't think it's a masterpiece like that.
What
like
do you
people
think of
say it
Ranma
is.
1/2?
Ranma 1/2 is way the fuck too long, and most of it's pretty awful. The parts that are good are worth watching. Follow my episode guide on my blog. Search Ranma 1/2, like what episodes to watch, and you'll find a guide I made to what episodes are worth watching. Which mangaka or anime director do you find to be the most pretentious? I don't really believe in the idea that like any of them are really like I think it's presumptuous to call someone pretentious because you're assuming that they're pretending to do something, and it could be that they're completely self-aware about it. You know, like I've accused Ergo Proxy of being pretentious before because it feels like the show is trying to be deep and like meaningful in a way that's like obnoxious, but I don't necessarily think that they were pretending. I think they might have just, it's exactly what they wanted it to be, you know, like I don't know, pretentious is a weird word that I have a hard time dealing with. Just gonna skip any questions about current anime because you can just go watch that video I mentioned before. Weebing Out with Digi and Nino. What do you think of DBZ Battle of Gods F and DB Super? Haven't watched them. I did watch the first episode of Super, and I couldn't get past the voices. I'll wait for the dub. Also, I've seen all those clips of how shit the animation is in the fight scenes. So. Are there any animes you could rage about as long as SAO? Possibly one, but I don't know yet, and that's Shakugan no Shana.
Oh, no.
And I've considered trying to do a Your Anime Sucks on it, but the problem is I'd have to watch all 76 episodes of it, and I don't think people care as much as they did with Sword Art Online. Like, most people kind of know Shauna's not good, but it does piss me off a lot. So, maybe Shauna. What brand of ice cream is your favorite? Vanilla. I'm just a vanilla guy.
Vanilla.
Which conspiracies do you think could be true, despite not having confirmation of their validity? I have no idea. I don't follow conspiracies. Do you like Goro Taniguchi? Yes. I think Infinite Revias is a masterpiece. I would say Escryed was a lot of fun. Code Geass was a lot of fun. I didn't make it through Maria the Virgin Witch, but I'm curious. Wait, was that Goro? Yeah, that was Taniguchi Goro, I think. Curious about it, though. Did you end up digging that Hop Along album? Well, I did buy it on vinyl. So yes. That must be pretty far back still. Yeah, like Trevor's like commenting on all the vinyls I was showing off. So
oh my god, that's forever ago.
Yeah, even though I scrolled forward like a bit, like it's still pretty fucking far back. What writer do you think has the most issues? Well, I'm certainly pissed off with Toru Bukata after his last two shows and beating his wife. Like, if you're talking about, like, psychological issues, that's clearly a pretty big one. I don't know. Why don't you guys say something while I eat this?
Your Ken's pretty... He's getting there.
Yeah.
I really like fighting your Ken. It's really interesting.
My main problem when I was trying to figure out how to play anybody was that I didn't know how to do the Z formation.
Oh,
I thought it was back forward, until
No,
I learned from Dawson it's
down.
forward, down, forward. I was like, that doesn't make any freaking sense.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Now I can show it to you, Ken. And
Nice.
I was like, Ken's pretty cool.
Yeah, Ken is like the only Shadow character that I like playing besides Sakura.
Someone asked, what's the difference between their feed and my feed, and I'm just showing where the scroll bar is that I'm like where I'm hovering over it. Where? Oh, Skywatcher said he feels cheated because he showed me Hop Along like 2 years ago, and I said it was average indie gaze. I don't like their other album, their first album. I like the new one. I like Painted Shut. I don't really care for their first album. Have you heard of the anime Cosplayers? I've only heard of it. I don't know anything about it. Who's your favorite anime analyst? Probably, well, I guess if we're not counting just video, it would be Ghost Lightning. Go read his blog. There's 4 years worth of posts. It ended, and so you can read it like a novel of anime analysis. What does Brandon think of Mother 3?
Oh, I love that game. That game is probably my favorite out of all the Mother games. I think Earthbound is like where you start to get a feel for the universe, and then Mother 3 is like story-wise like amazing.
Who's your favorite Link from the Legend of Zelda franchise? Probably Wind Waker, because he by far has the most personality. Probably the only Link I really like as a character. Like, I have an Android of him too. Your opinion of animal sidekicks, like Taromaru or Hekanto Harris? No idea what those are, or really what you mean. Do you listen to Slipknot? I did back when I was like 11. I still think some of the songs from Iowa hold up. I think People Equals Shit is still a great fucking barn burner. And maybe the Heretic song. Let's see.
Nice.
Have you read His Dark Materials? Nope. I don't read. Unless it's light novels every once in a blue moon. I made it 5 minutes into Rekka 7 before giving up. It just seems straight up kids show. It's on your must-watch switch, but why? Because it's amazing. How can you watch 5 minutes of something and conclude that it's a kids show? Like, for real, buddy? 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, I can see
like
I can
a
see
little
watching
time.
5 minutes and saying it's not my thing, but to make a judgment that it's a kids show after that amount of time, watch it. It's a fucking masterpiece. It's definitely not a kids show. There's a lot of violence and death in that show. I mean, let me clarify. It is a kids show in the sense of like being like a shonen anime. You know, it's a clock show. It aired in the morning, but like, it's pretty heavy. It's got a lot of scenes that'll make you cry. Would you ever be a quest on an episode of Po-Taku and talk about anime and shit if they asked you to? Pod-Taku, I think is what you mean. I probably would. I'm friends with Jimmy, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get me on there sometime. I don't really know or talk to any of the other guys on there. I've met them all once in a call that Jimmy threw everybody into that's on his channel. But, yeah, I don't know, maybe. Do you have any ideas about future games you'll be playing on Digi Bros? Victor wants to do Bloodborne at some point. The biggest problem with doing Bloodborne is we don't actually have a PS4. We'd have to borrow one from my friend Donson, and considering the amount of time it would take us to beat the game, are you guys just both texting and not even doing it?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to get to kill this look.
I'm texting Trevor.
Why are you texting Trevor?
Because he messaged me asking where your Skype was.
Oh, it's Digi Bro. Well, I don't want everybody to know my my whole name on Skype. I don't give out my Skype. Don't try to contact me on Skype if I don't know you. I won't accept it. Favorite H artist? I don't really have one. I don't really keep track of artists and stuff. I'm not as into like hentai manga as like a lot of people are. Like a lot of people really keep track of shit and know their stuff, and like I really don't. I'm more of a randomly search for something and then click the first thing I see kind of guy.
What's your favorite like boys love stuff?
I don't really have any favorite boys love stuff. Someone asked that earlier.
Really?
If there was a yaoi thing I enjoyed. I can't really think. I mean, like, I enjoyed what little I watched of Love Stage, but I just felt like it wasn't going anywhere, so I didn't keep watching it.
I liked Cody too.
Yeah,
What did you
Cody's
like?
Pretty good. Oh no.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Street Fighter.
yaoi.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Trevor wants to get in here with us.
Yeah. He's
Oh.
like really upset that he's not here.
This is the message that he sent me. Like the like instead of like, hey, add me as a contact, it just says very clean. Oh my lord. I don't know if we'll be able to stream and have him in the call at the same time. So if the
Yeah.
stream goes to complete shit when he tries to call me, then
You're gonna have to,
we'll
like,
know
hang
why.
up. Unless I have him on speakerphone. The worst.
Will there ever be a yandere character which existence is valid in terms of a story? I don't know. I feel like there must be some, right? I don't know. I've never been really into yandere, and I haven't really watched any shows with like characters that are considered that. So, difficult question. Favorite anime score that isn't opening or ending? Dot Hack Legend. No, not Legend of the Twilight. Well, I do like the Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight soundtrack, but Dot Hack Sign is probably my outright favorite. The first Kara no Kyokai movie soundtrack is one of my favorites. The Secret World of Arietti soundtrack. Cowboy Bebop's kind of a given, but I don't really listen to like the whole thing all that much. Like I just like listen to a few songs from it. Trigun soundtrack's pretty great. What?
Panty and Stocking. Fly Away is...
Panty and Stocking's great. I haven't really listened to it much. I've only listened to it like a couple times, usually when drunk, and it's a lot of fun then. I like Techno Dildo. Techno Dildo. Techno Dildo. The Technolize soundtrack's pretty great. I'm looking at my DVDs. Lane soundtrack's pretty good. I feel like there's something important I'm missing. Let me just scroll through my my fucking foobar for a second. Oh, the Boogie Pop and Others and Boogie Pop Phantom soundtracks are both great. Obviously, I'm pretty into Yuki Kajiura. I don't love all of her stuff, but a lot of it I am a huge fan of. I think I made like a top list of this on my Reddit at some point, so if you find that, it might have more. But those are the ones that come to mind first.
Does this hit? Oh wow.
I guess I was low enough.
What are your... I found you through stealth marketing on A. I've never marketed myself on A because I know better, but I'm glad to know that other people are stealth marketing me on A. I've really never seen anybody talk about me on A. I've been talked about a lot on MLP, unfortunately, but I've never seen it on A. Hey Digi, what's your favorite manga series? Also, what's your opinion on the anime community? Do you think that it's getting better or worse in general terms? I think it's getting better. I think it's getting bigger and better. I think more people are getting into more shows. There's more just, like... I think there's more dialogue in the community. I think there's a lot less fighting. Because when I got big into anime in 2007, it was all the Moe debate all the time. All anybody talked about was like the manly versus Moe, the old school versus new school. Like it was constant fighting. And I mean, there's still a lot of that today, but it's not anywhere near as bad as it used to be. Moe is way more accepted. There's a lot more people who just who are into it. So I think it's the best I've ever seen it is in this current era. As for my favorite manga series, my top 5 are listed on my anime list account, but I believe they are... What was it? Oh, no, you know what? My number 1 favorite's Bakuman. Forget the other 4. Bakuman's my favorite manga. Everyone should read Bakuman. Will you do a review of the other stuff that happened after Sinon and SAO? Possibly. I answered that earlier, but...
I've only lost to 1 Goken on Steam.
Really?
I beat the number 8 Goken.
Wow.
Hey son, you win in YouTube? Yeah, you know it, dog.
YouTube.
Digidad for President 2015, best dad ever.
Ooh.
That must be when my dad was in the room. We really are like so far
Yeah,
behind.
that's forever ago. That's crazy.
I'm gonna have to scroll up again and just like skip a bunch of stuff because a lot of these are really dumb in this part that I'm in right now. So I want to kind of get further ahead.
I can't believe like chat is that far back.
Let's skip forward. Yay. Whee. All right, here's Trevor doing the whole Bin Laden thing that I failed to do all the way.
Someone play Elena. Okay, I'll play Elena.
All right, here's some repeat questions of stuff I already asked.
How did you...
What are your favorite Eric
What?
Andre
Did you read
memes?
that?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, they cleared the chat again.
I'll play
Best
Elena.
Eric Andre memes. Very clean. Shit. Dude, I know you, my man.
No.
You're Mellow Mike. What's up, Mellow Mike? Pretty much anything from either Bird Up or the Ranch It Up skits is
don't
all
trust like that.
amazing.
I don't trust like that. I say
That
that
was
a
great.
lot.
Oh yeah, I don't trust like
I
that.
say that all the
I forgot
time.
that was from Eric Andre. What do you think of Rosario Vampire? I've never seen it, and it does not look like my thing. How did Victor meet Hope? High school? I think they were in like an anime club together.
Well, both of them, they're both humans. They have that in common.
The world.
I think they
The
met.
world.
I think they met through Marcus. I'm not sure. Victor's not here to tell that story.
We all,
Shade,
like,
do you
met
still play
through Marcus.
Osu? If so, favorite beat map?
Sometimes, and probably the Me 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 song because it's like really fun to play.
My favorite, which I cannot play at all, is the World God Only Knows opening, the full version. Yeah, God Only Knows full size. It's fucking perfect. Partly because that song's amazing. Someone's asking us to Ling toss his Segure.
Oh, God.
Is it wrong that I like Chaos Head over all the other 5PB shows? I don't know. I haven't seen Chaos Head. I've heard good and bad things. How do you feel about Digital Bros Shade Runner? You can't spell victory without Victor. Directed by Quentin Tarantino and the Coen brothers. Is that real? What do you think of the mangaka Doman Seiman? I haven't read any of their stuff. I know I've seen that name before, but I don't know what they've done.
Wasn't that like the ending song of the Ryuseigin?
Well, that's like it's a phrase in like
Oh.
it's a Japanese phrase, but it is in there. Doman Seiman, Doman Seiman, yappari tayoreru onmyoji. Let's go. Is there a certain way to determine the quality of writing in a show? What makes shows better than others? Personally, I think it's all case by case, and I would never try to put like a like one thing to every show. And that's the biggest weakness I think a lot of reviewers have, is they try to criticize every show on the same foundation, and every show is trying to do something different.
Oh, no.
Which is why I'd rather approach it like, what did this show do that works? That, what sets this show apart, rather than trying to put it into the same paradigm that everything else is in. Is it worth it to get into anime blogging, and is there an active blogging community? The blogging community is mostly on Twitter now, I think. Like, even people who have anime blogs, they promote them through Twitter, they communicate through Twitter. There's definitely a very active Twitter anime scene. I could easily just like go look at my Twitter and look at who I follow and like the people I retweet a lot, and you'll see some people who go really in depth about animation, like Adanush, I don't know how to pronounce the name, or a guy called AAA, who's at Cracker. Just go to my thing and like look at who I follow, and you'll find some people like that. I think it's worth it to make a Twitter and a blog if you have any interesting insight into anything, or if you just want to follow people.
I agree. Following people is the way to go these days.
What do you think of your Encyclopedia Dramatica page? Really lazy. Doesn't go very in depth about what's bad about me. If I wrote my own Encyclopedia Dramatica page, it would be like 20,000 words long about every because I've been on the internet since I was fucking 11, and most of that shit's still out there. Like, you can easily find all kinds of stuff I've done on the internet that's incredibly embarrassing. So
Somebody apparently was going to ask me a question and it like wasn't there or something.
Oh.
Apparently they were going to ask what is the secret to beating the crap out of puberty?
What is the secret to beating the crap out of puberty?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I guess it just kind of
Who sent, like, what, did Trevor ask you
Yeah, like
that? Or
Trevor said, oh yeah, somebody
was
asked
Trevor
that question.
interested in your answer or
Trevor
something?
is long distance mediating the questions.
I mean, I guess I am still in the puberty window, but on the latter end since I'm almost
Right.
18.
Yeah.
But
Well, you've got some broadness to fill in, probably.
Yeah.
yeah.
What are your impressions of Precure based on what you've seen so far? I love it. I love Heartcatch Precure in particular.
I love The Cure.
The Cure. The Cure is all right. I like killing of an Arab, and maybe Boys Don't Cry.
I like that song too.
Anyway, Precure's pretty good. I need to watch more of it. I would love to watch all the Precures, but it would take an eternity because they're all 50 episodes long. What YouTuber would you most want to room with?
The PewDiePie. You know,
What? Stop.
you want to ruin yourself.
I don't know. Well, I mean, if it comes down to my friends, it's like I couldn't see sharing a room with Jesse Wood because it would be madness. I guess Nate is like the most like easy for me to like get along with and talk to, and he's very responsible compared to everybody else. So I could see like I don't want a room with anybody who I think is irresponsible. Who I think can't handle their stuff. I guess a lot of the pro YouTubers, any of them would be good roommates because they really know what they're doing, you know. Yeah, that. When will you rewatch Cuchu Barranco? I don't know, but I do know. You made a kiss, kiss, kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Docoemo. Some people get it. Digi, do you like grunge music? Not really.
You don't like the Pearl Jam?
Oh God, no! Definitely not that kind of grunge music. Not at all.
You don't like Pearl Jam?
No, I don't like Pearl Jam.
You know, I have a Pearl Jam radio in my car.
What?
Like an entire station dedicated to Pearl Jam.
Have you listened to it?
Yeah, ironically, when I like pick up Trevor and stuff.
Jeremy's walking.
How do I do a super?
Class today.
There it is.
Oh yeah, more Goro Taniguchi questions. Planets and Gun X Sword. I did not like Gun X Sword. I saw it like 7 years ago, and I wanted the bad guys to win. Is how I would put it. I didn't like the main characters by the end, and like the bad guys seemed like they had a better plan. So I wanted the bad guys to win, and I don't think that's a good thing for a show. As for Planets, I've never finished it. It's on my hard drive. I'll watch it eventually, probably. What are your thoughts on nihilism? You've talked about it for Technolize and Fate Zero. I have a pretty nihilistic outlook, I guess. I don't really think that anything means anything or that anything matters. I guess I describe myself as more of absurdist-minded. Like,
That was so close.
Yeah.
to me, there's a certain like enjoyment that I get out of looking at the fact that like that there's no inherent meaning in anything, and like just going with the flow, which is part of why I like Rick and Morty so much, because it's sort of like staring into the void, coming to terms with it, and then just going, fuck it, I'm gonna do whatever I want, you know? And that's sort of Rick's attitude. Is like the universe is too immense and too full of things for you to try to like ascribe any meaning to it, so it's better to just flow with what you've got. So that's why it's a big part of why I'm like so into like doing what I do, is like I think a lot of people get in, because I have gotten into the mindset before where it's like, am I doing like something important or interesting for the world? Like, am I really improving like life on Earth? And then I think about how complex an issue that is. And the fact of the matter is that people tell me all the time that my videos help them through hard times, and that they learn things, and they feel better after watching them. Sometimes I feel like I'm promoting a dying form of medium from a dying country sinking into the ocean, and helping people to cope with the fact that they spend all their time watching anime instead of procreating and bettering humanity. And sometimes I think like that, but then I remember that nothing fucking matters, and go back to doing what I'm doing. Someone says, I like God Eater. Does this mean I have bad taste? I don't think so. Everybody has their own taste. I don't believe in bad taste. There's a great post by Ghost Lightning that I've thought about just full-on adapting into a video if I could get his permission, called, fuck, what was the title of it? It's called Anime is Serious Business Because Guilt is Serious Business. Look up that post and read it, and that reflects my opinions on both the concept of guilty pleasures and the concept of good and bad taste. It's a really interesting breakdown of those concepts and why they don't matter. What's your opinion on Natsume Yujin Show? I watched the first 2 seasons one day with my friend Don-san on a couch, cuddled up in blankets, like falling in and out of sleep while watching it, and it made me gay. It was pretty fun.
That sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Fun with Don. So.
I guess I'll repost. You want to watch Rick and Morty live and thoughts on Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle? I don't know what you mean by watch Rick and Morty live.
Live tonight.
I have only read like 1 or 2 volumes of Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle a really long time ago, and I wasn't really into it. What do you all think of JoJo?
I watch it.
This kid likes it. I like watching people play the fighting game.
I like JoJo. I have a hard time reconciling like JoJo's like critical acclaim against what it is. It's a lot of fun, and I like the show, and I get why people like the show, and it's cool. But like people act like it's a masterpiece, and it's really stupid. Like it's a dumb fucking show
why
about
you
a
watch it,
bunch
man.
of people with dumb superpowers doing dumb shit. There's an episode where they make a baby eat its own shit. That actually happens.
Yeah.
There's like
Part 3 is definitely the stupidest thing.
yeah, Stardust Crusaders is just so dumb. Like, and I get that the later parts are supposedly better, and I haven't really read that far in the manga, but like people even talk about Stardust Crusaders like, oh my god, JoJo's the best show ever, and I'm like, it's fun, but man, this show's dumb as fuck, and it can be really boring sometimes because they'll just like repeat themselves over and over again, and like most of the fights mean nothing. Like they don't matter. You could pretty much skip from like episode 5 of the first half of Stardust Crusaders to like the last 5 episodes of the second half of Stardust Crusaders and have missed nothing of importance. Like yeah, I don't know. I don't get why it's so fucking critically popular.
So critically popular.
What did you think of this year's Otakon?
It's alright.
Yeah, it was all right. It was fun.
I was
think,
not there, by the way.
I think a lot of the Japanese guests were handled in a bad way because they were brought over by Pony Canyon and Aniplex as just like, hey, we're bringing over this director. But then you got to the panel and they said, oh, we're only talking about this new show they did and we're not answering questions about any of their older work. So that was super lame. But I got to see Mappa and they were fun. I got to see Pakuromi and she was a absolute goddess. And I spent a lot of money in the dealer's room and did a lot of karaoke like I always do.
Nice.
I would say it was a very average Otakon.
You didn't break your leg or foot?
Mm-mm.
Nice. See? These are things that you can look up and like.
I
good
think I
moments.
might have a shin splint from BronyCon.
Kind of.
Yes?
You remember a video from a long time ago?
Talk louder.
Time ago called "Friendship Is Manly."
Yes.
Where it was, he made another one, and it's
Yeah.
all JoJo.
Right.
They all do.
Well, the
JoJo
first one
poses.
was very JoJo anyways, but
They were just walking.
yeah, I
though.
saw it. I know the guy who made that.
Uh-huh.
Who made Friendships Manly, Kanashi Panda. He used to be a pub crawl guest, regular.
Yeah, he used to poop on my chest. It's got the same ring.
I
to it.
watched him grow from a guy with a few subs to a guy with a lot of subs.
And now, what about Jared, the subway guy?
Oh, that guy. What a downfall.
What a
Will you be doing anime streaming commentary on Twitch? No, because you get banned from Twitch for that. That's why we're playing video games.
Yes!
Because
video games.
the reason that the video games are
Video,
involved in this stream
audio.
is that you are not allowed to
Visual.
just... You're not allowed to just live stream on Twitch
Visual audio.
unless you have special permissions. Like,
Interaction.
stop. MangaPod gets away with doing the streams they do on Twitch because of the fact that Dodger does a lot of stuff for Twitch, and so she's allowed to do that. But you're generally not allowed to just live stream regular shit through Twitch. You have to do gaming, and I can't live stream through YouTube, partly because when I tried before I couldn't figure out how to do it right, but also because YouTube has a strike on my account and it disabled my ability to live stream.
Oh god.
So I can't do a straight up live stream. And all the other websites are confusing and shit. So that's why we're on Twitch. Okay. If you were a girl, would you rather have The Rock's child or Donnie Yen? Both men are incredibly sumptuous. I feel like The Rock would split me in two with his fucking monster dong. So... Well, I don't know. Either one, who cares? This is a stupid question. God Only Knows beat map is absolutely incredible. I agree. That thing fucking... that is
great.
It's an aesthetic experience I adore.
Aesthetic experience. Ooh,
Do you plan on making more vlogs such as the summer afternoon and do you feel like a local in the place you live videos? None of those were really planned. There was a stage when I was starting to get into anime blogging and stuff where I was like thinking about just doing a lot more broad videos, but it only really works if I have an idea for them. And honestly, I feel like I'd be doing a lot more vlogs if not for Digi Bros, because I kind of exhaust most of my interesting ideas on there. Like, any idea I have that's not, like, well fleshed out enough to be a video, I end up talking about it on Digi Bros, and then just kind of, like, leaving it there. I have considered taking some of the topics from Digi Bros and making videos out of them, but, like, yeah, it's the death of vlogs.
That's how I killed you.
Which is a shame, because Digibros does not have a lot of viewers, so... Are you ready to tell us about the fictional universe you made? Someone asked me to wait 12 hours so that they could be there for it.
Oh my god.
You tell us a story about how you almost got expelled from school, the one you mentioned on Digibros. I told that story on Digibros. Right?
Tell it again.
Didn't I tell it during
a different
the
perspective?
Yeah, I think you did.
I told it during the Earthbound playthrough, right?
Tell it through the perspective of your teacher.
Yeah, it's in the Earthbound playthrough somewhere.
Kid wrote a
That
thing.
story would take like 20 minutes to tell, so I'm not going to tell it. Trevor asks, what is our favorite Trevorism?
Like a euphemism that Trevor says?
A
like
thing that
things
Trevor says.
or does.
His Eric Andre quotes are usually pretty spot on.
He's just not a very interesting person.
I feel like
Got
all I
burgers.
can think. I feel like all he does is talk about Burger Records and Eric Andre. Like that's when I think Trevor, I think very clean and like
Oh, God.
and like a burger T-shirt. So those are my favorite Trevorisms. I feel like 50% of everything me and
Stoli
Trevor said to
perfect.
one another was a quote from Eric Andre in the last few months. Any chance of getting a video on Casher and Sins? Maybe. When I rewatch the show, it's possible. I make no promises.
Sure. Oh, I thought it was vlogging.
You've watched Love Live, but have you tried the Rhythmic game? People are going crazy over it. I don't really play Rhythmic games.
Is that an ad?
Or video games. The Rhythmic game was in all caps. That's why I read it like that. Are we ever going to get more of The Legend of Duo? I hope so. I keep forgetting I ever did that, but there should definitely be more. Goddamn.
Block this.
If you haven't seen my Legend of Duo fan dub, you should definitely go watch that. Guys, you're making way too much noise. This is difficult to concentrate.
We're having fun.
Stop having so much fun. You should just be kicking his ass mercilessly. Destroy him.
Oh, God.
Use the full fury of your power. By the way, Brandon, we concluded on that manga pod show we were talking about. I was talking about you. There's a character in Genshiken who is you. Have you ever read any of Genshiken or seen it?
No.
You should read it. It's a guy who's named Kosaka, and like Genshiken's about a group of otaku who are like in an anime club together, and the dude Kosaka is like the most normal looking guy, and none of them think he's an otaku at first because he just looks like some like handsome normal guy. But he's a monster at fighting games,
I
and just
see.
like he doesn't know how to hold back, and he just destroys everyone who plays him like they're nothing. And like one of the main characters is his girlfriend, who's like a non-otaku, who's trying to like she's always trying to get him to have sex with her, but he like doesn't understand that she's flirting with him. He's like too dense.
Oh, God.
And like there's a part where she's trying to like bond with him over video games, and they play Puyo Puyo together, and like she had trained at the Genshiken like to learn the basics of the game, and then she comes to him and plays him, and he like destroys her in like a minute, and she just like curls up into a ball and
Oh,
it's like, I
God.
can't do this. I was like, this is totally Brandon. So you should read that sometime.
I'll look it up.
Digi, bro, you added me a long time ago on Skype before you got big. Would it be okay to message you? I guess. If you have anything to talk about. If you just say, hey, Digi, I won't answer. I wouldn't do that even if you were a friend of mine. I'm just... I try not to spend too much time on Skype. Why haven't enough people realized that the terms weeaboo or weeb are actually very derogatory when they use it? Everyone realizes that. That's the point. Weeaboo is not meant to be a kind term. Otaku is not meant to be a kind term. People just own up to it. The best way to turn a insult into a non-insult is to decide that you are that thing. When people call me, like, otaku is supposed to be an insult, but you say, yeah, that's right, I'm an otaku, and they go, it can't hurt you anymore. Have you ever played The Wonderful 101? I have not. But my brother has it, so I might one day.
Wait, you guys have that game?
Yeah.
It's in my room right now.
You
The
can
game has
play
always
it
looked interesting
right
to me.
now if you want. We'd have to hook up the Wii U, though, and change all the stream settings.
Oh,
That would be
God.
too much of a pain. Someone asked, what do you think about bronies? I don't know if you're asking this, like, ironically, or if you don't know that I was a pony guy for 2 years, but, they're alright. Most of my friends are either bronies or former bronies online, so... How did you get into Shinsei Kamate-chan? They did the opening theme for Denpa Onato Seishun Otoko, a show that I did not like or watch more than one episode of, but I loved the opening theme. Have you watched Flight of the Conchords? If so, what's your favorite song from the series? I
I love that show.
What's your favorite song from the series?
Probably Robots.
You know what's my favorite Flight of the Conchords song?
What?
Goodbye,
Oh,
Moon Man.
Oh yeah, that's also good. I thought you were gonna say
From
Lucky
Rick and
Blonde.
Morty. Are any of you going to Evo next year?
I have the potential to, because my
Then-
dad is taking me to Las Vegas around that time for my graduation, because I'm graduating in December. And
I had
so-
thought he was like, I thought he was literally sending you to go to Evo for your graduation.
No, I don't. I think we're all going to go because, like,
Mm-hmm.
my dad really wants to go to Vegas again, and I was just like, well, that's during this time. I want to go to Evo,
Where's Evo?
Las Vegas. I don't know.
Oh.
Like,
Well, that's good.
yeah.
That's extremely convenient. Hey, Digi, another cool girl game is Drill Dozer for the GBA. Have you played it? I have not played it, but I have heard of it. It's on my list. I have a huge... Let me look through my list here.
Yeah,
Like,
just pull out your list. You know.
when I first started Cool Girl Games, I made this enormous list of games that were like potentially in it. Some of them are crossed out either because I covered them or decided I didn't like them. But like, there's something like 40 games on here. I'm not gonna list them all because that would just be a fucking waste of time. But like, most games that have a girl character, I am aware of because of doing research for that.
No one in the stream.
Hey,
chat
Shay,
said
can you
Citrus
close
and
these
Ganzi.
blinds?
Ganzi.
Because there's like a light came on and it's bothering me.
Citrus and Ganzi.
Oh, what video game do you think needs an anime? I don't think any video game needs an anime. I think it should be its own medium.
I think anime deserves an anime.
Yeah.
The video game, you know?
Are you looking for an artist that draws your profile pic? I don't know what you mean by that. The artist who drew my profile pic is Munchie. He was in this chat earlier. Do you listen to Daryl Surat's podcast Anime World Order? I have not before. I've heard of it for a very long time, and I've seen Daryl Surat at panels at Otakon before, and he's pretty good at running panels. I think I never listened to Anime World Order because I'd gotten the impression back when I was younger that they were like pretty anti-moe and stuff, and that was what I was really into at the time. So I just kind of avoided it, but they seem interesting. I might check it out. Yada yada does it.
Yada yada does it.
Oh god. My god.
Someone says, ew, DJ, why, Brandon?
Because he's fantastic.
Stop it. No.
Are you still into MLP as much as you were before, or have you drifted away from it? Completely drifted away. I haven't rewatched any of the old shows since stopped. Like, after I made my last video on the last episode of Season 4, I have not watched any of My Little Pony again until Season 5 started. And I didn't like Season 5 so far. So, yeah, I'm definitely not that into it anymore. Why haven't I checked out Season 2 of Spice and Wolf? Because I have a curse where I never finish anything ever. Like, it probably went like this. Spice and Wolf came out. I watched it and really liked it, bought the DVD, never rewatched it. Then Season 2 came out like a year and a half later, and I went, oh, sweet, I'll rewatch Season 1 before I watch Season 2. And then I never rewatched Season 1, and so I never watched Season 2. So that's probably why. That's how it usually goes.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
What do I think about Blood Blockade Battlefront?
My cookie is crumbling.
The last episode will never come. I'm sure it'll come out one day. What are your thoughts on Nana? It's a great show that completely wrecked me. Jesus Christ, what is that?
It's a gang.
Like a fucking boat driving by?
It's the Ava. Shit, get in there.
No, that would be the helicopters. When I watched Nana in like 2008, I got through the first 22 episodes, and at the time I had been practicing bass guitar. Like, I was trying to learn how to play bass, and I've been practicing every day, and I was getting really into it. And Nana was getting to this point in the show where, like, all the characters were starting to succeed, and things were, like, really uphill, and I was like, yeah, bass! It's, like, about a band, you know? And so, like, I was super into it. And then from episode 23 onward, the show is just a non-stop downward spiral into, like, depressing shit. And I completely lost all motivation to do anything. I just fucking curled up in my room for, like, days. It was depressed and never picked up the bass again. Are you still watching Akagami? I'm not still watching anything.
Nice.
What kind of subs are best? I don't pay that much attention to, like, the differences in subtitles because I have a pretty decent Japanese comprehension. So, like, when I watch shows, I sometimes, like, I can tell when the subtitles are not quite exactly what they're saying, but I know what they're saying, so it doesn't really bother me. I will sometimes, like, if I'm watching with someone else, like, say, oh, that's not really what they said. It was more like this, but, like, so the subtitles are kind of incidental to me. They're more like they're helping me understand what's happening, more so than literally telling me what's happening. Who would win in a fight between you and your brothers? Victor, then Shade, then me. I am definitely the weakest.
What are your top 20 favorite languages?
Top 20 favorite languages? I don't have 20 favorite languages. I don't like a lot of languages.
No one does.
I like Japanese, and I like,
Swahili. Cantonese.
I feel like there's another one I like.
Mandarin.
It's not coming to mind. I don't know. I can't stand, like, I can't stand Mandarin. It drives me nuts. Korean sounds too much like Japanese. It's confusing. Can a matchbox? I don't know what that means. I am currently struggling with my anxiety-driven depression, but my friend wants me to watch Ava. Will I get even more depressed if I watch it? I don't think so. I watched it when I was depressed, and it made me feel better because I related to it. And I was like 14 at the time, and I'd never really I never really talked to anybody about, like, my depression, and I never really had somebody to relate to. So when I watched Ava, it was like, oh my god, something gets me. Like, I can't believe it.
Oh my god.
And Ava has a happy ending, so, yeah, I'd say check it out. Would you describe the ending of Ava as happy? Not the movie, but the TV show.
Well, it's,
Congratulations?
yeah, congratulations was nice.
Yeah. I think Ava has a pretty happy ending. I don't know if I'd consider End of Ava very happy, but End of Ava the film, as in.
What about The Birth of a Nation?
Oh god.
You like that movie?
Would you ever take the effort to go to Comiket one day? If I happen to be in Japan at a time when it's happening, then yes, I would definitely try to go. I feel like, cause I'd love to visit Japan sometime soon, like in the next couple of years, if I could ever afford it. And in that case, I probably won't be able to understand Japanese. But if I ever get to a point where I can actually read Japanese, then I will definitely make an effort to get really into Japanese manga. Because, like, the main reason I want to learn Japanese is because there's such a huge world of manga in Japan that doesn't get translated. And I really want to explore that, and I feel like it would be really deep and interesting, but I can't read Japanese, so... That's part of why I've never gotten super into manga. I don't feel like I can understand the cultural context of manga until I can read stuff that's not out in English yet.
Yeah, it's hard to read. You don't like words.
Yeah.
Language it's so confusing.
I don't know my ABCs.
My alphabet aerobics.
Anime reviewers that you absolutely abhor besides Snob. There's a guy, I believe, called Draconis March, who did a video called, like, Why Kara no Kyokai is Pretentious, and it is the single worst video I've ever seen in my life. It is the most mad I've ever been while watching a video. It's like 15 minutes long, and I made it about halfway through, and I was so fucking mad that I was this, like, it was the ultimate you mad bro moment. Like, yes, I'm mad bro.
Oh god.
God. I'm gonna just like sit here in silence for a minute because I need a mental break. I'm gonna eat some of this food. You guys talk about something.
This is the most fun I've had playing Street Fighter in a while.
Yay!
I gotta be honest, it's pretty fun. I'm having lots of fun with it.
Was that like the last frame of that Shoryuken or something? That was crazy.
When? How many matches ago?
What Dan? When I got
Oh yeah, that was pretty. I don't
That was
know.
weird.
Oh, you fell down. I missed that. Flip.
Oh.
Your dress. Oh no.
Brandon, what does your shirt say?
It says.
He's reading it backwards upside down.
Something wicked this way comes.
Okay.
Where's that from?
Remember
remember
Macbeth. Yeah. It's the one he's like, oh man, there's witches involved, and there are 3 of them, and they're like, oh, we got cauldrons, we got magic, all that good stuff, and they're like, and eventually we're all gonna die. You know? Good old Shakespeare. If you like Game of Thrones, read Titus and Andronicus. There's lots
The
of...
most lamentable.
It's like gore and...
The most lamentable tragedy.
Isn't Titus
Pirates
the
and
guy
Dragons?
from Final Fantasy?
Yeah, that's the character that Shakespeare wrote about. Ha ha ha! Oh my god. That's just not what you picked.
How do you feel about the band Titus and Andronicus?
They have that one song that's really good. Something something nation or whatever. It's like very patriotic, nationalistic American song. That's like their one good song. I've listened to like other songs offhand, but I don't think I like any of them.
Yeah, me neither.
They don't like stick with me.
I'm not into them. What do you think of Mission Pack sequels? Don't know what that is. Already answered about Doctor Who earlier. Not really super into it. Thoughts on Kids on the Slope? I never finished it. I'd like to one day. Did you mean Zanko no Terror needing a what if version? Didn't you say it was good? No, I don't like it. Watch my review that's in my anime analysis playlist on YouTube because it's unlisted because it's not a good video, but I don't like the show. The first 2 episodes were great. I made videos about how great the first 2 episodes were. The rest of the show fell apart. What do you think of people who criticize something for having anime tropes? Closed-minded? I don't think... I mean, the rule of tropes, if you go on TV tropes, is tropes are not inherently bad. They can be done well or they can be done poorly. Is Dick Grayson the best Batman? I'm going to defer to you.
The best Batman? Or the best Robin?
It says the best Batman.
No.
Is he the best Robin?
He's nowhere near the best Robin. Tim Drake is the best Robin. Because he encompasses what Batman is. He solves crimes. He's a detective. He's a detective novel.
That's the one who's Batman's son, right?
No, that's Damien, the psychotic one.
Oh.
Okay, wait. I guess.
How left of the 24 hours? A lot. A lot is
How left?
How left? That left?
Izquierda.
I feel like at some point I should stop recording and then start again so that we can like save the file and see how much space it takes up. But I'm scared it's gonna crash the streaming thing.
Nice.
What do you think? Should I stop recording now and test that out?
It is.
Let's
up
give
to
it a
you.
shot. If the stream crashes, we'll be back in a minute. It could happen because it's happened before when I was testing this. So we're gonna see what happens.